Chapter 12:21. Attack. On the other side, young Master Taimu's group of 5 was hiding in the shadows, staring fixedly in that direction. Young Master Taimu said in a low voice, "We've already more or less figured out the situation. Remember the 5 points I mentioned? I've already arranged your missions for you. Later, all you need to do is follow my instructions. You have to guard those 4 points tightly. I'll attack from the front. All you need to do is guard those 4 points and not let any of the prey escape." Heh, since we're going to play this time, then let's play big. We have to wipe this place out. If we succeed this time, then we'll have a great harvest. The other 4 men all nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. From the looks of it, they were all willing to follow young Master Taimu's orders. All right, let's begin. Young Master Taimu's eyes were filled with killing intent, revealing his sharpness. The 4 men quickly moved out, following young Master Taimu's plan to guard the 4 directions and the 4 exits. Together, they formed an encirclement, forming an inescapable net that made it impossible for any fiends to escape. Young Master Taimu began to move as well. He was responsible for attacking from the front and instigating the battle. But while young Master Taimu was moving, he didn't notice that there were 2 figures following behind him. It was Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon. Soon, young Master Taimu drew close to the heart of the lair. Quite a few sentries were patrolling there, vigilantly watching the surroundings. A 1-star fiend was wielding an enormous axe, his red eyes sweeping the surroundings. His entire body emanated a vicious aura that made others not dare to approach him, and he emanated the aura of strongwood. Suddenly, a dark light flashed out, shooting towards them at an extremely fast speed. That 1-star fiend immediately frowned, sensing a dangerous aura. But before he could even react, an icy cold sword pierced through his forehead. The powerful Tao of all things emanated a terrifying destructive power, instantly reaping the life of that 1-star fiend. He didn't even have a chance to react. "Who? Human, how dare you?" Instantly, quite a few fiends charged out, their faces savage, as they charged towards young Master Taimu. A bunch of uneducated low-level demons. Die. Young Master Taimu let out a cold snort, and the sword in his hand chopped out one terrifying ray of light after another, directly slaughtering the 10 or so 1-star fiends who had charged out. Young Master Taimu was still very powerful. These 1-star fiends, under his sword, weren't able to withstand a single blow at all. They were indescribably weak. "Humans are invading! Stop them! Blow the horn!" The loud horn finally sounded, and the entire evil demon tribe was immediately alarmed. One by one, the evil demons rushed out from the darkness. Angry shouts and battle cries instantly filled the entire world. More and more demons appeared. A large number of demons rushed out and formed an army. They formed a formation and wanted to kill the invaders. What audacity! You actually dare to trespass into my clan's territory. Your crimes are unforgivable. You deserve to die. Human brat, how dare you? Hurry up and surrender. Young Master Taimu, on the other hand, had a crazed look on his face. Facing such a situation, he was actually smiling. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. All of you die. Young Master Taimu wasn't afraid of a large number of evil demons. The more, the better. The more he would kill and the more points he would earn. A sumptuous feast like this was something he had always desired. This time, he could finally go on a killing spree and kill to his heart's content. Previously, when he had encountered some of the smaller tribes, he hadn't been able to kill to his heart's content at all. Young Master Taimu's crazed state also exploded with a terrifying killing intent, surging forth like a flood. And at this moment Qin Shao, seeing the opportunity, gave Princess Violet Moon a meaningful glance. Attack! The 2 simultaneously flew out. Qin Shao activated his sword energy, and his sword energy surged into the 4 seas, its sharpness shaking the 8 desolates. Princess Violet Moon flew directly into the 9 heavens. Her slender, jade-like hands scattered countless flower petals in the air. The petals fell down like a beautiful rain. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Every single petal was as heavy as a mountain. They carried with them the power of the Tao of all things, capable of crushing everything. All things in the world, the universe, the mountains and rivers, everything was shattered by these feathers. This was the power of the Tao of all things. A terrifying power, an ultimate power. This was also one of Princess Violet Moon's technique. Only, it wasn't her most powerful technique. These techniques were quite good for dealing with these one-star fiends. Their destructive power was extremely terrifying, and their attack range was very wide as well. They could attack in all directions at once. Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon had been together for 70 years. Naturally, their coordination was quite good as well. As soon as the two of them attacked, they completely enveloped the entire area within their attack. They wanted to kill all of the evil demons in this area in one fell swoop. Young Master Tai Mu immediately frowned deeply. His gaze was filled with a sinister light as he stared at Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon. Clearly, he hadn't expected this turn of events. He hadn't expected that someone would come to fight with him for food. In addition, the one who was fighting with him for food was Qin Shao, with whom he had shed all pretense of cordiality, while the other was Princess Violet Moon, who was doted on by countless people. As for Princess Violet Moon, how should he put it? Although young Master Tai Mu wasn't one of Princess Violet Moon's pursuers, if there was a chance, he was indeed willing to get close to Princess Violet Moon. If he could marry Princess Violet Moon, that would be quite good as well. It was said that a gentle and graceful woman was easy to find for a gentleman. This was indeed the truth. At this moment, seeing Princess Violet Moon and Qin Shao together, young Master Tai Mu naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. He had always felt that only he was worthy of Princess Violet Moon. Only he and Princess Violet Moon were a perfect match. Others could forget about touching Princess Violet Moon. But he hadn't expected that his enemy, Qin Shao, would actually be so close to Princess Violet Moon. Such tacit cooperation must have been formed after a long period of time together. From this point, it could be seen that Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon had already been together for a long period of time. A man and a woman together for a long period of time. What did this mean? Damn it. Thinking up to this point, young Master Tai Mu couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His hatred for Qin Shao grew even stronger. He hadn't even made a move on Princess Violet Moon yet. How could he let that brat, Qin Shao, take advantage of her? What was even more hateful was that this brat actually wanted to snatch her food from him. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't this challenging his dignity as young Master Tai Mu? How could young Master Tai Mu tolerate such a thing? What a good Qin Shao. You really have guts. You actually dare to snatch food from this young master's mouth. I think you're really courting death. Young Master Tai Mu coldly snorted and angrily shouted. But his threats did not have the slightest effect on Qin Shao's side. Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to young Master Tai Mu. Instead, he retorted sarcastically, "If you can kill with just your mouth, then I'll admit that you're an expert. Don't say the same thing again. There's no meaning to it. So what if I snatch your food? Who said that if you, young Master Tai Mu, saw something first, then others can't snatch it? Can you, young Master Tai Mu, swallow such a big piece of fat meat? I'm just doing a good deed. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you still have to speak ill of me. What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 12:22. The situation was bad. Qin Shao just laughed coldly. "You really are quite arrogant. You said the same thing last time. Last time, I already offended you to death. What's wrong with offending you a bit more? As I see it, you had best stop talking nonsense and stop trying to show off. If you still don't attack, the two of us are going to take all the prey." After speaking, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to young Master Taimu. He continued to kill his prey. This was the way of a king. Young Master Taimu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, but there was nothing he could do. Within Fiend Island, he truly didn't dare to act against Qin Shao. Thus, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it deep within his heart. For now, he couldn't vent it. Qin Shao. Qin Shao. What a Qin Shao. Just you wait. Just you wait. If I can let you have a good life, then I won't be called Taimu. Humph. Young Master Taimu swore viciously in his heart. After his anger subsided, young Master Taimu didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately charged forward to fight for the prey. Right now, power was everything. Only with power would one be able to kill more fiends. But young Master Taimu, by himself, naturally wasn't able to fight against Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon. More and more fiends charged out. The 3 of them completely rampaged through the fiend horde, completely unbridled. They were completely slaughtering them. Bloody light filled the skies. Miserable screams, anguished howls, and battle cries rang out incessantly, causing the entire area to become miserable. Finally, a 2-star fiend charged out. Damn! How can there be so many humans? You humans, why have you come to invade our territory? You are courting death. Courting death. Children, hurry up and kill these humans. Use the blood of these humans as a sacrifice to our dead clansmen. Children, hurry up and kill. Kill them all. Humans, you all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. This is the homeland of us fiends. Why should we let you humans trample on us and destroy us? Why should our clansmen be harmed and slaughtered by you humans? Furious roars filled the entire world, causing the killing intent to become even more intense. Countless demons rushed out. They pounced forward one after another. They were not afraid of death as they charged out. They were demons, warriors who dared to fight to the death. To them, death was not something to be feared. Instead, it was a form of glory. The battle became more and more intense. More and more demons rushed out. The sky was filled with demons. Qin Shao, Princess Ziyue, and young Master Tai Mu all used their abilities to kill these devils. They wanted to snatch the food. What made Mr. Tai Mu even angrier was that Princess Ziyue was completely helping Qin Shao. She would influence Mr. Tai Mu from time to time. This caused young Master Tai Mu to become extremely angry. Ziyue, you are a noble princess. You are high and mighty. How could you be so close to an ordinary person? Aren't you afraid that this news will damage your reputation as Princess Ziyue's reputation? Ziyue, although we don't have much of a friendship, you don't have to help Qin Shao deal with me, do you? What are you trying to do? We don't interfere with each other's business. Why are you stopping me? Princess Ziyue coldly looked at the angry young Master Tai Mu and said, It's not because of that. It's because I like it. Why should I, Princess Ziyue, explain my actions to young Master Tai Mu? If I like it, then I will do it. There is no need for so many reasons. You don't need to guess a woman's thoughts. You. Mr. Tai Mu was speechless. He was truly angered by Princess Ziyue. He really didn't dare to offend Princess Ziyue. Now, Princess Ziyue was determined to stand on Qin Zhao's side. This made young Master Tai Mu gnash his teeth in anger. He really didn't understand what was so good about Qin Shao. He didn't have any background. He didn't have any backing. He only had some talent and strength. However, it was still unknown whether or not he could become a core disciple. Why did Princess Ziyue favor him so much? Princess Ziyue was always high and mighty. How could the proud and arrogant Princess Ziyue be like this? Unhappiness. All sorts of unhappiness gathered together, making it so that young Master Tai Mu couldn't vent the anger in his heart. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but Qin Shao didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he quickly killed the fiends and killed more people. The more he killed, the more points he would gain. This sort of sumptuous feast was something that could be enjoyed in one go. On the ground, corpses were strewn everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers. Broken walls and dilapidated walls were everywhere. One building after another had been destroyed. One mountain after another had been flattened, and one deep crater after another had been blasted into the ground. Those fiends who had been charging forward, one after another, all died. Be it 1-star fiends or 2-star fiends, none of them were able to withstand the attacks of Qin Zhao's group. They all died at their hands. The more they killed, the more fiends tried to flee in other directions, but there were people standing guard in other directions as well. Even if they wanted to flee, they weren't able to. The heavens and the earth had become a cage, completely trapping this place and sealing off the surrounding area. Just as Princess Ziyue had analyzed, this clan of fiends had more than 10,000 in total. In fact, there were around 13,000 of them. Not only that, even the number of 2-star fiends had reached 9. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's group had 3 people, and so dealing with these 2-star fiends wasn't too difficult for them. There were actually so many 2-star fiends. This was something that Qin Zhao's group hadn't anticipated. Based on this situation alone, young Master Taimu had to secretly rejoice that Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue had arrived. If they hadn't joined in, then the situation today probably wouldn't have been so easy to predict. If he wanted to deal with 9 2-star fiends by himself, that would most likely be a very difficult task. In addition, there were more than 13,000 1-star fiends. Given the geography of this place, it really would be very hard to take them down. Even with 4 helpers, they probably wouldn't be able to make ends meet. The appearance of Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue had greatly reduced the threat they posed to young Master Taimu. But of course, the result was obvious. More than 70% of the prey had been taken away by Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue, leaving young Master Taimu with no choice but to follow behind and pick up the leftovers. This truly made him feel very unhappy. On their way here, they had already killed more than 10,000 fiends. Qin Zhao alone had killed more than 4,000. Their harvest could be said to be quite bountiful. This time, they had earned nearly 5,000 points, which was more than what they had earned in the past few years. But right at this moment, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly clenched. He had a bad premonition. A premonition of danger. Ziyue, quick, retreat. Although Qin Zhao didn't understand why he had this premonition of danger, since he did, Qin Zhao didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately called out to Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue frowned slightly, giving Qin Zhao a somewhat puzzled look. However, seeing the resolute look on Qin Zhao's face, she no longer doubted him. Perhaps there really was a situation. The tacit understanding they had developed over the years made Princess Ziyue very willing to trust Qin Zhao. The two of them now had a very good level of trust. The two of them quickly retreated. Why are they retreating? For a moment, young Master Taimu didn't understand why Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue had suddenly retreated. Just as he was feeling rather puzzled, suddenly, a tall figure shot out from underground. It was more than 3 meters tall, and much more muscular than most fiends. It was tall and mighty, and its aura was sinister and incomparably ferocious. It was as though a peerless fiend had crawled out from the depths of the 9 hells. The sinister, terrifying aura it emanated was proof of how powerful this fiend was. It definitely wasn't a 2-star fiend. It was a 3-star fiend. It was definitely a 3-star fiend. A 3-star fiend had actually jumped out. Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue stared at each other. They had been certain from the start that there shouldn't be a 3-star fiend guarding this place, but they hadn't imagined that their predictions would be completely wrong. In addition, this 3-star fiend gave Qin Zhao and Princess Ziyue an extremely terrifying feeling. It was an extremely dangerous fiend. Thus, in their hearts, the two of them decided not to fight against this 3-star fiend. What? A 3-star fiend? How could there be a 3-star fiend guarding this place? Seeing this 3-star fiend, young Master Taimu's face suddenly changed dramatically, becoming rather ugly to behold. He had been investigating this place for a long time before confirming the situation inside. But unexpectedly, the situation wasn't as he had imagined. There was actually a 3-star fiend hidden here. Chapter 12:23. The black-bellied Qin Shao. This 3-star demon was 5 meters tall, and he was as strong as a small mountain. His powerful muscles were covered by thick black hair, making him look like a huge gorilla. However, his head and limbs, which were covered in black scales, completely revealed his peerless malevolence. Especially those 2 fangs that were pointing upward. They were like 2 peerless swords that were erected there, blooming with endless sharpness. Those 2 bowl-sized eyeballs were spitting out thick flames, expressing his peerless anger. He glared at young Master Taimu, his endless killing intent surging. Just looking at him was enough to make people feel terrified, peerless and terrifying. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. The aura of death spread out rapidly, solidifying this part of the world. Young Master Taimu's heart skipped a beat. He was only 10,000 feet away from the 3-star demon, very close. At this moment, he could clearly feel the terrifying pressure surging up, making him feel a little breathless. Despicable human, how dare you barge into my clan's land and slaughter my people? Your crimes are unforgivable. The 3-star demon's voice was like thunder, shaking the world. Die for me. The wrath of the 3-star demon lifted the entire clan's land, shaking the sky and cracking the earth. Rocks flew everywhere, and the world fell into a state of silence. Despicable, 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 how could I be so unlucky? Young Master Taimu roared in his heart. To think that something like this would happen. Previously, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue had angered him to the point of vomiting blood. Now, he had encountered this again. Could this be considered as extremely unlucky? What made young Master Taimu even angrier was that Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue had already fled far away, leaving him alone to face this 3-star fiend with monstrous killing intent. Obviously, this 3-star demon would not rest until he was dead. Once he killed this 3-star demon, he, young Master Taimu, would not be able to leave this place alive. Just thinking about it gave young Master Taimu a headache. Facing the 3-star demon, young Master Taimu did not dare to hesitate. He immediately retreated, and at the same time, he shouted to Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue, "Don't hide, come and help. If the 3 of us work together, we still have a chance." If the 3 of them combined their strength, they would indeed be able to put up a fight. However, Qin Shao laughed and said, "Young Master Taimu, don't throw this disaster on us. We can help you. You should solve it yourself." As she spoke, Qin Shao gestured for Princess Ziyue to leave quickly. Princess Ziyue originally wanted to help, but when she saw Qin Shao's actions, she hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, she decided to leave with Qin Shao. Seeing that Qin Shao and Princess Violet Moon had chosen to leave instead of helping him, young Master Taimu was so angry that he coughed up blood. "Qin Shao, Princess Violet Moon, we killed the demon together. We caused this disaster together. We could have dealt with it together, but you didn't come to help me. Despicable! Despicable! You're all shameless." Princess Ziyue couldn't help but blush. She really wanted to help young Master Taimu. After all, the disaster was caused by the 3 of them. Now that they had left young Master Taimu alone, it was indeed somewhat unkind. Moreover, if the 3 of them worked together, it wouldn't be a big problem to deal with this 3-star demon. However, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue didn't come to help him at all. Instead, they hid far away. "Hee, ridiculous! Why should we help you? Are we familiar with you? What does your life or death have to do with us? You caused this disaster. We were just passing by." As he spoke, Qin Shao turned to the 3-star fiend and said, "He was the one who brought us here to wreak havoc in your clan. He also brought 4 other people to guard the 4 exit. He said that he wanted to wipe out your clan in one fell swoop and kill everyone. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you want to kill him, then kill him. It has nothing to do with us. We'll leave first. After Qin Shao finished speaking, she left with Princess Ziyue. They really left. They ran away very quickly. At this moment, the three-star demon's boundless anger was completely poured onto young Master Tai Mu. It roared crazily and pounced on him. Young Master Tai Mu's heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the thought of dying. What the hell was this? Why was it only targeting him? Despicable Qin Shao, I hate you. I'll definitely kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Young Master Tai Mu roared in his heart. That three-star demon's terrifying power surged violently, directly smashing young Master Tai Mu and sending him flying. His whole body was filled with a shattering pain. Facing such a crazy three-star demon, young Master Tai Mu really complained incessantly. With his strength, how could he be a match for this three-star demon? Predicament, absolute predicament. How could he get out of this predicament? Mr. Demon, don't be fooled by those two. They killed even more of your clansmen. Don't just chase after me and let them all escape, said young Master Tai Mu. However, that three-star demon didn't pay any attention to young Master Tai Mu. Instead, it roared furiously, "Despicable and shameless human, don't try to quibble. You're the mastermind. Killing you isn't wrong. Since those two humans have escaped, I can't be bothered to chase after them. The next time I see them, it won't be too late for me to kill them. Today I'll kill you first. Prepare to die, human." Young Master Tai Mu wanted to curse. Why was it targeting him alone? However, no matter how much he said, it was useless. He had to think of a way to break out of this encirclement. "Hurry up and come help me. Hurry!" Helpless, young Master Tai Mu could only send out a signal for help to the other four. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care about young Master Tai Mu's life or death. He and Princess Ziyue quickly left the area. Only when they reached a safe area did they slow down. At this moment, Qin Shao was clearly in a good mood. He even had a slight smile on his face. Princess Ziyue looked at Qin Shao and said, "Is it really appropriate for us to leave young Master Tai Mu alone there? What's inappropriate about it?" Qin Shao pursed his lips. He smiled at Princess Ziyue and said, "Do you have to be so kind to young Master Tai Mu? This guy isn't a good person. You're not familiar with him. Do you have to worry about his life or death? We're not breaking the rules. Why can't we?" Princess Ziyue shook her head and said, "It's not that we can't, but it feels weird. After all, no matter what, we came here to take the test together. As humans, I don't think we should leave him to die. If the three of us work together, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that three-star demon. This is something we can do, but we chose to leave. If that's the case, young Master Tai Mu might die there. More or less, I still feel a little guilty." Qin Shao said, "That's because you're too kind. It's better not to be too kind. That might not be a good thing. Since we came here to take the test, we're opponents, not friends, and definitely not partners. Besides, the worst that can happen is that he leaves Demon Island. It's not a big deal. It won't rise to the level of life and death. If he insists on seeking death, then he can't blame us. It has nothing to do with us. If he leaves, then it's a good thing for us. The fewer opponents there are, the higher my chances of becoming a core disciple. In any case, he views me as an enemy, and I view him as an enemy. He's always wanted to kill me. I'm already being polite and merciful by not stabbing him in the back. You still want me to help him? How can that be possible?" Princess Ziyue fell silent. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. However, the matter had already come to this. It was useless for her to think so much. Even if she hurried back now, it might not be useful. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. Since she had already made such a choice, there was no point in saying anything now. The two of them were silent the whole way. The atmosphere was a little strange. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He smiled and said, "What? Did you see my true face? Do you feel that I'm very different from what you imagined?" Princess Ziyue looked at Qin Shao and shook her head. She said, "That's not it. You're true to yourself. Moreover, from your point of view, I can understand you. After all, young Master Tai Mu was full of enmity towards you before. He's a great threat to you. You really don't need to care about his life or death. If he dies, it should be a happy occasion for you. I'm not thinking about this anymore. I'm thinking about other things. I don't know why, but I feel indescribably sad." Indescribably sad? Qin Shao looked at Princess Ziyue. He didn't understand why she felt this way. So, he asked, "Why are you sad?" Princess Ziyue stopped and pursed her red lips. She said, "Qin Shao, do you think it's right or wrong for us to slaughter the demons like this?" "Right or wrong?" Qin Shao looked at Princess Ziyue in confusion. "Why do you ask?" Princess Violet Moon said, "Those native fiends have been living on Fiend Island for generations after generations. Demon Island is their home. We're considered outsiders on Demon Island. They didn't do anything wrong and they didn't provoke us. However, they were mercilessly slaughtered by us. When we went to exterminate that tribe, more than 10,000 demons died under our swords. From the perspective of those demons, they're all innocent. They were in their own home, but we came to their door and slaughtered them. Didn't they die unjustly? Is what we're doing right or wrong?" Hearing Princess Ziyue's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Princess Ziyue really had a compassionate heart. How could he have such sympathy for those demons? However, Qin Shao really didn't know how to answer this question. It really made him ponder deeply. He couldn't help but think about this matter carefully. Who would be able to distinguish right from wrong? Right and wrong, who could clearly distinguish between right and wrong? After thinking about it, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know. Perhaps there's no right or wrong. To us, we're just completing a mission. I've never flaunted myself as a good person. Our slaughter is indeed a very cruel thing. However, the laws of this world are like this. We don't have the ability to break the laws of this world. We can only follow the laws. Only in this way can we survive and become stronger. If cultivators want to become stronger, they have to step on countless corpses and bones. This is a fact that we can't change. If we can't change it, then what can we do? We can only follow the laws of this world. This is called following the heavenly Tao. Only in this way can we become stronger." Chapter 12:24. Princess Ziyue's heart. Time passed by slowly. Time flowed by like water. The tests on Demon Island were like fire and tea. They were getting more and more exciting. The people who had been eliminated were all gathered in the plaza. They would only leave together after the test ended. This place was also very lively. Those who had been eliminated in advance were obviously the ones who had been tragically eliminated. The most interesting and most discussed matter was that young Master Tai Mu had been eliminated in advance. He had only stayed on Demon Island for a little more than 100 years. This result: there were still 5,000 people who had surpassed young Master Tai Mu. This matter caused young Master Tai Mu's heart to be filled with rage. He felt that he had lost all his face and suffered a great humiliation. A few people who were close to young Master Tai Mu and followed his lead started to spread some news. He exaggerated the story of how young Master Tai Mu was forced to be eliminated. They said that it was because Qin Shao was despicable and shameless, and that Qin Shao had set them up. Furthermore, they also said that young Master Tai Mu was very lofty, and that in order to save others, he had used his own strength to fight against a 3-star demon. They created a glorious image of young Master Tai Mu and slandered Qin Shao miserably. As for Princess Ziyue, not a single word was mentioned. After all, young Master Tai Mu did not dare to rashly offend Princess Ziyue. Regarding this situation, everyone was naturally discussing it. They all had different opinions. Everyone knew that young Master Tai Mu and Qin Shao had a grudge against each other. Before they had even entered Demon Island, the two of them had already had a conflict. The seed of hatred had been planted. Therefore, many people felt that this matter might have been exaggerated. Of course, there were also some people who supported young Master Tai Mu. Thus, there were two opinions. However, everyone was just discussing it. Young Master Tai Mu, who had the most support, had actually been eliminated. This could be considered as the biggest surprise. It made everyone's jaws drop. More and more people were eliminated. The 1,000-year period was about to end. At this time, there were only a pitiful 6 people left on Demon Island. Qin Shao, Princess Ziyue, Qian Shaojun, Drunkard, Red Scorpion, and Mu Yu. There was nothing surprising about the first 5 people. Everyone had already expected this. They were also the most popular geniuses among all the participating geniuses. Mu Yu, this unknown person, had become the biggest dark horse. Unexpectedly, he had been able to persevere all the way. They had no choice but to send people to inquire about Mu Yu's background and find out who he was. However, the result of their inquiries was that Mu Yu's background was very ordinary. He did not have any status or background. Moreover, his previous performance had not been particularly dazzling, but this time, he had exploded. It would appear that this person was very good at enduring. He only revealed his true strength when he arrived at Demon Island. It was precisely because of this that his reputation had never been particularly resounding. He was indeed a dark horse. The last 6 people would be the ones who would have the last laugh in this core disciple selection. Choosing 6 core disciples out of more than 2,000 geniuses was a reasonable number. If it was any less, he would feel that it was a waste to go through so much trouble to organize this core disciple selection. This time, the Universal Temple's investment should not be small. Originally, there were many people who supported Qin Shao and young Master Tai Mu regarding the matter between them. Many people even directly criticized Qin Shao. However, now that Qin Shao had a high chance of becoming a core disciple, many people's opinion changed. From the previous condemnation in speech and writing, it had now become a sea of praise. Such a change made young Master Tai Mu very unhappy. This time, he had suffered so much and was humiliated. However, people still supported Qin Shao. How hateful! However, as a loser, what else could he say? He could only stand alone in a corner. His expression was extremely ugly, cold, and frightening. No one dared to approach him. On Demon Island, the test was nearing its end. Everyone did not need to fight for anything. They could rest for a while and wait for it to end. All these years, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue had been adventuring together. The most dangerous time was when they met a 3-star all-knowing human. That battle was very thrilling. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue had almost exhausted their divine power before they finally defeated the 3-star all-knowing human. Other than the 3-star all-knowing human, the two also met 2 3-star demons and a 3-star demon beast. In total, there were 4 3-star demons. In terms of the process, it was quite difficult. Fortunately, the two of them worked together and did not encounter any accident. Thousands of years of training and numerous hardships allowed the two of them to be tempered and baptized. Their strength had improved a lot. Especially Qin Shao. His improvement in all aspects was very significant. His biggest gain was that he had completely cultivated the 3 middle-grade cultivation techniques that he had obtained from Qigong to perfection. In addition, he had fused many insights into his swords, making them even more powerful. In addition, his ultimate technique, the myriad mountains and rivers, had become even more powerful. Thus, towards the end, Qin Shao was able to suppress a 3-star all-knowing human by himself. Of course, that was only to say that he could suppress it. It didn't mean that he could kill it by himself. There was a huge difference between being able to suppress and being able to kill. To kill a 3-star fiend was far, far too difficult. To kill an enemy who was at a higher level was too difficult. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue did not encounter any 4-star fiends, or any particularly powerful 3-star fiends. Generally speaking, their journey was quite smooth. Although there were a few dangerous encounters, in the end, they were able to pass through without mishap. Seeing that the 1,000-year period was drawing near, the two of them slowed down their pace, no longer continuing to hunt fiends. "Hey Qin Shao, look over there, it's so beautiful!" Princess Ziyue suddenly let out a sigh of surprise. She pointed in a direction, her jade-like eyes shining. Qin Shao immediately turned to look. Indeed, he saw a beautiful scene appear before his eyes. Tall mountains, flowing rivers, strange flowers, strange plants, mysterious bamboo forests, strange rocks, and a dazzling and colorful scene. Many things were perfectly combined together, and together with the colors, they created an extremely beautiful picture. Truly was like a holy land, extremely beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. It was so beautiful that anyone who saw it would be drawn in and deeply mesmerized. Women were all infatuated with beautiful things. Yao Shuolian was like this. Princess Ziyue was like this as well. Fiend Island actually had such a beautiful place. It was truly a marvelous sight. But soon, Qin Shao calmed down. He instantly felt a hint of wariness in his heart. The more beautiful something was, the more bewitching it would be. Thus, behind this beauty there might be something dangerous. That was still an unknown. But he had to be on guard. Qin Shao carefully inspected the area, but didn't sense any dangerous aura. But of course, Qin Shao still didn't dare to be overconfident. He still warned Princess Ziyue, "Ziyue, be careful. This isn't necessarily a safe place. For Fiend Island to have such an otherworldly paradise is quite strange. And haven't you noticed a problem? This is a very large area, but there are no fiends coming in or out of it. I keep having the feeling that something is off." Princess Ziyue said, "Right? I know. It's fine. We just have to be careful. If there is any danger, we'll immediately sense it. Given our current power, if the two of us join forces, as long as we don't provoke any 4-star fiends, we'll be fine. In addition, we've reached the end of the trial. Even if we leave now, there won't be any problems. In the end, the only thing that matters is our result. We have enough points." Although this was the case, Qin Shao still had to be careful. The two walked in that direction. The closer they got, the more they saw how beautiful that place was. This sort of beauty completely captivated Princess Ziyue, causing her to be intoxicated by it. Indeed, after 1,000 years of fighting, 1,000 years of nervousness, and 1,000 years of constant tension, one needed to rest and relax for a while. Qin Shao wanted to relax for a while as well, to let his body and mind feel comfortable. This place wasn't very large, one could see everything at a glance. This was indeed a fairly small otherworldly paradise. Qin Shao carefully inspected this place, but he truly didn't sense any dangerous auras. There were no fiends here. It seemed as though his worries had been unfounded. Still, this wasn't a bad thing. It was always good to be careful. After confirming that there was no danger, Qin Shao relaxed quite a bit. Princess Ziyue was completely relaxed as well, and she picked a few fruits to eat. They tasted very good. She would treat this as enjoying her final moments in Fiend Island. Looking at Princess Ziyue, Qin Shao couldn't help but think of Yao Shuolian. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that he could see some Yao Shuolian's shadow in Princess Ziyue. They both liked flowers, liked beautiful scenery, and when they smiled, they were as brilliant as flowers. They were very beautiful and charming. However, Qin Shao was just a passerby in the core of all things world. Even if he wasn't a passerby, Qin Shao wouldn't be tempted by Princess Ziyue. They were just friends. Princess Ziyue's bright eyes looked at Qin Shao, and she suddenly asked with a serious expression, Qin Shao, have you ever thought of finding a Dao companion? This sudden question almost caused Qin Shao to choke and bite his tongue. He looked at Princess Ziyu in a daze, and did not know how to answer for a moment. This question was indeed a bit too sudden. Qin Shao wasn't prepared for it. Although Qin Shao could sense that Princess Ziyu was interested in him and wanted to develop a romantic relationship with him, Qin Shao couldn't help but think that Princess Ziyu was interested in him. Even if she didn't fall in love with him, she might at least have a good impression of him. Yao Xuelian also gave him this difficult question. He didn't expect Princess Ziyu to give him the same question. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, Ziyu, to be honest, I haven't thought about this for the time being. Hearing Qin Zhao's answer, Princess Ziyu felt somewhat disappointed in her heart. However, she didn't show it. Instead, she asked, then what do you think of the relationship between men and women? Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, I don't have any other opinions. The relationship between men and women is a cycle of the heavenly Tao and the reproduction of generations. This is a kind of instinct and a kind of nature. Yes, actually, I think so too. Therefore, I don't think there's anything wrong with the relationship between men and women. Speaking of which, we're not young anymore. Even if we reproduce, it's nothing. Many people say that the relationship between men and women will make people neglect their cultivation. Actually, I don't think so. I think that if fate comes, then there's no need to think about anything. Chapter 12:25. 5-star all-knowing cultivator Princess Ziyu looked at Qin Shao with her bright eyes as she said this. She seemed to be asking Qin Shao a question. Intentionally or unintentionally, she was trying to lead Qin Shao to this topic. Qin Shao felt helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, well, I don't know. Let's wait. You can't rush this. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Then, do you think that love between a man and a woman will delay your cultivation and affect your cultivation? Princess Ziyu asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, that's not the problem. I just don't want to think about it. Maybe it's not the right time yet. Not the right time yet? The meaning of Qin Zhao's words could be considered as a vague expression of his meaning, allowing Princess Ziyu to understand his meaning. Princess Ziyu was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. She asked again, what kind of girl do you like? This question was a little pressing, and Qin Shao didn't know how to answer for a moment. Compared to Yao Xuelian, Princess Ziyu was much more straightforward. Direct questions were thrown out like a waterfall of pearls. Who is it? At this moment, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyu frowned at the same time. They looked in one direction and became vigilant. Their eyes suddenly became sharp, and they were ready to fight. And in the direction that the two of them were looking at, a figure had unknowingly walked out and stood there, looking at them. There was no expression on his face. He didn't look cold either. He was as calm as water. He did not emit any hostility, nor did he emit any aura of aggression. He was just like an ordinary old man. He was wearing a gray robe. He was barefooted and his hair was a little messy. His face seemed to be full of vicissitudes. Time seemed to have left many traces on his face. He looked like a lonely old man. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked at Qin Shao and Princess Ziyu calmly. There wasn't any weird expression in his eyes. Although he didn't look hostile, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyu still didn't dare to relax. They stared at the old man in front of them with vigilance. The only humans who could appear on Demon Island were the exiled demons, except for the geniuses who came here to take the exam. Those who could be called demons must have committed heinous crimes. They had met many demons who were good at disguising themselves, so they didn't dare to be careless. Since he was a demon, he shouldn't be a good person. What puzzled Qin Shao and Princess Ziyu was that they couldn't see the old man's strength. They couldn't sense his depth. This situation was not simple. Qin Shao and Princess Purple Moon had a bad premonition when they realized that they were unable to see through the other party's strength. Ziyue, let's be careful. It seems like he's a 4-star all-things wielder. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue replied, Qin Shao, I feel that he's not a 4-star all-things wielder. He might be a 5-star all-things wielder. Although he hid his aura very well, I could faintly feel that his aura is very terrifying. I feel that his aura is even stronger than my ancestors. Princess Ziyue's ancestor was the Ying King. The Ying King's strength was publicly recognized as the existence closest to a 5-star all-things wielder. Princess Ziyue had been by the Ying King's side for a long time. She was very sensitive to auras. Since Princess Ziyue said so, there shouldn't be any discrepancies. 5-star all-things wielder. Just thinking about it was enough to make people suck in a breath of cold air. Qin Shao thought that they had met a 4-star all-things wielder. He didn't expect it to be a 5-star all-things wielder. He didn't expect that there would really be a 5-star all-things wielder on Demon Island. It was indeed terrifying. Facing a 5-star all-things wielder, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue understood that they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Therefore, they didn't have the heart to resist. If this 5-star all-things wielder really wanted to attack them, then they could only activate the crushing stone talisman and escape from Demon Island. But Qin Shao was a little worried. This was a 5-star all-things wielder in front of them. To be able to easily rescue them from a 5-star all-things wielder, then wouldn't that mean that the all-things wielder would attack them? Would there really be an all-things wielder in the Temple of All Things? Moreover, there was still a time difference when they activated the crushing stone talisman. This time difference was probably enough for this 5-star all-things wielder to kill them. Therefore, this situation naturally made Qin Shao a little worried. The old man in front of them didn't say anything. Instead, he curiously sized up Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue looked at each other. Qin Shao cupped his hands and said, Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We just happened to pass by this place and were attracted by the beauty here. We couldn't help but come in to take a look. Please forgive us. The old man finally spoke. He gently waved his hand and said, It's fine. If we've disturbed you, then so be it. Speaking of which, the old man hasn't seen anyone in a long time. Since you two little fellows have intruded upon the old man's place, then stay and chat with the old man. The old man hasn't seen anyone in many years. He's a little bored and flustered. After saying that, the old man waved his hand. Immediately, a stone table appeared. There were some wine and dishes on the stone table. The old man sat down and waved his hand at Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue. Come, little fellows, sit down. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue looked at each other again. However, they didn't dare to casually sit down. Why did this situation feel a little strange? Qin Shao carefully said, Senior, we still have important matters to attend to. It's not convenient for us to disturb you. We don't want to spoil your mood. The old man's gaze swept over them. Immediately, Qin Shao felt the surrounding temperature drop by a lot. It was bone-piercingly cold. Moreover, this coldness seemed to contain a murderous aura. What a terrifying feeling! Was this a warning? It seemed like they couldn't avoid it. Qin Shao could only nod and say, All right, Senior. It would be impolite of us to rob you. After saying that, Qin Shao gave Princess Ziyue a meaningful look. Then, the two of them sat down. It was impossible to say that there wasn't any pressure when sitting together with a 5-star myriad creation expert. Even Princess Ziyue was very nervous. She had a reserved expression on her face. She didn't even dare to speak. Qin Shao was a little better. Although he didn't reveal much fear, he was still very cautious. Come, taste this wine. I'm the one who made this wine. The materials on Demon Island are limited. I can't make any good wine, the old man said to the two of them. Facing the old man's invisible pressure, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue could only do as they were told. Qin Shao took a sip of the wine. The taste was indeed a little strange. He couldn't describe the taste. However, this wine really wasn't good wine. "Little fellow, how does this wine taste?" The old man looked at Qin Shao and asked. Princess Ziyue frowned. It was enough to see that she didn't like drinking this wine. Looking at the old man, Qin Shao hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, "Senior, if you want this junior to speak the truth, then this junior can only say that the taste of this wine is really not very good. Of course, the taste of wine varies from person to person. This junior doesn't like to drink wine. I also don't drink much wine. Therefore, I don't have much knowledge." "Humph, so you're saying that the wine made by the old man is very bad?" The old man snorted coldly. He seemed to be angry. When Qin Shao said this, Princess Ziyue secretly pulled Qin Shao back. Obviously, she wanted Qin Shao to be quiet. Seeing that the old man was angry, Qin Shao was even more speechless. He was just speaking the truth. How could he say that the wine was very good against his will? If it was too fake, then there might not be a good result. Therefore, this was a difficult problem. Forget it. This old man can't be bothered to lower himself to your level. However, the old man didn't get angry in the end. He just waved his hand and didn't pursue this matter. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue sighed in relief. It seemed that this 5-star all things being wasn't that scary. Perhaps this 5-star all things being was really lonely. Therefore, he pulled Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue to drink wine and chat. He asked a bunch of random questions. In the end, he also talked about the Universal Temple. He asked Qin Shao why they were sent here by the Universal Temple. Qin Shao didn't dare to hide anything. He could only answer truthfully. "Core disciple selection." The old man sneered in the end. "What bullshit selection? The people of the Universal Temple are really hypocritical. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Winner takes all. Strength is the law. There's nothing to talk about. This is the world. Strength is everything. You want to become a core disciple of the Universal Temple. It can be considered a pursuit of strength and a grasp of opportunity. However, the old man has always been at odds with the Universal Temple. The things that the Universal Temple wants to do, the old man won't let them. When Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue heard this, they immediately became nervous. What did this mean? The vigilance of the two men surged out once again. The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue and suddenly said, "Two little guys, if the old man bestows you with a great opportunity, are you willing to listen to the old man?" A great opportunity? What did he mean? This made Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue even more confused. They didn't understand what the old man meant. "Senior, this junior doesn't really understand what you mean. I hope you can explain it more clearly," Qin Shao said. The old man snorted and said, "Little guys, listen carefully. If you are willing, the old man is willing to accept you as his personal disciple. He will pass on everything that the old man has learned and many cultivation techniques to you. However, the prerequisite is that you are not allowed to join the Universal Temple and become a core disciple of the Universal Temple. Even if you become a core disciple of the Universal Temple, you will only receive some cultivation resources. It's nothing. These benefits are far from what the old man can give you. Therefore, if you become the old man's disciple, you will receive the old man's lifetime inheritance. The old man is a 5-star universal master. His lifetime inheritance is far from what a core disciple can receive. This is a great opportunity. This old man can see that the two of you can be considered to be talented little fellows. With the old man's inheritance and guidance, your future is limitless. How can the benefits be compared to what a core disciple of the Universal Temple can receive?" Chapter 12:26. Life and death. What were the geniuses of the various prefectures fighting for in order to become a core disciple of the Universal Palace? They were fighting for an unparalleled glory, a huge opportunity, more cultivation resources, and an easier path to becoming stronger. There were millions of paths, and some paths that were opened by external forces were indeed a relatively shortcut. On the path of cultivation, every step was incomparably difficult, and every step had to be fought for. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against people, that was how it was. It was a struggle, and even more so a struggle. If one were to really compare, then the lifetime inheritance of a 5-star all-knowing expert was indeed much more beneficial than becoming a core disciple of the Universal Palace. This was something that was without a doubt. However, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shao to choose the 5-star all-knowing expert in front of him as his master. Joining the Universal Palace was still considered good, as it wasn't considered taking anyone as his master. Although Qin Zhao's strength was average in the world of all things, he stood at such a height in the world of gods. Not to mention a 5-star all-knowing expert, even a controller of all things didn't have the qualifications to become Qin Zhao's master. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't consider taking anyone as his master. Furthermore, the 5-star all-knowing experts in the world of all things were all banished here, and they were all people who had committed heinous crimes. Qin Shao had always scoffed at such people, and it was even more impossible for him to submit to despotic authority. Princess Ziyue wouldn't even consider it. Her ancestor's strength was also infinitely close to a 5-star all-knowing expert. She didn't need another master, even if it was a 5-star all-knowing expert. She didn't even care about becoming a core disciple of the Universal Palace, so she definitely wouldn't care about this. Furthermore, she was also wary of the people exiled from the Demon Island. Therefore, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue only glanced at each other, and quickly reached a tacit understanding. Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions, but Junior has a master, and won't be joining another sect. Qin Shao directly rejected. Speaking of which, Qin Shao did indeed have a master. This was not a lie. Hearing Qin Zhao's refusal, the old man's face suddenly became gloomy. A terrifying and gloomy aura surged out, expressing his anger. The terrifying aura also made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. He knew that something bad was about to happen. Facing this terrifying pressure, Princess Ziyue slightly frowned. Although she smelled the scent of threat, she still resolutely said, "Senior, I appreciate your kind intentions. I hope you can forgive me." The two of them rejected him one after another, causing the old man in front of them to be completely enraged. A gloomy and terrifying aura instantly enveloped this part of the world like a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. The originally dreamlike scenery of the otherworldly peach garden was instantly shrouded in a gloomy aura. Heaven and earth turned dark, as if the 9 underworlds had descended, becoming frightening and sinister. A cold aura instantly enveloped Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue, causing the two of them to tense up once again. Facing a 5-star all-things wielder, the two of them indeed felt very pale and powerless. If they were to meet force with force, there was no way they could defeat him. No matter how they looked at it, only death would await them. How could they withstand the wrath of a 5-star all-knowing expert? The old man's previously hypocritical face was completely torn off, becoming gloomy and frightening. His face was filled with gloomy aura, and his eyes also became abnormally sharp. Just one look was enough to make one's heart turn cold. A terrifying killing intent enveloped this part of the world, as if death had already descended. At this moment, the old man was like the ruler of this part of the world, a peerless demon. Indeed, those who were banished to Demon Island were not good people. "Humph, you two insensible little fellows. If the old man wasn't so bored, why would he take a fancy to you two little fellows? How many people dream of obtaining the old man's lifelong inheritance? Not to mention you two little fellows who are only 2-star all-things wielder. Even a 4-star all-things wielder would scramble like a flock of ducks and desire it to the extreme. The old man intended to impart it to you, but you didn't appreciate it. Since you didn't appreciate it, then you'd better die." The old man's killing intent completely gushed out. Qin Shao said anxiously, "Senior, please calm down. It's not that we don't appreciate your kindness, but we have already joined the Universal Shrine, and indeed have a master. It's not convenient for us to join another sect. Moreover, this is Demon Island. The two of us have to leave this place immediately, or else we'll be trapped on Demon Island forever." "Humph, so what if we're trapped on Demon Island forever? What's wrong with this place? As long as you become stronger, you can still be free and unfettered. You can still dominate this Demon Island and occupy it as kings. What's wrong with that?" the old man said angrily. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I believe that if you were given a choice, you'd prefer to live outside instead of being trapped on Demon Island forever. Strength is very important, but freedom is equally important. Even if we can become a 5-star all-things wielder under your guidance, what's the point of being trapped on Demon Island forever? Rather than that, I might as well go out and fight for it. Even if I can't become a 5-star all-things wielder, at least I'll be free. Forgive us for not being willing to live on Demon Island forever. Therefore, it's not that we want to reject you, but we have no other choice." Although Qin Zhao's words were reasonable, it was difficult to calm the old man's endless anger. "Humph, what a sharp-tongued brat. It's just an excuse. If you're unwilling, then you're unwilling. There's no need for so much nonsense. In this world, no one dares to reject the old man. You're the first, but also the last. If you're unwilling, then the old man will make you be willing. You want to leave Demon Island? The old man won't let you leave." Hearing the old man's words, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue's expressions couldn't help but change. This is troublesome. It seems that there's really no way to deal with the aftermath of today's matter. How could his little thoughts escape the eyes of this 5-star all-knowing being before him? What should they do? Their strength was inferior, so they could only lower their heads. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, you're a 5-star all-things wielder, standing at the peak of the world. We're just two immature brats. It's indeed our fault for provoking Senior's wrath. I hope that Senior can be magnanimous and not bicker with us two immature brats. In your eyes, we're just two ants. Why should you lower yourself to the same level as two ants?" Humph, humph, humph. The old man in front of him laughed in a sinister manner. His eyes contained a strange glint as he looked at Qin Shao and said, "Since you know that you are ants, yet you still dare to reject this old man. This means that you do not have the heart of an ant. You're clearly ants, but you still want to think of yourself as a dragon. Brat, don't think that the old man doesn't know what you're thinking. The old man knows that you're from the Universal Palace. A 2-star all-things wielder should only be an honorary disciple, right? It seems that the Universal Palace has sent a batch of honorary disciples here to train. Perhaps they've selected a few special geniuses from among you to focus on training. You both have stone talismans on you, right? Brat, do you think that as long as you crush the stone talismans, you can smoothly escape from the old man's hands? You two brats are really naive. Naive? The old man's words caused Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue to be stunned. They looked at each other and were slightly puzzled. What did he mean? Could there be something else? In short, the two of them suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. They kept feeling that there might be something unexpected going on. As expected, the old man continued, "If you still have such delusions in your hearts, the old man can clearly tell you that as long as the old man doesn't let you go, no one from the Universal Palace has the ability to take you away from here. The old man has never paid any attention to the few venerables from the Universal Palace. If they didn't join forces, How could they suppress the old man and banish the old man to Demon Island? They're just a few hypocrites. They don't have the ability to take you away. Unless those few old fellows join forces. But even if they join forces, it's enough for the old man to kill you before they can save you. Your life and death are now completely in the old man's hands. Don't think that you'll get lucky. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He looked at Princess Ziyue in confusion. He didn't know much about the Universal Palace, so he could only ask Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue transmitted her voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what he said might be true. The venerables from the Universal Palace are also 5-star all beings. Even if the venerables join forces, they might not be able to save us. Looks like we're really in big trouble this time. We might not be able to get out of here alive. Then what do you think now? Qin Shao transmitted his voice. Princess Ziyue said, "What else can I think? If you want me to be his disciple, I swear that I won't do it." Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head. How could he choose? He definitely wouldn't agree. He would definitely swear that he wouldn't do it. However, in the face of such a predicament, Qin Shao was really displeased. She was more or less unwilling to accept this. "Two little fellows, I'll give you one more chance. Are you willing to be old man's disciple? If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame the old man for being impolite. The old man doesn't have the patience to slowly teach you," the old man said again. This was the last ultimatum. It was full of threats. The aura of death surged. Killing intent surged. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue didn't doubt that if they dared to say no, they would definitely die. If they died, Qin Zhao's journey in the Universal Core world would come to an end. Currently, his Tao of all things was only at the intermediate level. He was still 3 levels away from becoming a controller of all things. If he ended his cultivation in the Universal Core world now, it would definitely be a heavy blow to his future cultivation of the Universal Tao. Was there really no other way? Was there really no other way? He was unwilling. He was indeed unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, what else could he do? It was absolutely impossible for Qin Shao to lower his head and compromise. He couldn't lose his bottom line. Therefore, without any hesitation, Qin Shao crushed the stone talisman. Princess Ziyue and Qin Shao had a high level of tacit understanding. Without any hesitation, they crushed the stone talisman. Even if the chances were slim, they had to give it their all. At the same time as they crushed the stone talisman, Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue also launched a fierce attack at the old man. They gave it their all. Don't overestimate yourself. Die. The old man snorted disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, a destructive force instantly crushed Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue. They couldn't resist at all. The destructive force instantly enveloped the two of them. Their divine bodies and souls were quickly devoured and collapsed. Chapter 12:27. Core Disciple List Light, annihilating everything. Power, devouring everything. It caused Qin Zhao's consciousness to completely fall into the boundless darkness, and he could not see anything. The entire world was dark, heading towards death quickly. Qin Shao had experienced this feeling a few times before. It's over. Seemed like he would not be able to escape this time around. Qin Shao had not expected his journey to the world of Universal Core to end so quickly. Even though he had been careful along the way, he still could not escape. This was helplessness. There was nothing he could do about it. Since it was over, there was no need for him to have any other thoughts. Even though his journey to the world of Universal Core had ended, it did not mean that his Tao of Universal Core would end. Even if the path ahead would be more difficult, Qin Shao still believed that he would be able to continue on and eventually become the controller of Universal Core. A single failure did not mean anything. Qin Shao was never afraid of failure. He was just trying his best to not let himself fail. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter that came out of nowhere entered Qin Zhao's ears. The laughter grew louder and louder. Soon, Qin Zhao's consciousness was completely destroyed. His consciousness was completely cut off. But the miraculous thing was that his consciousness was released back quickly. Everything was returning to normal rapidly. Sound, light, universal core, world. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened. It was only then that he realized that he was still in the Garden of Peach Blossoms. It was just that the old man was nowhere to be seen. Princess Ziyue stood there as well, looking at Qin Zhao in confusion. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. They did not understand what was going on at all. The two of them looked around. The surroundings had returned to normal, as though nothing had happened. Where was that 5-star universal core? Why was he gone? Didn't he want to kill the two of them? Where was he? Did the universal core's supremacy save them? But that was not right. They did not notice anything at all. And if he had saved them, he should have saved them directly. But they were still in Demon Island. What happened just now was like a nightmare. What was going on? Qin Zhao looked at Princess Ziyue in confusion, but Princess Ziyue also shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. This matter was too strange. Everything about it was strange. Forget it. At least we're still alive. That's the good news. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. Perhaps this is just a test from the Universal Temple. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao shook his head. Yes, perhaps this is just a test. This was the only possibility that Qin Zhao could think of. Princess Ziyue's bright eyes flickered. When it came to the possibility of a test, she did agree with it. However, it didn't matter. If he couldn't figure it out, then so be it. He didn't have to figure it out. As long as he was still alive, that was good news. That was more important than anything else. Everything else really didn't matter. Especially after experiencing the baptism of death, just now, it made people feel that it was good to be alive. Universal Temple, Sacred Arena. A figure walked in and sat on his throne. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. The person who walked in was none other than Venerable Seven Leaf. Venerable White Mother, these two fellows would rather die than submit. They're upholding justice and have a righteous spirit in their chests. This kind of spirit is not bad. This kid belongs to me. Haha, big brother, don't fight with me. Venerable White Mother shook her head and said, You like this kid doesn't mean that I like him too. Compared to him, I like Qian Shaojun more. Oh, Qian Shaojun? Venerable Seven Leaf was slightly surprised. However, after thinking about it, he said, Qian Shaojun is not bad, but I don't think her performance is particularly outstanding. I think that Black Horse Muyu is not bad. It's rare for someone with no background to be able to reach this step. That kid Taimu is not bad either. It's a pity that his luck was bad and he was eliminated early. If not for the rules, he would have been a core disciple. Venerable White Mother's expression became slightly serious. Seven Leaf, the rules have been set. You can't do anything that breaks the rules. Although that kid, Taimu, is Gu Cheng's descendant, you can't let him off just because of Gu Cheng. Venerable Seven Leaf nodded and said, Yes, big brother, I naturally know this. I'm just saying it casually. This time, the core disciple selection was personally ordered by Master. I naturally won't break the rules. If it's really according to the usual requirements, none of these fellows can meet the minimum requirements. Forget it, it's over. Let's think about how to secretly nurture these fellows. 6 spots, each of us has chosen one. As for the other 3, let's forget about them and let them grow. Demon Island's test was finally over. Waves of power acted on Qin Zhao and the others, bringing the 6 of them out of Fiend Island. The 6 of them walked out of the passage and looked at each other. After all, they didn't know how many of them could survive to the end and persevere all the way. In the end, there were only 6 of them. The number was indeed small, but it was also slightly surprising. When Qin Zhao and the others walked out, they invisibly bloomed with endless brilliance. The brilliance was extraordinary, and it dazzled the 9 heavens. Everyone's eyes turned to look at the 6 of them. The gazes that fell on the 6 of them were filled with envy, flattery, and reverence. Although the results hadn't been announced yet, it was basically certain that Qin Shao and the others were the final core disciples. If there was another test, it was estimated that only 1 or 2 of them would be left. That way, the number of spots would be too small. 6 spots were already very few. Therefore, it was estimated that there wouldn't be any other tests. It was just the 6 of them. In stark contrast to the limitless glory of the 6 of them, young Master Tai Mu was in the corner. The incomparably injured young Master Tai Mu, who was extremely arrogant at the beginning, ended up being eliminated early. Young Master Tai Mu's anger naturally poured out onto Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue. He didn't dare to offend Princess Ziyue, but he wasn't afraid of Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao walk out, young Master Tai Mu's face was gloomy, and he walked over with a monstrous anger. Seeing young Master Tai Mu walk over, the others consciously stepped aside to make a path. They didn't dare to provoke young Master Tai Mu, lest they get into trouble. Seeing young Master Tai Mu walk over, Qin Zhao's expression didn't change, and he looked at young Master Tai Mu indifferently. Princess Ziyue frowned slightly. She naturally knew what young Master Tai Mu was talking about. Qin Shao, young Master Tai Mu's tone was extremely heavy. His voice was like cold thunder, and as sharp as a blade. From his voice, one could feel the extent of young Master Tai Mu's anger. It could definitely be described as absolutely irreconcilable, and his hatred had seeped into his bones. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't understand why young Master Tai Mu hated Qin Shao so much. Moreover, it was under the situation where Qin Shao was about to become a core disciple. Although young Master Tai Mu's family was illustrious, if he didn't become a core disciple, then it wouldn't be wise for him to provoke Qin Shao, right? If he also became a core disciple, then they could have a contest. Qin Shao casually looked at young Master Tai Mu, which formed a sharp contrast with his anger. This indifference seemed to be a kind of disdain. Young Master Tai Mu was unable to restrain his anger. He wished he could kill Qin Shao right now, but he also knew that he couldn't do it here. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart was a very painful thing. Humph, despicable, shameless, treacherous villain. The enmity between you and me is absolutely irreconcilable. If I, Tai Mu, don't take revenge, then I'm not a human. Young Master Tai Mu's anger overflowed to the heavens. From his words, it could be seen how much hatred he had for Qin Shao. Young Master Tai Mu's words puzzled the crowd. They didn't know what had happened between Qin Shao and young Master Tai Mu on Demon Island to make young Master Tai Mu so angry. Qin Shao glanced at young Master Tai Mu indifferently and said, "If we're irreconcilable, then so be it. I'm not familiar with you. If you're not as skilled as others, then don't talk nonsense here. Don't you feel ashamed? If you, young Master Tai Mu, have the ability to kill people, then you're welcome to come at any time. Otherwise, you can go back and help your ancestor or something like that and get some reinforcement. If you can kill me, then I'll admit defeat. But I think that being a human really isn't suitable for you. You'd better not be a human. For example, being a beast is actually quite suitable for you." "Quite suitable for a beast?" Pfft. Many people couldn't help but laugh. This was blatantly calling young Master Tai Mu a beast. This was a slap in the face. Young Master Tai Mu's originally ugly face became even more twisted and ferocious to the extreme. He actually called him a beast? Hateful, hateful, hateful. But so what if he was angry in his heart? Could he fight with Qin Shao now? Not to mention that he couldn't fight here. Even if he could, he might not be able to get the upper hand. Hatred could only be suppressed, and could only be avenged in the future. Young Master Tai Mu left angrily. The sloppy 4-star all-living things master holding a wine gourd in his hand walked out. Only then did the noisy scene immediately quiet down. Everyone's gaze looked over. The sloppy master directly walked towards Qin Zhao's group, sizing up Qin Zhao's group with interest. Then he said to the crowd, "All right, you can all go back to where you came from. As for the benefits that you nominal disciples can get, you can go to the omniscient master's temple to get them." Everyone's heart sank. They were all eliminated, and now they definitely didn't have any more chances. Everyone left on their own. No matter how unwilling young Master Taimu was, he could only leave with a gloomy face. After everyone left, the sloppy master said to Qin Zhao's group, "6 little guys, congratulations. You've passed the test, and will soon become the core disciples of our omniscient master's temple. Let's go, 6 little guys. The old man will bring you to the omniscient master's temple." "Thank you, senior." Qin Zhao's group of 6 bowed respectfully. After saying that, they left Demon Island with the sloppy master, and set off for the omniscient master's temple. Going to the omniscient master's temple wasn't so easy. There was no transportation array that could directly reach the omniscient master's temple, and one had to use spatial teleportation and flight. After a few twists and turns, Qin Zhao's group of 6 finally saw the omniscient master's temple. Standing at the origin of all things was a vast temple, and everything around it was distorted. Chapter 12:28. Good senior brother, this is the universal temple, the origin of all things, the origin of all things. It exists in the heart of all things, yet does not exist in the heart of all things. How wonderful! Qian Shaojun could not help but sigh. No one knew where the universal temple was. No one could find the location of the world of all things on any map. The universal temple did not exist in the world of all things, yet it existed in the world of all things. This sounded like a very contradictory thing, but it was indeed so. Just like the real world and the mirage did not exist in the real world, yet it did exist. It was just a matter of whether you could find it or not. This was a very clever method of concealment. This method was very normal, and Qin Shao was not unfamiliar with it at all. The temples of the desolate land and the heavenly court island were the same. Hence, Qin Shao was not surprised and could understand what was going on. Seeing that Qian Shaojun and the rest were all excited, the sloppy manager smiled and said, "Little guys, don't be so excited. From now on, you can always cultivate in the Universal Temple." Very quickly, the group entered the Universal Temple. Although the buildings here were not particularly grand, there was a holy aura lingering around, giving people the feeling of a sacred place. Once this feeling was planted, they would naturally feel that this place was especially sacred. Naturally, they would feel that the Universal Temple was a supreme place, a place of pilgrimage. What they felt was different, but what they saw was different. There were not many people in the Universal Temple, and there were no guards in sight. There was no need for guards here, because those who were not from the Universal Temple could not enter at all. Along the way, Qin Shao and the rest did not see a single person. They went straight to a palace. Entering the palace, they saw a dignified old man sitting there. His long eyebrows hung down like hair, adding to his dignified aura. "Sage Yu Chu, I've brought the 6 little guys," the sloppy manager said to the dignified old man. The dignified old man lifted his gaze and looked at Qin Shao and the rest, sizing them up one by one. His gaze was especially dignified, sharp, and carried a terrifying sharpness. Looking into his eyes would make people feel very uncomfortable. They would inexplicably feel some fear and involuntarily avoid his sharp gaze. Taoist Yu Chu was also a 4-star all-things wielder. Furthermore, Qin Shao and the others could clearly sense that Taoist Yu Chu was definitely very powerful. Perhaps he would not be weaker than an overlord. To be able to be in charge of the Universal Palace, one naturally had to be extremely powerful. Sage Yu Chu didn't say anything. He waved his hand and sacred light fell on Qin Shao and the others, enveloping them. Under this light, Qin Shao and the others clearly felt that they had received a holy baptism. The symbol of a two-star all-knowing appeared between their eyebrows. Clearly, all of them had reached the level of two-star all-things expert. This could be considered as a certification for them. Other than the symbol of a two-star all-things master, there was also the symbol of a swastika. This was the symbol of the All Things Temple. Only official disciples had such a symbol. Nominal disciples didn't have this qualification. At this moment, the symbol of a swastika was imprinted on Qin Shao and the others. This also meant that Qin Shao and the others had officially become the core unfilial children of the Universal Palace. With this identity, no matter where they went, no one would dare to do anything to them. After doing all this, Taoist Yu Chu said to the sloppy manager, "Taoist Jiu Shi, I'll leave the rest to you." Taoist Jiu Shi nodded to Taoist Yu Chu and said to Qin Shao and the others, "Little guys, follow the old man." Qin Shao and the others bowed to Taoist Yu Chu and followed Taoist Jiu Shi out of the palace. Their identities were officially confirmed. Qian Shaojun and the others were overjoyed. They had worked so hard for so long. They had waited for so long for this identity. Now they had been officially recognized. Now they could openly tell the outside world that they were the core disciples of the Universal Palace and soar into the sky. Being a core disciple of the Universal Palace represented an unparalleled honor. They could return home in glory. It was also an unparalleled opportunity. A broad path was presented in front of them. Along the way, they still didn't see anyone else. Soon, Taoist Jiu Shi brought Qin Shao and the others to the foot of a mountain. He said to Qin Shao and the others, "Little guys, this mountain will be your cultivation and residence in the future. There are many courtyards and palaces here. You can choose one of them. The higher-ups will assign 2 servants to each of you. After you've chosen your courtyard, I will arrange for servants to take care of your daily life and do some trivial things. Alright, you can choose your own residence first." On this mountain, there were many courtyards and palaces. There were more than 10 of them scattered all over the place. Qin Shao didn't have any requirements for a residence, so he casually chose one. Princess Ziyue wasn't picky either. She followed Qin Shao and chose one. Qian Shaojun also came over to join in the fun. "Haha, brother Qin Shao, I'll also choose one with you." Qian Shaojun sharply sensed that Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue were very close. Hence, he sized up Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue with a strange gaze. He pursed his lips and chuckled. Very quickly, everyone had chosen their respective residences. Jiu Shi really came over and engraved everyone's residence with their own name. It represented who they belonged to. Everyone's residence represented their own private territory. After choosing the residence, Taoist Jiu Shi said, "Little fellas, you are now official members of the Universal Hall. Now that the Xing talismans have been settled, everything has been arranged. Next, it's the most important thing. Although you've become core disciples, your realms are still very weak. Hence, you have to work hard in your cultivation. Since you're core disciples, all the cultivation resources of the Universal Palace will be open to you. As long as you can make good use of it, you'll definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Becoming a core disciple is an unparalleled honor. However, at the same time, there's also an unparalleled responsibility and burden. Hence, you can't neglect your cultivation. Instead, you have to work even harder. Otherwise, you'll regress." Qin Shao and the other 5 nodded solemnly. They naturally understood this principle. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you'd fall behind. The higher your position, the more resources you'd receive. Hence, you had to work even harder. Taoist Jiu Shi continued, "Over there is the cultivation area. Usually, everyone will cultivate there. As for the specifics, you can go and find out on your own. There are many senior brothers over there. They're very enthusiastic. You can go over and ask." Those senior brothers will patiently explain everything to you. They'll help you quickly integrate into the Universal Palace. That's all I have to say. As for the other matters, you can settle them yourselves. All right, old man won't take you anymore. You can go and cultivate on your own. If there's anything, you can look for Taoist Yu Chu. Of course, if there's nothing important, don't disturb Taoist Yu Chu. Taoist Jiushi left. After sending Taoist Jiushi off, Qin Shao and the other 5 were still at a loss. After all, this was a completely unfamiliar environment. Now, they had to integrate into this unfamiliar environment. They didn't know anything about the Universal Palace. If Jiushi really left, they wouldn't even have anyone to ask. They could only slowly explore on their own. Qian Shaojun, what should we do now? Should we rest in the estate first, or what? Drunkard asked. Qian Shaojun shook his head, indicating that he hadn't decided either. For a moment, no one had any ideas. At this moment, Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Since we're here, let's take things as they come. We'll get used to it after a few days. Now that we're core disciples, there's no need to be so reserved. We came to the Universal Palace to cultivate, not to enjoy ourselves. There's nothing to do when we return to the estate, so why don't we go to the cultivation area and ask those senior brothers? At the very least, we need to understand the basic situation of the Universal Palace. That way, it'll be easier for us to cultivate. We'll know what to do and how to use good cultivation resources." Qin Zhao's words were unanimously approved by everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of 6 walked towards the cultivation area. Just as they entered the cultivation area, a figure suddenly jumped out and blocked the path of Qin Shao and the other 5. With his hands on his hips, he had an arrogant look on his face. He raised his chin and said to Qin Shao and the other 5, "Oh, there's a newcomer. They're all 2-star all things experts. There's going to be fun. My 6 junior brothers and sisters, if you want to pass through, you'll have to leave some money behind." Leave some money behind? Qin Shao and the other 5 were stunned as they looked at the person blocking their path. The person blocking their path was a 3-star all things expert. He didn't look like a bad person, but Qin Shao and the others couldn't understand what was going on with this robbery. Could this be done in the Universal Palace? Qin Shao said, "Senior brother, how should I address you? The 6 of us have just entered the Universal Palace. I'm afraid we don't have anything good that can catch senior brother's eye. Even if we want to be filial to senior brother, I'm afraid we don't have anything good to offer." The person blocking their path looked at Qin Shao with interest. "Oh, little guy, you're quite good with words. What robbery, this? Let senior brother think about it carefully. There's no point in robbing and seducing people anymore. Why don't you call me a good senior brother and I'll let you pass?" Call him a good senior brother? That's it? This is called robbery? Hearing this, Qin Shao and the other 5 were speechless. However, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like they were thinking too much. That was to say, the senior brother in the Universal Palace shouldn't be like this. "Good senior brother, you have to let us know how to address you, right?" Qin Shao smiled. "Haha, no rush, no rush. Let's call him first. Besides, I don't even know what you guys are called. I can't let you take advantage of me." The man blocking their path laughed brightly. It could be seen that his personality was quite bold. "Good senior brother, I'm Qin Shao." Qin Shao introduced himself. Chapter 12:29. Cultivation Area. Ha ha ha. You guys really don't put on any airs at all. I thought you core disciples were all proud and arrogant, and wouldn't put an ordinary disciple like me in your eyes. Not bad, not bad, you guys can still be so humble, it is indeed a rare and precious thing. The man blocking the way laughed brightly. Qin Shao and the other 5 looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why the man blocking the way would say this. Seeing Qin Shao and the other five's confused expressions, the man blocking the way waved his hand and laughed, saying, "You will understand in the future. In our Universal Palace, although there is a hierarchy, I was the first one to enter the Universal Palace. I entered the Universal Palace first, so I should be your senior brother. However, you guys are also core disciples, and have a higher status than me. Therefore, even if you don't put me in your eyes, I don't dare to offend you. Core disciples do have certain privileges." Hearing this, Qin Shao and the other five somewhat understood. Thinking this way, they were somewhat relieved. It was indeed so, after all, they were core disciples. The disciples of the Universal Palace were made up of core disciples and ordinary disciples. There were very few core disciples, so they were naturally very precious. Generally speaking, only 4-star All Things Masters could become core disciples. 4-star All Things Masters with more experience would be conferred the title of Enlightened Master, and have an official position. Among the 3-star All Beings, only a handful of top talents could become core disciples. The rest were all ordinary disciples. Therefore, core disciples represented strength and also represented status. However, for 2-star All Things Masters like Qin Shao and the other 5 to become core disciples, this was an unprecedented exception. With a special personality, they would receive special treatment. Junior brothers and sisters, listen carefully. My name is Hao, and my name is Jian. The senior brother blocking the way said again, and introduced himself. How, cheap? Hearing this name, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh, and dragged out his words. Princess Ziyue and the others tried their best not to laugh out loud. Wasn't this name a little too? Why did he have such a strange name? Ahem, junior martial brother Qin Shao, you shouldn't call him that. It's not that Hao Qian, it's Hao Qian, Hao Qian. A sword is a sword as in a saber, not Qian as in a slut. Junior martial brother Qin Shao, you can't have such a dark heart. Look at this name of mine, it's so good. It's like a peerless sword that can unleash the sharpness of despair and cut through all darkness. This is the true meaning of my name. How magnificent! How can you think in that direction? Qin Shao smiled. Of course, she knew that it was not a bad idea. She was just joking. However, senior martial brother Hejian was quite magnanimous and did not get angry. On senior brother Hao Jian's body, Qin Shao found a bit of intimacy. This feeling was quite good. A new environment, a strange world, all needed time to adapt. Qin Shao stopped joking and said seriously, "By the way, senior martial brother Hao Jian, we're new here, so we don't know anything about this place. We don't know the basic situation here. So, I hope that senior martial brother Hao Jian can guide us and let us familiarize ourselves with the cultivation area here." Hao Jian nodded and said with a smile, okay. This is a good job. Big or small, it's a good karma. I feel that my luck today is not bad. Sure enough, good things immediately come to me. Not bad. Let's go, let's talk while walking. My service will make you feel comfortable, It was so comfortable. Qin Shao was a little speechless when he heard that. He could tell that there was another layer of meaning in those words. Qin Shao could not be blamed for thinking that way. It was really because of Hao Jian's somewhat despicable expression that made people think that way. When he saw Hao Jian, Qin Shao also found some familiar feelings. It was the feeling of Brother Pure. Brother Pure was also despicable. He smiled cheekily and was just a despicable person. People who had been with Brother Pure for a long time probably wanted to beat up Brother Pure. However, Hao Jian should be a little better than Brother Pure. At least for now, he did not seem to be an extremely narcissistic person. Hao Jian began to introduce as he led the way in front. In summary, our cultivation area can be divided into 3 mountains, 6 caves, 9 valleys, and 108 palaces. 3 mountains, 6 caves, 9 valleys, and 108 palaces? Qin Shao and the others obviously did not understand what this new term meant. They all patiently waited for senior martial brother Hao Jian to explain. Hao Jian pointed at the surroundings. Reflected in front of Qin Shao and the others were numerous palaces. Each palace occupied an area. The 108 palaces were distributed all over this area, filling Qin Shao and the others' vision. What were these 108 palaces for? Hao Jian pointed to a nearby palace and said, "Here, the palace that you see now is the Yangxin Palace Hall. Inside each palace was an independent space, or an independent world. There is an independent world in the Yangxin Palace Hall. The so-called Yangxin Palace is a place to rest the body and mind. It is a place to improve one's state of mind. It can get rid of the impatience in one's heart, calm the heart, and improve one's state of mind. I believe I don't need to say much about the importance of one's state of mind to cultivation. The state of mind is often the hardest to cultivate. Many people need to come to the Yangxin Palace Hall to cultivate their heart. This way, it will be easier for them to break through." The Yangxin Palace Hall is extremely beneficial for the cultivation of one's state of mind. If one's state of mind is not stable, then one's Tao foundation will not be stable. The higher one's cultivation goes, the harder it will be. This is the effect of the Yangxin Palace Hall. Qin Shao and the others all nodded. The importance of one's state of mind was self-evident. However, Qin Shao was not interested in the Yangxin Palace Hall. In terms of state of mind, no one in the entire core of all things world could compare to him. Hence, it was needless to say that the Yangxin Palace Hall was of no use to Qin Shao. Of course, it would definitely be of great use to others. From the sounds of it, the Yangxin Palace Hall was not a bad place. The 108 palaces, were they all like this? As expected of the Universal Temple. Their generosity was truly extraordinary. Here, look at this palace hall. This palace hall is called the Tao Debate Palace Hall. It is a place for disciples to discuss the Tao and exchange pointers. A friendly exchange of pointers is of great help to one's cultivation. The Tao Debate Palace is also one of the most popular palaces. Many people are willing to come to the Tao Debate Palace to play occasionally. It is not bad. Hao Jian pointed to another palace hall. Cultivation could not be done blindly. It was necessary to exchange pointers and exchange pointers with others occasionally. This palace hall is called the Chou Palace Hall. You can probably guess from the name. As the saying goes, a sword clears all enmity. This is something that everyone will experience and encounter. Although the disciples of the Universal Temple are as close as brothers and sisters, we are as close as brothers and sisters. However, there will always be situations that arise. There are still cases of enmity between disciples. Sometimes things like hatred can't be explained clearly. Even the higher-ups can't forcefully interfere with it. After all, enmity is something that cannot be avoided. Therefore, the Chou Palace was created. Although the Chou Palace Hall is a place for disciples to duel, it is more of a hope that everyone can wipe all enmity with a sword and not really fight to the death. It is called the Chou Palace Hall. This is the original intention. Hao Jian pointed to another palace hall. Wiping all enmity with a sword was just a beautiful situation. When the enemy really reached the point of drawing their swords, how could they wipe all enmity with a sword so easily? Most likely, they would not rest until one of them was dead. There are sounds from the Chou Palace Hall. Could it be that someone is dueling? Qin Shao frowned and said. Hao Jian took a look and shook his head. It seems so. Sai, there is nothing that can be done about it. There are quite a number of disciples in the Universal Temple. After countless years, many of them have lived for who knows how long. Humans, after living for too long, they'll probably become eccentric, crazy, and reckless. Therefore, many ancient existences like to play such duels. Forget it. Let's not participate in these matters. Let's continue. Chapter 1230. 3 mountains, 6 caves, 9 valleys, 108 halls. How Jian introduced each and every hall to Qin Shao and Qin Shao as they walked. This allowed Qin Shao and the rest to quickly familiarize themselves with the cultivation area. Along the way, they also met a few senior brothers. Some of them nodded and greeted Qin Shao and the rest in a friendly manner. Some of them directly ignored them. There were even some who looked at them coldly. It seemed that the interior of the Universal Temple was not as peaceful as imagined. It was also not as friendly as imagined. No matter where it was, strength was always the way of the king. It was always the unchanging dignity. From Hao Jian's introduction of these halls, Qin Shao also felt that the Universal Temple still wanted to maintain a competition between the disciples. Therefore, they designed many things for the disciples to compete with each other. Maintaining a kind of competition was actually also a way to promote the disciples. Qin Shao was not unfamiliar with this method. Many powers in the divine realm would deliberately use this method. This method had its disadvantages, but it also had some advantages. As for whether the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, it was hard to say. It still depended on the individual's opinion. Qin Shao did not mind. No matter what kind of environment it was the same to him. He would not stay in the heart of all things world for long. He was just a passerby. Very quickly, Hao Jian finished introducing the 108 halls to Qin Shao and the rest. Every hall had its own specialties and differences. The 108 halls contained all aspects. They could be considered all-inclusive. There were only a few halls that left the deepest impression on Qin Shao. One was the Tao Lecture Hall. The Tao Lecture Hall. Every 10 years, a 4-star all-things expert would preach the Tao there. Sometimes, even a sovereign would come out to preach the Tao. To be able to reach the level of a 4-star all-things expert, one must have an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of all things. Using their experience to preach the Tao was naturally beneficial. The Tao Lecture Hall was equivalent to having many teachers teaching you. Qin Shao also felt that the Tao Lecture Hall was better. Therefore, he paid more attention to it. One was the Illusory Battle Hall, an illusory world similar to the Myriad Arena. However, the Void Battle Hall was different from the Myriad Arena. The Myriad Arena was a place where cultivators could enter. It was a place where cultivators could fight each other. Moreover, the information was transparent and public. The Myriad Arena world was much more complicated and involved a lot of things. The Illusory Battle Hall was different. Everything in the Illusory Battle Hall was illusory. All of the opponents were illusory. Thus, once you enter the Illusory Palace, no one will know your situation. You don't need to think about anything else. You only need to fight endlessly. The Illusory Battle Hall could allow people to temper themselves and improve themselves through actual combat. Compared to the Myriad Arena world, Qin Shao actually preferred the Void Battle Hall's model. He had always liked to keep a low profile and didn't like to be too high profile. Back in the Myriad Arena world, he had been too high profile and had caused a lot of trouble. Of course, other than these halls, there were also halls such as the Skills Hall, Weapons Hall, and so on. The number of palaces that Qin Shao was interested in was only about 10. Most of the 108 palaces were completely uninteresting to Qin Shao. He probably wouldn't go in to take a look. Qin Shao's focus was still on cultivation. As long as it was beneficial to his cultivation, it was fine. As for the rest, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care. After the introduction of the 108 palaces, Hao Jian brought Qin Shao and the others to the second area, the so-called 9 Valleys area. The 9 Valleys area was simpler. After all, there weren't as many as the 108 palaces. The 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys were all test areas. The names of the 3 mountains, 6 valleys, and 9 valleys were divided into 3 levels. Obviously, different levels had different levels of difficulty. The 9 valleys was obviously the lowest level and also the least difficult level. You guys are still relatively weak for the time being. You haven't even reached the 3-star all things realm. Therefore, don't think about going to the 9 valleys for the time being. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be tortured to the point of doubting life. Hao Jian said. Qin Shao asked doubtfully, is it that scary? Hao Jian nodded noncommittally and said, of course it's that scary. Do you think it's fake? The 9 valleys, from the Paramount Valley to the 9th Valley, the difficulty of each valley increases exponentially. Even if it's the 9th Valley, you'll definitely be tortured if you go there. Let's not talk about 2-star all things realm like you guys. Even 3-star all things realm cultivators will only be tortured if they go there. Therefore, don't provoke it so easily. I'm not joking with you guys. As for the 3 mountains and 6 caves, I don't even need to talk about that. You guys can slowly understand it in the future. The 3 mountains, 6 caves, 9 valleys, and the 108 palaces. That's the general situation. I've brought you guys around the entire cultivation area. You should be familiar with it by now. Hao Jian was indeed very warm-hearted. He introduced every place very clearly. Therefore, along the way, Qin Shao and the others naturally had a basic understanding of the cultivation area. After understanding these things, everyone knew what to do next. Qin Shao said again, Senior Brother Hao Jian, tell us about some of the rules in the cultivation area, or perhaps the unspoken rules. What we should pay attention to, and what privileges we core disciples have. We're not too sure about these for now. Oh right. I was just about to tell you guys about these. You guys really do need to understand these. Hao Jian immediately nodded and continued. First, let's talk about the rules in the cultivation area. The rules are actually very simple. Fighting is absolutely prohibited. If you want to fight, you can go to the enemy room or the Dao discussion room. However, you're not allowed to fight in other places. If you dare to disobey, you'll be punished at the very least. If you're severely punished, you might even be expelled from the Universal Temple. This is definitely not a joke. You can argue, but if you really want to fight, you'll have to think twice before you act. This rule was something that everyone could think of and understand. It was very normal. After thinking for a while, Hao Jian continued, in general, other than these rules, the cultivation area doesn't have any other rules. Speaking of which, the cultivation area is considered relatively free. As for the unspoken rules, there are some, but it's nothing much. To put it bluntly, it's just the fist talking. You guys should be able to understand what I'm saying. Qin Shao nodded. Naturally, he could understand. This meant that the unspoken rules here were set by the strong. The fist was the biggest. This was normal. It was the same everywhere. Speaking of which, it was still alright. There were very few rules. Qin Shao still preferred freedom. He was more satisfied with such an environment. Cultivation required an environment like this. Let's focus on some of the privileges you core disciples have. TSK. Speaking of which, I'm so envious. Core disciples, that kind of treatment. TSK. I'm so envious. Seeing Hao Jian's face full of saliva, he had a despicable look. This expression was a little exaggerated. Qin Shao couldn't help but think, was it really that exaggerated? After being envious for a while, Hao Jian said, cough. Listen carefully. As long as it's a place in our cultivation area, you can enter any place at will. There's no limit to the number of times you can enter. You can choose any of the cultivation methods in the skills hall. You can also choose any of the weapons in the weapons hall. In short, as long as you like, you can do whatever you want. This is the privilege of core disciples. Qin Shao and the other 5 didn't feel anything when they heard this. There wasn't any surprise on their faces. Their faces were calm, as if they had already expected this. There was nothing to be happy about. Seeing the reaction of Qin Shao and the other 5, Hao Jian seemed to have suffered a blow. He looked at Qin Shao and the other 5 and said, "Hey, hey. What's with your expressions? Haven't I said enough?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said casually, "Senior brother Hao Jian, this privilege is very ordinary, right? There's nothing special about the 108 halls. Disciples can enter and cultivate freely, right? The 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys. Didn't senior brother Hao Jian just say that with our current strength, it's best not to look for abuse? So the 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys have nothing to do with us for the time being. Actually, if you think about it carefully, there's no benefit to being able to freely choose cultivation methods in the skills hall. Being able to freely challenge others doesn't mean that we'll choose a lot of cultivation methods to cultivate. Cultivation methods don't matter in quantity, but in quality. It's not very good to be proficient in a few. If it's the weapons hall, then it's even less important. I don't think anyone will have much interest in it. So, after calculating it, there's nothing special about it, right? Princess Xiue and the others also nodded, expressing their agreement with Qin Zhao's words. It was indeed so. There was nothing special about it. Hao Jian seemed to have been provoked. After sweeping his gaze over Qin Shao and the other 5 a few times, he said, "I have the urge to strangle you all to death. You really don't know how lucky you are. You don't understand the situation here at all. You call this nothing special? If this is nothing special, then it's strange. Since we're all core disciples, how can the treatment be the same? Senior brother Hao Jian, but the treatment is really very ordinary." Qian Shaojun couldn't help but say. Hao Jian shook his head and said, "No, no, no. It's very unusual. Very, very unusual. Well, everything has to be done with a comparison. First of all, there's a good saying. Without comparison, there's no harm. As long as there's a comparison, I'll definitely be deeply hurt by you all. Let me put it this way. Do you know what the treatment of ordinary disciples is?" Qin Shao and the other 5 shook their heads, indicating that they naturally didn't know. Hao Jian coughed dryly with a hurt expression and said, "Then listen carefully. I'll tell you about the treatment of ordinary disciples. You'll know when you compare. For ordinary disciples like us, every 10,000 years, we can enter at most 5 halls. In 10,000 years we can only choose 5. Moreover, each hall is limited to 10 times. Each time, it lasts for 1 to 10 years. If we want to enter more halls and stay a little longer, then we have to earn points and then go to the sacred hall to exchange for points. And in the cultivation area, there aren't many ways to earn point. The tests in the 3 areas are the main ways. You should understand now that I've said it. It's not easy for us ordinary disciples. Look at the treatment you're getting. You can enter all the halls, and there's no limit to the number of times you can enter. You can do whatever you want. Isn't that great? We're now worrying about points every day. You won't have this kind of trouble. Chapter 12:31. King of the 9 domains, it was normal for core disciples to receive such treatment. How precious were the resources of the Universal Palace! Every single one of them was a supreme treasure to cultivators. Becoming an in-name disciple was something that even a person could only dream of, but they still couldn't get it. Core disciples could obtain whatever they wanted. This was indeed a very heaven-defying treatment. Hearing senior brother Hao Jian's explanation, everyone came to a realization. However, that was not all. Hao Jian continued, "Other than these resources, you can use them as much as you want. You will also be given a large amount of universal essence to make your cultivation much easier. Every 100 years, you will be given 10,000 pieces of universal essence. 10,000 pieces of universal essence is enough for you to cultivate for 100 years. The so-called universal essence was the origin essence of the universal stones. A piece of universal essence was equivalent to 10,000 universal stones. 10,000 pieces of universal essence was equivalent to 100 million universal stones. One could tell how terrifying it was with just one calculation. One had to know that 100 omni stones in a city could be considered rich. It was enough to spend for a long time and buy many things. 10,000 omni stones, that was a considerable amount of wealth. Not to mention in the cities, even in the prefectural cities they were considered to be wealthy. 100 million universal stones. Even the total wealth of the Qidong city lord would not be much better than this. Generally speaking, the total wealth of a 3-star universal master would be around 100 million universal stones. Among 2-star universal masters, only the city lord would be able to accumulate such wealth. As for core disciples, they could actually obtain 10,000 pieces of universal essence in 100 years. It was indeed a good deal. One had to know that this was non-stop. 100 years was not a lot, but what about 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 100 million years? If it continued like this, it would be a lot. The eyes of Qian Shaojun and the others were already filled with a blazing light. They were a little excited. Haha, it seems that the treatment of us core disciples is indeed not bad. Qian Shaojun laughed. Hao Jian rolled his eyes at Qian Shaojun and said, not only is it not bad, this was simply heaven-defying, all right? For us ordinary disciples, we only get 100 pieces of myriad essence every 100 years. That's 100 times more than you core disciples. Just compare and you'll know how good your treatment is. Let's not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the more I'll cry. Qian Shaojun smiled and patted Hao Jian's shoulder, saying, Senior apprentice brother Hao Jian, you don't need to be so sad. You speak as if you don't have a chance to become a core disciple. It was nothing much. As long as senior apprentice brother Hao Jian works hard, you can definitely become a core disciple. Hao Jian shook his head and said, Junior brother Qian Shao, there's no need to console senior brother. How difficult was it to become a core disciple? Sigh, speaking of which, your senior brother is also a wily old fox. I've been in the Universal Temple for tens of millions of years, but my strength hasn't improved much. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about such sad things. After a long time, I became indifferent to it. Tens of millions of years, for Qin Shao and the others, it was indeed a long time. When a person didn't improve much after such a long time, it would indeed wear away one's willpower, and they would become indifferent to everything. When one's willpower was not strong, it would be even more difficult to progress. But this was also normal. After all, only the weak would succeed. Most people would not have much success in their lifetime. The path of cultivation was a heaven-defying journey. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. The further one went, the harder it would be to take another step. Hao Jian changed the topic, saying, That's right, when you came in, you should have seen a sacred temple at the entrance of the cultivation area. The sacred temple is the place that manages all the affairs of the disciples, and is in charge of the entire cultivation area. The resources that you receive every 100 years can be collected there. It's okay if you forget to collect them, they can always be accumulated there. You can collect them whenever you want. There are also some things that can be exchanged for with points. They are all there. If there's anything, you can go there. Other than that, there's nothing else. To you, points don't matter too much. After all, the treatment that you core disciples receive is already very good. Qin Shao and the rest nodded. When they came in, they did see a sacred temple that was emitting the light of the sacred god. So that was where all the affairs were managed. As the group walked, they came to a huge open space. In the center of the open space, there was a stone pillar that reached the sky. On the stone pillar, all things were lingering around it. Multicolored light shone, making it look especially divine and majestic. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the stone pillar. On it, there were names written in flamboyant calligraphy, and there were 2 areas. The other people's gazes were also incomparably curious as they sized up this stone pillar. Every name seemed to emit a terrifying aura. Hao Jian waited for everyone to look at it for a while, before saying with a grin, "What you see now is the pillar of all things. Carries all things in the world, and records all things in the world. It is said that this pillar of all things is the core of the world, the beginning of life, the fulcrum of the world, and the source of everything. At the beginning of the world, at the beginning of all things, this pillar of all things existed. It is also said that this pillar of all things contains the supreme Tao of all things. It can allow one to comprehend the great Tao and reach the pinnacle. Of course, these are all just rumors. No one can say for sure what the actual situation is. Everyone, just listen to it casually. These are not important. What is important is the names on the pillar of all things. I believe you all should have seen some familiar names on it. There were indeed some familiar names. Qin Xiao did not know many of them, but he did see a few familiar names. For example, Ying Wang and Immortal Guqing. Immortal Guqing was the lord of Guqing, and also the ancestor of young Master Tai Mu. There were also Immortal Jiu Shi and Immortal Yu Chu. As for the other immortals, Qin Xiao did not know any of them. Princess Ziyue, on the other hand, knew a lot. After all, her ancestor was Ying Wang. Naturally, she was experienced and knowledgeable. Hao Jian continued, "As you all can see, there are many names recorded on the pillar of all things. Every name is incomparably famous, and possesses unparalleled divine power. They are all names that can shake the world and command the world. Look at the 9 names at the top. They are all called kings. They are the kings of the 9 domains, the 9 supremes. Kings are infinitely close to venerables in strength. They are existences second only to venerables. In our vast world, at the heart of all living things, there are only 9 supremes." Qin Xiao was also slightly surprised. In the vast world of all things, there were only 9 supremes. Wasn't that too rare? If that was the case, then the venerables of the 5 stars of all things were even rarer. The master of all things did not exist? Although the world of all things was not considered big, it was still a world that operated according to the laws of all things. Qin Xiao did not think that the world of all things would be so weak. From the looks of it, there were not many peak existences. Princess Ziyue's ancestor, Ying Wang, was one of the kings of the 9 domains. No wonder Princess Ziyue was so likable, and there were so many people trying to curry favor with her. Ying Wang could be considered to be one of the peak existences in the world of all things. In comparison, the Lord of Guqing was one level weaker. No wonder young Master Tai Mu did not dare to offend Princess Ziyue. Below the 9 supremes are the immortals. To be bestowed the title of immortal is the life goal of all of us. The number of immortals is quite high in our temple of all things. It's not that rare. Hao Jian said. Qin Xiao counted just now. The number of immortals on the pillar of all things was over 1,000. Compared to the 9 supremes, this number was indeed huge. Looking at it this way, one could see that the power of the heart of all things world was not as weak as one would imagine. Senior brother Hao Jian, what are the requirements to become an immortal? Must one be a 4-star of all things? Qian Xiaojun asked curiously. This was a question that everyone was curious about. Hao Jian shook his head and said, "That's not the case. 4-star of all things is not a requirement. It's just that a 4-star of all things can definitely become an immortal. The other way around is not a requirement. Peak 3-star of all things can also be bestowed the title of immortal. Everything still depends on one's strength. It's just that for a 3-star of all things to become an immortal, it's more difficult. It's not that just reaching the strength of a 4-star of all things is enough. In terms of difficulty, it's even more difficult than that. A 4-star of all things doesn't need to be tested. One can directly be bestowed the title of immortal. Therefore, as you can see, there are over 1,000 immortals on the pillar of all things. This can be considered the accumulation of our temple of all things over the countless years. Immortals can all be promoted to core disciples. They are the core strength of the temple of all things. If they are willing, they can go out and be bestowed the title of immortal. Immortals are already standing at the peak of the world of all things. Wherever they go, they can command a region. Immortals are also the lifelong goal of most of us disciples. Senior brother, I have spent my entire life striving to become an immortal. It's just that it's too difficult. Sigh, senior brother, I don't have much hope. Now you all must be filled with confidence and fighting spirit. However, time will slowly grind away your determination. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Whether time grinds away or not, it mainly depends on the person. However, he wasn't wrong. The vast majority of people would be grinded away by time. This was an undeniable fact. However, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen to him. Time couldn't grind away his fighting spirit. Immortals weren't Qin Lu's goal. You all, just work hard in this direction. After all, you are already core disciples. All the resources are tilted towards you. Therefore, your chances of success are quite high. If you all can't become immortals, then I'm afraid you won't have the face to continue staying in the temple of all things. Hao Jian said to everyone with both envy and seriousness. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled, saying, "Many thanks for senior brother Hao Jian's encouragement and reminder. We will definitely work hard." Hao Jian waved his hand and said, all right. I've already told you all what needs to be said. I believe you all should have a basic understanding now. Alright, do as you see fit. I won't continue to nag you. If there's anything, you can come find me. With that, Hao Jian directly left. With Hao Jian's patient explanation, Qin Shao and the others had a complete understanding of the cultivation district. This saved them a lot of effort. Chapter 1232. Skills Library, Begging for Flowers at the Third Watch. Now that everyone understood the situation, the next step was to cultivate. Everyone had their own ideas, so they separated. Soon, everyone left. However, Princess Ziyue was still with Qin Shao. She had no intention of leaving. Seeing that Princess Violet Moon still wanted to follow him, Qin Shao felt a little awkward. He did not know how to deal with it. Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue had been together for 1,000 years, which was not a short period of time. After living together for 1,000 years, the two of them understood each other very well. Understanding was a mysterious bridge that could bring two strangers closer together. This was especially true between men and women. How could Qin Shao not understand the meaning behind Princess Ziyue's repeated gestures? Moreover, Princess Ziyue was also a proactive woman, similar to Yao Xuelian. However, Princess Ziyue was a little different from Yao Xuelian. Both of them had their own merit. Well, Ziyue, why don't we part ways and cultivate separately? Qin Shao thought for a moment and suggested. Now, he just wanted to calm down and cultivate properly. Naturally, he didn't want to be affected by other things. Qin Shao always had a strange feeling when Princess Ziyue was with him. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wanted to cultivate separately from Princess Ziyue. Why? Do you think I will hinder your cultivation? Princess Ziyue asked Qin Shao. This for a moment, Qin Shao did not know how to answer. If he said yes, he felt that it would be inappropriate, but if he said no, Princess Violet Moon might not agree. Sometimes, a man's pain was really indescribable. Princess Ziyue did not wait for Qin Zhao's reply and continued, "We have been together for 1,000 years, and I have proven that I will not affect your cultivation. In fact, I will even help you and encourage you. So, why did you have to kick me away? I think I'll make more progress if I cultivate with you. Can't you let me follow you? This Qin Shao was speechless. How should she answer this? After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, I'm just afraid that others will gossip. After all, you're a girl. If you continue to stay by my side, you will definitely attract criticism from others. This is not good for you. Princess Ziyue smiled and said without a care, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? It's their freedom to say whatever they want. Their mouths are in their mouth. They can say whatever they want. Why should I care so much? As the saying goes, a straight man is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Besides, there's no shady business between us, right? Even if there's something between you and me, it's normal. What right does other people have to say such things? You're not afraid, but I am, Qin Shao said. After saying that, Qin Shao regretted it a little, but it was too late to take it back. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been poured out. You can't take them back even if you want to. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Zhao's words, Princess Ziyue's expression suddenly changed and darkened. Obviously, Qin Zhao's words hurt Princess Ziyue's heart. A woman's heart was very fragile. Princess Ziyue was considered strong. But at this time, she was really hurt by Qin Shao. A woman's sadness was like an endless stream of tears. Luo-mo, sadness, heartache. It was like dripping blood. No words could express this kind of pain. Looking at Princess Ziyue's sparkling eyes, Qin Shao regretted it even more. She wanted to say something, but the words on the tip of her tongue couldn't come out. Hurting a woman's heart was indeed something that Qin Shao had never done. But this matter made Qin Shao have to be ruthless. Princess Ziyue looked at Qin Shao for a while, then turned and left without saying a word. She left with Luo-mo. Her back view seemed to be filled with sadness and disappointment. Looking at her back view, Qin Shao thought of the sad expression on Princess Ziyue's face when she turned around. He felt an indescribable sense of self-blame. But this was the only way he could deal with this matter. Forget it. In the end, he was just a passerby in the world of myriad existences. There was no need to leave anything behind. He had to be decisive. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. After calming down, Qin Shao left. He walked straight to the skills library. The 3 middle-grade cultivation techniques that he got from Qidong had already been cultivated to perfection. So now that Qin Shao lacked cultivation techniques, he wanted to choose one first. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at the skills library. It was relatively quiet here. There was not a single person in the huge skills library. Qin Shao liked this silence. He could choose any cultivation technique he wanted. In the skills library, there were many middle-grade and upper-grade cultivation techniques. Especially the middle-grade cultivation techniques, there were countless of them. It was enough to show how deep the foundation of the myriad existences palace was. Qin Shao was a core disciple. So, he could choose any middle-grade or upper-grade cultivation technique. As long as he wanted to, he could choose any cultivation technique he wanted. Moreover, the skills library was equipped with a cultivation room. He could go in and cultivate. It was very convenient. Qin Shao started picking cultivation method. Having too many cultivation methods wasn't a good thing. It would make people feel a little dizzy from picking them all. Great compassion mantra. Great compassion, great compassion, great righteousness. Its power is great. The more righteous the heart, the stronger the righteousness, and the greater the power. It is indeed a good cultivation technique. 9 Tribulations Sword Technique. Not bad, not bad. The sword goes through 9 tribulations. 9 tribulations. Once mastered, the power that can be unleashed is enough to easily deal with an ordinary 3-star myriad existences. Talent attraction. All things are directed to the 9 heavens. It integrates the application of many myriad existences Tao into one. It is really exquisite. Too exquisite. After mastering this cultivation technique, it will be easy to break through to 3-star myriad existences. Qin Shao only casually glanced at the upper-grade cultivation technique. He did not plan to choose any to cultivate. This was because the middle-grade cultivation techniques here were all exquisite. They were all top-grade cultivation technique. They were far from the 3 middle-grade cultivation techniques that Qidong gave him. Therefore, it was enough to cultivate these middle-grade cultivation techniques for the time being. As for the upper-grade cultivation techniques, it would not be too late to cultivate them in the future. Anyway, he was a core disciple. There were no rules or restrictions on him. He could choose any upper-grade cultivation technique he wanted to cultivate. He did not need to worry about anything. There were so many top-grade cultivation techniques. It was really hard to choose. Therefore, Qin Shao chose for half a month before he finally picked out 3 middle-grade cultivation methods. For the time being, it was enough to practice these 3 cultivation methods. One was talent attraction. It had many applications in the application of myriad existences Tao. It would be of great help and guidance to Qin Zhao's current cultivation. Another was myriad existences clone technique. When cultivated to the limit, one could have 9 clones. There were many clone techniques in the divine realm. It was a very common martial technique. However, it was extremely rare in the world of myriad existences Tao. After all, the laws here were different from those in the divine realm. It was naturally very difficult to create clones with the laws of the myriad existences Tao. There was also Sky Killing Sword. It was an extremely domineering cultivation technique. It used the sword to kill the heavens and unleashed the sharpness of all things. It could be said that the sharpness of myriad existences Tao had reached the extreme. It was extremely domineering. The offensive power of this skill was extremely strong. Once it was cultivated to perfection, one could easily kill many 3-star all-creation beings with a single strike. Extremely strong attacking power. It was also something that Qin Shao had always liked. After choosing these 3 cultivation techniques, Qin Shao began to comprehend them in the cultivation room. If he wanted to cultivate, he would first have to comprehend the mental cultivation techniques of these 3 cultivation techniques. Only then would he understand how to cultivate them. This comprehension took Qin Shao a whole year's time. To spend so much time on comprehending the cultivation techniques, it was enough to show how difficult these 3 cultivation techniques were. It also showed that Qin Shao had spent a lot of effort on these 3 cultivation techniques. After comprehending them, Qin Shao returned the cultivation techniques and left the cultivation technique hall. Next, it would depend on Qin Zhao's own cultivation. Qin Shao did not go to the other halls. Instead, he directly left the cultivation area and returned to his estate. As soon as he returned to his estate, a man and a woman respectfully welcomed him. They bowed and shouted in unison, "Subordinate greets Master." "Welcome back, Master." Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on these 2 servants. What surprised Qin Shao was that these 2 people actually had the strength of 3-star myriad existences. 3-star myriad existences. No matter how weak they would have no problem being the lord of a city outside. In the outside world, 3-star myriad existences were absolute powerhouses. No matter where they went, they would be respected. No matter which power they belonged to, they should be able to obtain a good position. However, he did not expect that these 2 3-star myriad existences would be willing to be servants. This really surprised Qin Shao. He originally thought that the servants sent by the Temple of Myriad Existences would be more ordinary people. He did not expect them to be 3-star myriad existences. In terms of realm, they were even above Qin Shao. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he might not be able to deal with an ordinary 3-star myriad existence by himself. Therefore, being called master by 2 3-star myriad existences really made Qin Shao feel a little strange. After all, he did not have the confidence in his strength. This was not like when Qin Shao entered the desolate land's temple of myriad existences in the realm of the gods. He also had 3 almighty servants. However, although Qin Zhao's realm was relatively low at that time, Qin Zhao's strength was enough to kill ordinary almighties. Therefore, ordinary almighties were nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. With strength and confidence, Qin Shao naturally did not feel anything. However, the situation in front of him was not like that. Naturally, Qin Shao felt a little strange. The male servant was handsome and the female servant was beautiful and beautiful. He really did not understand why they were willing to be servants. However, Qin Shao did not think too much about this question. Instead, he said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite in the future. By the way, what are your names?" The male servant said, replying to master, "This subordinate's name is Ing Luo." The female servant said, replying to master, "This subordinate's name is Mo Xiang." Ing Luo and Mo Xiang. Qin Shao recited their names and remembered them. He nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you in the future." Qin Shao was so polite. On the contrary, Ing Luo and Mo Xiang were somewhat in fear and trepidation. They quickly said, "Master, don't say that. It's our honor to be able to serve you. Master, no matter what you need, just tell us. We'll definitely do it for you." Qin Shao smiled and said, "I don't have anything for you to do for the time being. You can do whatever you want. Alright, I'm going to the cultivation room to cultivate. If there's nothing particularly important, don't disturb me. If anyone comes, just greet them." "Understood, master." Ing Luo and Mo Xiang nodded. Chapter 1233. Void Battle Hall. Qin Zhao's seclusion lasted for 100 years. In this 100 years, he cultivated the 3 middle-grade cultivation techniques to a certain level. Now, he only lacked some practical experience. These 3 middle-grade cultivation methods were very exquisite and difficult to practice. Even if a peerless genius were to practice them, it would be extremely difficult for them to reach a certain level of proficiency. However, no matter how difficult a cultivation technique was, it could not stump Qin Shao. No matter how exquisite a cultivation technique was, Qin Shao could easily grasp its essence. Therefore, Qin Zhao's cultivation speed was naturally very fast. There was also no power that could stop Qin Zhao's cultivation. Qin Zhao's talent and comprehension was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare to. No matter how exquisite a middle-grade cultivation technique was, in Qin Zhao's eyes, it was nothing. After all, Qin Shao had even cultivated a secret technique. Let alone a secret technique, a middle-grade cultivation technique of the heart of all things world couldn't even be compared to an ordinary secret technique. It was just that, in the universal core world, there was the restriction of the laws here. Therefore, Qin Shao faced a lot of resistance when cultivating. Otherwise, for a cultivation technique like this, Qin Shao could instantly cultivate it to perfection with just a glance. However, in the universal core world, the realm of the body was greatly restricted. The restriction was very large. Therefore, Qin Zhao's cultivation was not as smooth. Even so, Qin Shao was still much more relaxed than others. After walking out of the cultivation room, Ing Luo and Mo Xiang quickly greeted him and respectfully called out, "Master." Qin Shao nodded to the 2 and said, "Did anything happen in these 100 years?" Ing Luo said, "Master, nothing happened. Only Qian Shaojun came to find Master once. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything else." "Ing Luo, you forgot one important thing. Master has a beautiful woman who often stops in front of our residence. Sometimes she would stop for an entire day. Master, I think that woman should admire Master. However, for some reason, she did not come forward. Once, I wanted to go over and ask, but that woman turned around and left. Master, I'm afraid that this woman has feelings for you. Mo Xiang teased with a smile. Qin Shao shook her head helplessly. She naturally knew that it was Princess Ziyue. As for Princess Ziyue, Qin Shao could only sigh helplessly. Since this matter had already come to this, then forget it. There was no need to think about it anymore. If he had to cut it off, then he had to cut it off. Men should not be indecisive. After informing Ying Luo and Mo Xiang, Qin Shao left the estate and entered the cultivation area. Right now, Qin Shao urgently needed to fight. Therefore, Qin Shao directly came to the illusory battle hall. He used the illusory battle hall to hone the 3 cultivation techniques to perfection. After stepping into the void battle hall, Qin Shao quickly entered the void realm. In the boundless ethereal extent, what appeared in front of Qin Shao was a massive combat arena, surrounded by boundless space. A warrior wearing armor walked out. Without saying anything, he directly attacked Qin Shao. Qin Shao also instantly entered a state of battle and immediately rushed forward to meet the attack. Their swords also instantly clashed in the air. The power of the Tao of all things suddenly burst forth, surging out mightily. In just one exchange, Qin Shao was forced to retreat continuously. He was forced back several hundred meters before he could stabilize himself. The strength of a 3-star all things expert. Qin Shao immediately knew the strength of the warrior in front of him. He did not expect that a random warrior would have the strength of a 3-star all things expert. However, thinking about it, the Temple of All Things had never had a 2-star all things expert official disciple. Their batch was the first batch to do so. Therefore, the weakest in the Void Battle Hall was naturally a 3-star all things expert. For Qin Shao and the others who were 2-star all things masters, it was naturally a little difficult to go against a 3-star all things master. However, it was somewhat difficult. Qin Shao was somewhat happy. This was the effect he wanted. 2-star all things expert? The warrior said coldly. His voice was thick with disdain as he said, "With such strength, you'd better leave quickly. This is not a place where you should be. Wait until you become a 3-star all things expert before you come back." After saying that, the warrior actually turned around to leave. He was completely disdainful. Qin Zhao's mouth curved into a cold smile. Qin Zhao's sword moved again. The afterimage sword attacked with full force, turning into an afterimage. It swept across several hundred meters of the void and instantly arrived in front of the warrior. Ignorant. The warrior snorted coldly. His domineering sword once again slashed towards Qin Shao. With the power of the all things expert, it was as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. The power collided once again, causing thousands of rays of light to appear. Deng deng deng. This time, Qin Shao retreated several steps. He was slightly surprised. Although his afterimage sword was not very powerful, after all these years of cultivation and improvement, if Qin Shao used the afterimage sword at full strength, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Qin Shao felt that he should be able to exchange blows with a 3-star all things expert. However, he did not expect that he would still be beaten back by the warrior after attacking with full force. It seemed that the warrior's strength was not as simple as a 3-star all things expert. He was indeed a formidable opponent. "Humph, you overestimate yourself," the warrior snorted coldly. He glanced disdainfully at Qin Shao. "Your strength is not bad, but it's only a little strength. The gap between realms is not something that can be bridged by relying on a cultivation method." The gap between realms was indeed difficult to bridge, but it was only difficult. It was not insurmountable. Qin Shao curled his lips. "Is that so? But I don't believe it. Then take another move from me." Sword, dark light. Sword, wind stirring. Sword, Sky Splitter. When the sword struck, the world suddenly darkened. This was the Sky Splitter sword, an extremely domineering sword. The power of the Sky Splitter sword was far from what the Afterimage sword could compare with. Qin Shao originally wanted to test the warrior's strength first. Now, he had a general understanding. It was absolutely impossible to deal with the warrior without using all his strength. The Sky Splitter sword was displayed. The power of Sky Splitter gushed out from the sword, sweeping through the world and roaring in all directions. When the sword moved, the world darkened. Streaks of terrifying sword energy shot out. How could the power of Sky Splitter be blocked by any force? How could the power of Sky Splitter be blocked by any force? When Qin Zhao's Sky Splitter sword was displayed, the warrior's expression finally changed. Kill. Heaven. Sword. Clang. 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 Streaks of light slashed down. The warrior's sword had no way to block them. They were so sharp that they were unstoppable. The Sky Splitter sword was worthy of its name. It was worthy of being an extremely domineering and sharp sword. The extreme sharpness, the extreme Dao power of all things, could suppress everything. In terms of attacking power, this middle-grade cultivation method was not the best among all middle-grade cultivation methods, but it was estimated to be close. Qin Shao also made his choice after some comparison. He wanted a cultivation method with extremely powerful attacking power. However, this cultivation method was extremely difficult to practice. If an ordinary genius were to practice it, let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years or even 10,000 years might not be able to practice it successfully. It was precisely because it was too difficult to practice that its power was extremely powerful and domineering. It could completely display the extreme sharpness of the Tao power of all things, and use it to the extreme. The warrior had no way to resist at all. He was directly killed by Qin Zhao's sword on the spot. After the sharpness was exhausted, the sword was put away. Not bad. It seems that the power of this Sky Splitter sword is really good. It's just that it hasn't reached perfection yet. If it reaches perfection, then its power will reach a whole new level. Qin Shao was quite satisfied that he had beheaded the three-star all-knowing warrior with his sword. He had already expected the power of the Sky Splitter sword. The actual effect achieved what he expected. It was indeed not bad. If it reached perfection, it would be even easier to kill a three-star all-things expert. To be able to have such power with just a middle-grade cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. Of course, Qin Shao did not just rely on the Sky Splitter sword. He also relied on many other cultivation methods and his understanding of the Tao of all things. Only when all the elements were added together could such an effect be achieved. The talent attraction was also very helpful. This cultivation method could display many directions of the Tao of all things. Cultivating this cultivation method also allowed Qin Shao to master many new directions. Integrating these directions into the attack would naturally make the power of the attack even more powerful. It was also because of this that Qin Zhao's Afterimage sword reached the standard of a three-star all-things expert. Although he was still at a disadvantage in the battle against the warrior just now, he was not at a disadvantage. After 100 years of cultivation, Qin Shao had also comprehended many things from these three middle-grade cultivation methods. He had improved many aspects. His harvest could be said to be huge. This was also the benefit of becoming a core disciple of the Universal Palace. Having a good cultivation method to assist one's cultivation would indeed make one's cultivation speed faster and avoid many detours. After killing this warrior, another warrior immediately walked out. The rules of the Void Battle Hall were like this. There were unlimited battles. After killing a warrior, a new one would immediately appear. Moreover, the new one would become stronger and stronger until the challenger left the Void Battle Hall. Therefore, the longer one could last in the Void Battle Hall, the stronger one's strength would be. Kid, you have some strength. You actually succeeded in challenging me once. Only a 2-star all things expert. That's rare. However, your footsteps will also stop here. Prepare to die, brat. After the warrior finished speaking, he charged towards Qin Shao to kill him. His sword was even sharper and fiercer. It was as fast as lightning, as swift as thunder, and as sharp as a blade. The warrior charged over with unparalleled strength. Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was high. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. You've come at the right time. I'll let you sharpen my sword. Only in battle could one sharpen their skills. Qin Shao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met the warrior head-on. Although this warrior's strength was slightly stronger than the previous one, Qin Shao had killed that warrior with a single strike. Therefore, this warrior naturally lost the battle. There was no way he could contend against Qin Shao. Qin Shao only used 2 moves to kill this warrior on the spot. Weak, still a little weak. Qin Shao shook his head. Now, his desire for a strong opponent had increased. If he did not fight with a strong opponent, it would be difficult for his sword to be truly sharpened. Now, the most important thing for Qin Shao was how to sharpen his sword. 1, 2, 3, 4 One warrior after another died under Qin Zhao's sword. This allowed Qin Shao to advance triumphantly. His battle prowess was impressive, and his radiance was boundless. Chapter 12:34. The edge of the sword. In the 13th round, Qin Zhao's opponent was too strong. He suppressed Qin Shao in all aspects. In the virtual fighting arena, all the opponents were illusions. Naturally, one's strength could be manipulated at will. Any kind of technique could be added in. The further one went, the more difficult the battle would be. The virtual fighting arena would adjust the strength of the warrior in all aspects to suppress the challenger. Many of Qin Zhao's techniques were targeted and suppressed. Naturally, Qin Shao was suppressed to the point where he could only defend himself. The battle situation immediately fell into a difficult situation. If this situation continued, Qin Shao would be defeated very soon. In terms of attack, this warrior's extreme sharpness could actually completely suppress Qin Zhao's Sky Splitter. In terms of defense, there were no openings to exploit. Qin Shao could not find any flaws, and could not break through his defense. Possessing both attack and defense, he was indeed experienced. This warrior's strength was considered to be above average even among the 3-star all things experts. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's mastery of the 3 exquisite middle-grade cultivation methods, talent attraction, myriad clones technique, and a heaven-killing sword, he would have been defeated a long time ago. In addition to these 3 middle-grade cultivation techniques, Qin Zhao's experience, vision, and mastery of the various directions of all things Dao allowed him to contend against this warrior. Qin Shao was now relying on the technique of all things doppelganger. Only with 6 doppelgangers could he barely hold on. However, it was also very difficult for him to hold on. If this situation continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. It's already very impressive for a 2-star all things expert to have such strength and be able to hold on for so long under my attack. You've done something that many 3-star all things experts could not do. You can be proud. Among the 2-star all things experts, your strength definitely belongs to the top. It's as rare as a phoenix feather and unicorn horn. However, you're not my opponent. You should admit defeat. Even if you can barely hold on, you won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, you'll still lose, the warrior said with a look of admiration. Qin Zhao's face was also a little helpless. It was really too difficult for him to win this battle. Unless he had a big breakthrough, it was absolutely impossible. But how difficult was it to have a big breakthrough? But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao would not easily admit defeat. This was the virtual fighting arena. Even if he died, it wouldn't have any effect. It would be a joke if he didn't dare to risk his life in the virtual fighting arena. Not to mention the virtual fighting arena, even in the real world, Qin Shao would absolutely dare to fight and would never give up easily. Thank you for your advice, but I still want to try again, Qin Shao said calmly. The soldier said coldly, All right, since you want to try, we'll do as you wish. However, I won't give you another chance. As soon as his voice fell, the soldier's attacks became even more ferocious. His sword bloomed with endless sharpness. The sharpness met Qin Zhao's sharpness head-on and met force with force. However, under such circumstances, the warrior was still able to steadily gain the upper hand. After all, in terms of realm, he was one realm higher than Qin Shao. The huge difference in cultivation level naturally formed a chasm. In addition, his sword power was indeed sharp enough. Puff, puff, puff. Although Qin Shao relied on 6 doppelgangers, the sharpness of the sword power slashed at the 6 doppelgangers at the same time. No matter which doppelgangers were the real body, the full attack naturally posed a great threat. The 5 doppelgangers were instantly beheaded by the sword power. Qin Zhao's real body also suffered a certain degree of injury. He was shaken back again and again, barely keeping his life. But the situation was obviously more critical. If it happened again, Qin Shao would probably die with a grudge. It's really difficult to cross this gap. Am I really going to be defeated? Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth. There was a little bit of unwillingness in his heart. In addition to this, Qin Shao was also vaguely touched in his heart. He always felt that he had vaguely grasped something. It was the sword, the sharpness, the way, the law, the sharpness of the sword. What was the sharpness? In terms of the sword, it was said that in the world of swordsmanship, only speed was unbreakable. Speed to the extreme was sharpness, but the sword was simply a carrier. So what if the sword was sharpness? The way of all things was the foundation. Turning everything into a sword, the way of all things into a sword, the way of all things into a force, and the use of all things into speed. Many aspects were ingeniously softened together, and then burst out with full strength, breaking out the sharpness to the extreme. The sky-killing sword was to kill the sky with the sword. It was to use the way of all things to the extreme level of sharpness. All the way of all ways turned into sharpness. This feeling was like 10,000 swords returning to their roots. The sharpness of one sword might be relatively small, but when 10,000 swords returned to their roots at the same time, the sharpness would be magnified more than 10,000 times. The superimposition of all the sharpness would naturally make the sword become extremely sharp. Some principles were actually very simple. Perhaps they were easy to comprehend, but if one wanted to do it, it would be too difficult. Intent was only a shallow understanding of it. True comprehension was something that couldn't be expressed with words. The sword with extreme sharpness was the combination of the way of all things. It was the combination of the way of all things into one. Only by using it exquisitely could it release endless sharpness. The sharpness of the sword, Qin Shao suddenly had a clearer understanding in his heart. His understanding of the sky-killing sword also reached a perfect level. Everything was suddenly formed in his mind. It was time for a desperate counterattack. The sword moved, and the sharpness was released. There was light above the 9 heavens, and the light shone down to the 9 heavens. This time, Qin Shao took the initiative to attack with full confidence. The brilliance moved, and the smoke rose. The peerless sharpness annihilated the world, as if it had the power to destroy the world and the firmament. The perfect power of the sky-killing sword, coupled with Qin Zhao's way of all things, made this sword reach an extremely terrifying level under full strength. The sword rumbled and was unstoppable. Boom! Under this extreme sharpness, even the invulnerable warrior was directly sent flying. The situation was obviously reversed. Qin Zhao's face revealed a slight smile. Indeed, I still have to rely on this kind of great pressure. After 13 battles, the sky-killing sword has finally broken through to the perfect level. It is indeed one of the top middle cultivation techniques for attacking. When cultivated to the perfect level, the attacking power is indeed frightening. Also, my way of all things doppelganger can only have 6 doppelgangers at most. 9 doppelgangers is the perfect level. If I can reach the perfect level, 9 doppelgangers will be extremely terrifying. Now that he had cultivated the sky-killing sword to the perfect level, the next step was to cultivate the way of all things doppelganger to the perfect level. As for talent attraction, it was not a cultivation technique for fighting. It was a cultivation technique for using the way of all things in various directions. It was extremely helpful for the cultivation of the way of all things and could rapidly increase the realm. Therefore, Qin Zhao's main focus was still the sky-killing sword and the way of all things doppelganger, these 2 cultivation techniques for fighting. If he could cultivate these 2 cultivation techniques to the perfect level, his strength would become extremely powerful. The fact that he could defeat the warrior just now was enough to explain everything. With Qin Zhao's current strength, even if he had not reached the level of an ordinary palace master, he should not be inferior to a 3-star all-things expert like the green-clothed general. At least among the 3-star all-things experts, Qin Zhao could be considered as one of the more experienced ones. Perhaps Qin Zhao had also reached the level of an ordinary palace master. It was indeed heaven-defying for a 2-star all-things expert to reach such a level of strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was one of the best. Qin Zhao still had this bit of confidence. However, Qin Zhao did not need to compare himself with a 2-star all-things expert. After all, he had many halos. Therefore, if he compared himself with a 2-star all-things expert, it would be too much of a bully. In the 13th battle, Qin Zhao won. In the 14th battle, Qin Zhao was no longer able to defy the heavens. He was defeated in a few rounds. His defeat was very straightforward, and there was no suspense at all. However, this was very normal. The 13th battle was already very difficult. The 14th battle was even more powerful. Qin Zhao was naturally no match for them. After the great breakthrough in the 13th battle, it was naturally unrealistic to want to break through again. Qin Zhao was very satisfied to be able to last until the 14th battle. After all, such battles could not go on forever. Otherwise, it would be really strange. In the 14th battle, Qin Zhao had only stayed in the void battle arena for a year. As for the all things doppelganger technique, he would do it step by step. After leaving the void battle hall, Qin Zhao planned to go to the Dao Debate Palace and the Dao Preaching Palace to take a look. As soon as he walked out of the void battle hall, an ear-piercing voice was heard. "Humph, what an overconfident guy." A mere 2-star all things master actually came to the void battle hall. How ridiculous. The weakest warrior in the void battle hall is a 3-star all-thing master. How could a 2-star all-thing master challenge them? Qin Zhao frowned slightly when he heard the mockery and turned to look at him. The person who had spoken was a man in embroidered clothes. He was a 3-star all-thing master, and his face was full of arrogance. It was obvious at a glance that he was a proud and arrogant person. Furthermore, there were 2 3-star all-things masters behind the man in embroidered clothes. They were his 2 subordinate. Being able to make 2 3-star all-things masters follow him was enough to show that this man in embroidered clothes was not simple. He either had a very high status, had a great background, or was very strong. Only these 2 circumstances could make others follow him blindly. Regardless of the situation, it was enough to show that this man in embroidered clothes was not simple. Qin Zhao had seen many unruly people like him. In any case, Qin Zhao had never liked this kind of person. He had not provoked this man in any way, yet he had been mocked for no reason. Qin Shao could not be bothered to bicker with the man in embroidered clothes. However, the man in embroidered clothes was unwilling to let him off. When he saw that Qin Shao did not reply, he spoke rudely again. What are you glaring at? Don't think that you are very impressive just because you are a core disciple. Regardless of whether you are a core disciple or not, you do not have any privileges here except for cultivation resources. Strength is the way to go. Without strength, so what if you are a core disciple? This was indeed the case. Core disciples only had special treatment in terms of cultivation resources, but there was no special treatment in terms of status. This was also because Qin Zhao's group of 6 core disciples were all 2-star all things masters. This was unprecedented. In the past, if one wanted to become a core disciple, the only criterion was strength. Only with strength could one be qualified. Therefore, being a core disciple naturally became a symbol of status. Nobody dared to provoke them. Chapter 12:35. Humiliation at the door. A 2-star all-knowing expert can also become a core disciple. I really don't know what kind of luck he has. It's simply a waste to give so many resources to you. If you give them to me, my strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and stepping into the 4-star all-knowing realm will be just around the corner. The man in brocade clothes snorted coldly. There was obviously a strong sense of jealousy in his words. Hearing this, Qin Shao understood why the man in brocade clothes was so hostile to him. It turned out that he was jealous that he was a core disciple and enjoyed the treatment of a core disciple. This was indeed the case. The treatment of a core disciple was more than 100 times better than that of an ordinary disciple, and it was indeed very enviable and jealous of the ordinary disciples. It was just that many people did not show it. However, some people did show it, but of course it was not too intense. Perhaps it was just a look, or perhaps it was just in their stomach. However, the actions of the man in embroidered robes had truly vented the dissatisfaction in his heart and used his sharpness to mock Qin Shao. He was not afraid of offending Qin Shao. Originally, Qin Shao did not want to lower himself to the same level as the man in brocade clothes, but since the other party was unforgiving and mocking him, Qin Shao naturally would not ignore it. Qin Shao looked coldly at the man in brocade clothes and retorted sarcastically, I, a 2-star all-knowing expert, can become a core disciple, but you, a 3-star all-knowing expert, are still an ordinary disciple. Don't you think you should be ashamed and reflect on yourself? You can't become a core disciple, so you should find the reason from yourself, and not just complain blindly. If you can cultivate by relying on your mouth, I also think that stepping into the 4-star all-knowing realm is just around the corner. Qin Zhao's sarcastic words immediately touched the sensitive and fragile nerves of the man in brocade clothes, igniting endless anger in his heart. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Qin Shao. Boy, what did you say? His words were full of threats. However, Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness. She ignored the threat in the man's words and said again, If you aren't deaf, then you should have heard what I said clearly. If you want to play dumb, I can say it again for free. Do you want to hear it? How dare you? The brocade-robed man's face immediately turned gloomy and cold. His eyes actually flashed with killing intent. Just because of a disagreement, he had the impulse to kill. It was enough to show that this man in embroidered clothes was an evil master. The 2 lackeys behind the brocade-robed man also spoke. The blue-clothed man on the left pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and angrily rebuked, Brat, you sure have guts. You actually dare to speak to our brother Gon like that. Do you know who our brother Gon is? Heh, Brat, although you're a core disciple, you're only a mere 2-star all-knowing. How dare you talk to brother Gon like that? I think you are looking for death. If you apologize to our brother Qian now, then perhaps our brother Qian will forgive you and let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." The man in black on the right also said fiercely. The two lackeys, one singing and one shouting, were very impressive. However, Qin Shao didn't buy it. "I don't care what your brother Gon's identity is, and I don't need to know. No matter what his identity is, I only have one thing to say. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated forever. Those who don't respect others won't be respected by others. If you want to use your power to bully others, then I'm sorry, but I'm not a soft persimmon. You mocked me and humiliated me, so don't blame me for fighting back. It's just simple logic. As for the consequences, you can try your best." The brocade-robed man sneered. "Heh, what a proud and arrogant brat. You want to be respected by others? What qualifications do you have? Strength is everything. Strength is dignity. If you don't have strength, you want to be respected by others? Today, I'll be frank with you. I'll humiliate you, I'll look down on you, and I'll step on you. What can you do? If you don't have strength, then you deserve to be stepped on by me. Do you understand? Brat, I've said it so clearly, do you understand? Ha, Brother Gon is so domineering. Yes, Brother Gon is right. Strength is everything. If you don't have strength, then you're shouting here. What a joke. If you don't have strength, then you deserve to be stepped on? Even if you didn't provoke them, then you should be stepped on for no reason? What kind of logic was this? This was the logic of a bandit. Strength was everything. Qin Shao admitted that this was an unchanging law. However, Qin Shao never took the initiative to bully others, to step on the weak. Even if they were weak, they could still be respected. Even if they were ordinary mortals, they could still be respected. This kind of power shouldn't be linked to strength. The anger in Qin Zhao's heart was completely aroused. Qin Shao had seen many people like this. This kind of person usually didn't have a good ending. Then what you're saying is that whoever's fist is bigger can humiliate the other party? Qin Shao asked coldly. The three people in embroidered clothes laughed. Haha, of course that's the case. Why don't you agree? Qin Shao nodded and said, That's not the case. I do agree with this point. So, you should be stepped on by me, right? What did he mean? The three people in embroidered clothes were stunned for a long time. Only then did they react, understanding the meaning in Qin Zhao's words. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? You're not big, but your tone is really big. A mere two-star all-creation cultivator dares to spout such nonsense. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The blue-clothed man mocked angrily. The black-clothed man on the right also said unhappily, Brat, don't talk nonsense. Since you're so arrogant and ignorant, then why don't we go to the Tao Debate Palace and have a good spar and learn from each other? I want to see where your confidence comes from. Humph, do you dare to go to the Tao Debate Palace, Brat? It'd be strange if this brat dares. I reckon he'll say that we're bullying the weak. Indeed, we're three-star all-creation cultivators, and he's a two-star all-creation cultivator. Sparring with us, he'll really be at a disadvantage. Humph, I think this brat dares to be so arrogant because of the rules. We don't dare to touch him easily, the blue-clothed man said. The black-clothed man also nodded and said, That must be the case. Brat, don't be cocky too early. Humph, if you offend us, there will always be a way to deal with you. There will always be opportunities. If you kneel down now and kowtow to our brother Qian to apologize, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. These two people echoed each other. Clearly, they were trying to goad him. But Qin Shao ignored the two. Instead, he touched his nose and said lightly, It's just a simple matter. Do you need to nag for so long? See you at the Tao Debate Palace. After throwing down these words, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He directly turned around and walked towards the Tao Debate Palace. 1,000 or 10,000 words were not as effective as actual actions. His suave manner of turning around deeply provoked the brocade-clothed man and the other two. It made them feel as if they had been ruthlessly humiliated. The three of them also looked at each other for a while. You look at me, I look at you. For a moment they were indeed a little confused. After a while, the three of them finally reacted. Humph, he's really courting death. If we don't fulfill his wish, wouldn't that ruin our reputation? The brocade-clothed man gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the Tao Debate Palace. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for." The three of them also quickly rushed towards the Tao Debate Palace. The Tao Debate Palace, no matter the time, was always lively. There were discussions of the Tao, there were exchanges of pointers, and there were also real battles. There were also people who were just watching the show. This was also the first time Qin Shao had come to the Tao Debate Palace. Unfamiliar faces appeared in front of Qin Shao. After scanning the crowd, Qin Shao found a familiar figure, Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun seemed to be familiar with this place. At this moment, she was chatting happily with a few three-star all beings. Other than Qian Shaojun, Qin Shao immediately found Hao Jian. There was no need to mention Hao Jian. He was a wily old fox who had stayed in the Universal Temple for tens of millions of years. Naturally, he was very familiar with everyone. Moreover, Hao Jian's personality was very easygoing. He was the kind of person who was naturally familiar with everyone. Therefore, his interpersonal relationships were naturally better. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian quickly saw Qin Shao. The two of them quickly walked over. "I say, Qin Shao, you really are a cultivation maniac. I went to your Xing Manor twice to look for you. Both times, you said you were in seclusion. Finally, you're willing to come out. Why are you always in seclusion in the Xing Manor? You should come out more often. Walking around the 108 halls is very beneficial." Qian Shaojun patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said. Hao Jian also said, that's right. The results of cultivating behind closed doors are definitely not that good. Coming out more often and walking around the 108 halls is very helpful for my cultivation. Qin Shao was naturally aware of this as well. The reason why he was in seclusion in the Xing Manor was completely so that he could concentrate on cultivating the 3 middle-grade cultivation technique. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled, saying, "Aren't I here now? There's no need to rush, right? I've only been in seclusion for 100 years. Qian Shaojun pulled Qin Shao and said, Come, brother. I'll introduce some senior brothers to you. I've gotten to know quite a few senior brothers over the years. These senior brothers are quite nice and easy to get along with." But at this moment, the brocade-robed man and his 2 companions also walked in. They walked straight towards Qin Shao. The 3 of them stared fixedly at Qin Shao, full of hostility. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian naturally sensed the situation. The 2 of them looked at the brocade-robed man and his 2 companions in confusion, then looked at Qin Shao. "It's young Master Sun Gone." Hao Jian frowned slightly and immediately lowered his voice to Qin Shao, saying, "Junior brother Qin Shao, don't tell me you've offended young Master Sun Gone?" Qian Shaojun clearly knew about young Master Sun Gone's background. She immediately looked at Qin Shao with some worry. Qin Shao curled his lips and shrugged casually. His meaning was obvious. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian were speechless. This was troublesome. The 3 of them walked over. The blue-robed man pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said provocatively, "Kid, didn't you say you wanted to spar? Come, I'll spar with an arrogant kid like you. Let's see how capable you are." The blue-robed man's words immediately attracted many gazes from the surroundings. They all looked over curiously. For a moment there were many discussions. It's Suangan's group. They're bullying people again? That's right. That new junior brother was really careless. He actually offended Sun Gone. He's going to suffer a bit. What can they do? They're only 2-star all things masters after all. Many people must be unhappy that they're treated like core disciples at this level. With Suangan's personality, he's definitely the one who bullied them first. What can they do? It's not like we don't know how domineering Sungon is. But who dares to offend him? That's why he's so arrogant, because no one dares to offend him. Hao Jian came over with a fawning smile and said to the blue-robed man, "Brother Zhuohuai, what's going on? Was there some kind of misunderstanding? How could junior brother Qin Shao be a match for brother Zhuohuai? Even if brother Zhuohuai were to give him a handicap, he would still be far from being a match for you. Haha, let's talk things out. If junior brother Qin Shao has offended you in any way, I'll apologize to brother Zhuohuai on his behalf." Hao Jian was quite loyal. He clearly wanted to resolve this matter for Qin Shao. Chapter 1236. 3-star all-knowing first battle. What was loyalty? It wasn't about calling each other brothers, nor was it about sharing weal and woe. Loyalty was about helping others in times of danger. Even if one knew that there was danger, one would still stand out without hesitation. Hao Jian, this person looked like he was laughing and joking, not serious at all, but he was extremely loyal to his friends. There were indeed many shadows of brother pure in him. Zhuohuai obviously didn't care about Hao Jian at all. He jabbed Hao Jian's chest with his finger and scolded, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here? Get out of my way. Brother Zhuohuai, let's talk things out. Why get angry?" Hao Jian tried to curry favor. But Qin Shao suddenly pulled Hao Jian away and said, "Senior brother Hao Jian, I took the initiative to spar with them." "What? You took the initiative?" This made Hao Jian and Qian Xiaojuan's eyes widen in shock. They thought that Qin Shao was being bullied, but they didn't expect that Qin Shao would take the initiative to ask for a fight. Was he crazy? Although Zhuohuai was only an ordinary 3-star all-knowing, he was still a 3-star all-knowing. Moreover, he was considered ordinary among the disciples, but it didn't mean that his strength was at the standard of an ordinary 3-star all-knowing. How could someone who could become a disciple of the all-knowing temple be ordinary? The difference of a large realm was very difficult to overcome. Not only Hao Jian and Qian Shaojun, but some of the surrounding senior brothers also looked at Qin Shao strangely. They all felt that this guy was a little crazy. However, there were also some people who felt that Qin Zhao's courage was admirable, which was worthy of praise. Deng Qian and the others obviously didn't have a good reputation. Needless to say, everyone could roughly guess what was going on. Hao Jian, did you hear that? This kid doesn't know what's good for him, and insisted on provoking us. Since he wants to spar, I naturally have to fulfill his wish. Zhuohuai snorted coldly. Hao Jian wanted to mediate, but it seemed that it was more difficult now. Brother Qin Shao, don't be impulsive. Qian Shaojun knew Qin Zhao's character. She knew that once Qin Shao decided on something, it was hard to change her mind, but she couldn't help but want to persuade her. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a smile. She gave Qian Shaojun a reassuring look and walked out. This action undoubtedly displayed his resolution to fight Zhuohuai. You overestimate yourself and seek your own death. Zhuohuai snorted disdainfully and walked out. The unranked battle naturally attracted the attention of many spectators in the Dao Debate Palace. All of them looked over with interest. Hao Jian still wanted to say something but was stopped by Qian Shaojun. Qian Shaojun knew Qin Shao well. Although Qin Shao was arrogant, she was never reckless. Since he dared to take the initiative to accept the challenge, it meant that he had some confidence. Moreover, now that things had come to this, it was useless to say anything more. It was better to wait and see how Qin Shao would deal with it. The smoke of gunpowder suddenly filled the air. Kid, I have to say, I really admire your courage. However, courage alone is far from enough for a young man. Strength is the way to go. Zhuohuai looked at Qin Shao with disdain. His face was full of ridicule and his eyes were full of disdain. Obviously, he didn't care about Qin Shao at all. He didn't think that Qin Shao could threaten him. He was just a mere two-star, all-knowing expert. How much harm could he possibly cause? To be able to trample on this arrogant kid, to trample on a core disciple, was something worth being excited about. Zhuohuai always felt that the possibility of him becoming a core disciple was very slim. He was afraid that he would only be like this in his lifetime. No matter how much he improved, it would be difficult for him to improve. Now, he was just waiting to get tired of staying in the Universal Palace. Then, he would see if he could go out and seek an official position or become a palace master. His other pursuits had long been worn down. Then, I'll show you my strength, Qin Shao said coldly. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked. He who made the first move had the advantage. However, Zhuohuai's face was full of disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. With a wave of his hand, rays of beautiful light shot out and intertwined to form a huge energy dragon. With a roar, it charged towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao displayed the residual shadow sword with all his strength. The sword was like a residual shadow, cutting through the void. It met the rays of light head-on, and the two instantly clashed fiercely in the air. The rays of light cut through the void, creating 1,000 layers of waves. Under the surging of the rays of light, the power of Qin Zhao's sword was completely defeated. It couldn't block Zhuohuai's attack at all. The residual shadow sword was still a little weak. Qin Shao also knew that the residual shadow sword couldn't deal with Zhuohuai. However, Qin Shao didn't really care about Zhuohuai. Therefore, he just wanted to use Zhuohuai to practice, to digest the many realizations he had in the Void Battle Hall. The residual shadow sword wasn't considered strong purely based on the skill itself. However, Qin Shao was now trying to add in many other directions of the Tao of all creation. He added in many new realizations and new powers to make the residual shadow sword even stronger. This was also a kind of creation, a kind of improvement. If he could do this, it meant that he had a deep control of the various directions of the Tao of all creation. This was the key. Using such a method to improve would be of great help to his cultivation. After succeeding in one move, Zhuohuai laughed proudly. The sarcasm in his words was even thicker. Haha, kid, you only have this much. How dare you boast so shamelessly? I really don't know how you became a core disciple. Seems like you've got a lot of dog shit luck. However, so what if you've got a lot of dog shit luck? A moment of luck won't be able to protect you forever. If you want to survive peacefully in the temple of all creation, you have to show your true talent and true strength. Like us, we've gone through many trials and hardships to become disciples. Moreover, we're only ordinary disciples. If you want to become a core disciple, you have to continue to work hard. But you, brat, easily obtained the title of a core disciple. It's not because you're a genius or have enough strength. It's just that you've got a lot of dog shit luck. Today, as your senior brother, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the rules and the way to survive in the temple of all creation. It's not a place for a kid like you to be arrogant. Zhuohuai continued to attack. He wanted to firmly grasp Qin Shao in his hands. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. Step by step, he made the shadow sword become stronger and stronger. From being suppressed at the beginning, he gradually turned the situation around. It could be seen that Qin Zhao's sword was becoming stronger and stronger. After a dozen rounds, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He was actually able to contend with Zhuohuai. Moreover, this trend was still continuing. If this trend continued, Qin Shao would soon be able to turn the situation around. Such a situation immediately attracted many strange gazes. This strength is not bad. This junior brother Qin Shao is really a monstrous talent. Yes, he's really not bad. He's able to contend with Zhuo Huai despite the difference of a whole realm. No wonder he can become a core disciple. For a 2-star all-creation expert to be able to do this is already heaven-defying. If junior brother Qin Shao grows up in the future, his strength will be immeasurable. Qian Shaojun was also stunned. He had some understanding of Qin Zhao's strength. After all, he had fought with Qin Shao before. But now, the strength that Qin Shao displayed was clearly much stronger than before when they had fought. No wonder Qin Shao had the confidence to not fear Zhuo Huai and dare to fight with him. Junior brother Qin Shao is really good. He's really a monstrous talent. Hao Jian also made an evaluation. He even felt that if he fought with Qin Shao, he might not be able to gain any advantage. It was really rare for a 2-star all-creation expert to have such a heaven-defying performance. Zhuo Huai, who was originally complacent and disdainful, became more and more dignified. The insufferably arrogant attitude just now disappeared and was replaced by a somewhat unsightly expression. He also didn't expect that Qin Zhao's strength would be so strong and so difficult to deal with. He thought that he could easily take down Qin Shao, but the situation was not as simple as he imagined. Damn it! Zhuo Huai cursed in his heart. He attacked with all his strength and displayed all kinds of methods frequently. However, Qin Zhao's sword momentum became stronger and fiercer. The situation was quickly reversed. Qin Shao suppressed Zhuo Huai. However, he was only able to suppress Zhuo Huai. It would not be so easy to defeat Zhuo Huai. This made Qin Shao feel quite helpless. After all, the foundation was still the residual image sword. The residual image sword's cultivation method itself was indeed a little weak. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Moreover, Qin Shao was now fighting with an enemy who was a big realm above him. It was naturally not an easy thing to cross this huge gap. It was not realistic to rely solely on the residual image sword to defeat Zhuo Huai. Zhuo Huai was suppressed by Qin Shao. He wanted to reverse the situation, but there was no way to do it. This made his expression become even more unsightly. It seems that your strength is just SOSO. Is a 3-star all things possessor great? Now you are suppressed by me, a 2-star all things possessor. I wonder how you feel? Qin Shao suddenly sneered and said sarcastically. The thick sense of sarcasm was like a sharp knife that pierced into Zhuo Huai's heart. He just humiliated Qin Shao and despised Qin Shao. He didn't expect that now he would be slapped in the face by Qin Shao and humiliated in turn. He was a 3-star all things possessor, but he was suppressed by a 2-star all things possessor. This was a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, don't be arrogant. You haven't defeated me yet. Zhuo Huai was naturally unwilling to be humiliated. He braced himself and retorted. However, people with discerning eyes could see that he had fallen behind. Although he hadn't been defeated for the time being, he had already lost. After all, his realm was higher than Qin Shao by a big realm. If he was still at a disadvantage, didn't he already lose? He had already lost his face. However, Zhuo Huai refused to admit it. Defeat you? Qin Shao curled his lips and said lightly, All right, as you wish. As you wish? Hearing Qin Zhao's confident words, many people looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Could he really do as Zhuo Huai wished? Could he really defeat Zhuo Huai? Impossible, right? Chapter 12:37. How could this be possible? However, Qin Zhao's confident expression made people feel that it was not impossible. Just like how no one thought highly of Qin Shao just now. No one thought that Qin Shao would be able to withstand more than a few moves from Zhuo Huai. But in the end, it turned out that most people were wrong. The reality was completely different from what they had thought. It could even be said that it was the complete opposite. Therefore, would anyone still continue to doubt Qin Shao? Zhuo Huai had thought that Qin Shao had already used all his strength. However, when he heard Qin Zhao's words, his heart skipped a beat. In particular, when he saw Qin Zhao's confident expression and the evil smirk on his face, Zhuo Huai felt that this guy was still hiding his strength. How could this be? Was this not his full strength? Was he really going to be defeated by this guy? No, how could this be? He was a 3-star all-rounder. How could he be defeated by a 2-star all-rounder? If this was the case, how could he continue to show his face in this place? Zhuo Huai regretted it a little when he thought of this. However, he did not have time to think too much. Qin Shao attacked again and used the Sky Splitter Sword. When the sword slashed out, the heaven and earth immediately fell into endless darkness. All the light was annihilated in an instant. The Sky Splitter Sword was endlessly sharp and exceptionally domineering. When the sword was unleashed, everything in the world was unstoppable. As the sword slashed out, the terrifying Tao of all creation descended, causing Zhuo Huai's face to turn pale with fright. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying this sword was. It was not something he could block at all. He even smelled the scent of danger. What a terrifying sword! This was the Sky Splitter Sword. Zhuo Huai was not the only one who was stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also shocked. Many of them exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the Sky Splitter Sword. He actually managed to cultivate the Sky Splitter Sword. How long has it been? He's a monster. He's really a peerless monster. This is unbelievable." He had only been in the Universal Temple for slightly more than 100 years, right? But he actually managed to cultivate the hardest middle-rank cultivation technique, the Sky Splitter Sword, to such a powerful level. Godly. Once the Sky Splitter Sword is out, how can Zhuo Huai block it? This is going to be a good show. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. It was said that every generation produced talented people, and it was indeed true. The Sky Splitter Sword. Back then, I really wanted to cultivate it, but after 1,000 years of hard work, I still couldn't get started. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Even now, it's still a sadness that can't be erased from my heart. Who would have thought that junior brother Qin Shao, a mere 2-star all-creation cultivator, would actually use only 100 years to cultivate the Sky Splitter Sword to such a level? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable! Exclamations of admiration rang out one after another. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian also really prostrated themselves in admiration. Especially Qian Shaojun, who was also a 2-star all-creation cultivator and also a genius who had become a core disciple of the Universal Temple. But when compared to Qin Shao, the difference was too great. Of course, he was still jealous, but he was deeply impressed. He was also very happy for Qin Shao. At the same time, he urged himself in his heart. If he didn't cultivate properly, he wouldn't have the face to call Qin Shao brother in the future. Being provoked was also a way to stimulate one's potential. At this moment, Deng Qian's face was extremely ugly, and a thick gloominess flickered between his brows. Zhuo Huai's defeat was equivalent to a heavy slap to his face. Although Zhuo Huai tried his best to block, under the peerless sharpness of the Sky Splitter Sword, how could he block it? Therefore, without any suspense, Zhuo Huai was directly sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. He flew out of the arena heavily, and his divine body was shattered. He was seriously injured. Lost miserably. At this moment, Zhuo Huai's face had hit the ground. He stood up in an extremely embarrassing manner. The entire arena suddenly quieted down. All eyes were gathered on Qin Shao. Everyone in the Dao Debate Palace had gathered to watch. Winner takes all. The loser naturally felt ashamed of his inferiority and lost his luster. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Zhuai, whose expression was uglier than if his parents had died. He sneered and said, "What did you say just now? Strength is everything, right? If you don't have strength, then you deserve to be trampled on, right? You're right about this. So now I can do whatever I want to trample on you, humiliate you, trample on you, and trample on your dignity. As for you, as a weakling, you can only obediently endure. Because you don't have strength, you can't resist, right?" Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Zhuai's expression was extremely ugly. These were the words he had said to Qin Shao just now. Now, Qin Shao had returned them to him without missing a word. What kind of irony was this? What kind of humiliation was this? But what could he do? Yes, he was a weakling now, so he deserved to be trampled on. He was powerless to resist when his dignity was trampled on. Using a saying from my hometown, the one who humiliates others is the one who will continue to humiliate others. The sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but the sins of one's own making are the hardest to bear. People like you, who bully others and always want to humiliate others and trample on their dignity, deserve to be trampled on by others one day. This is called retribution. It's not that there isn't any retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Qin Shao continued to humiliate and provoke Zhuai. Every word was as sharp as a knife. It was full of killing power. It had to be said that Qin Zhao's condemnation made many people's scalps go numb. Zhuai's emotions became extremely agitated. He wanted to kill someone. Deng Qian finally couldn't take it anymore. He walked out and shouted coldly, "Qin Shao, that's enough." Deng Qian was thoroughly enraged. However, how could Qin Shao show weakness? How could it be enough? Qin Shao swept a disdainful glance at Deng Qian and sneered, "Enough? How could it be?" Deng Qian, why didn't you say enough when you were humiliating and bullying me? Didn't you say earlier that I didn't have the strength, so you could trample on me and I couldn't do anything about it? Those were your words. Now that it's time for me to turn the tables, you say enough. Don't you find it laughable? Then I can tell you very clearly that it's not enough, far from enough. I said that the one who humiliates others is the one who will continue to humiliate others. However you humiliate me, I will return it back several-fold. Deng Qian's expression immediately became ugly to the extreme. This kind of provocation was also extreme. "Do you really want to fall out with me to the end?" Deng Qian said coldly. Clearly, Deng Qian also wanted to end this matter here. However, Qin Shao replied domineeringly, "What, are you afraid? This isn't like your style. Your insufferably arrogant attitude earlier wasn't like this. Since we've already torn it apart, then we naturally have to see it to the end. If we're going to do it, then we'll do it fiercely. Since we've already attacked, there's no reason to be merciful. Deng Qian, since your lackeys are no good, then I think it's better for you to directly attack. Let's fight around and see who's better. That way we can settle this matter all at once. Whether I'm a dragon or a worm, high or low, strong or weak, let's see who's the real deal. The humiliation you gave me, I will return it to you several-fold. It's just that simple. If you don't want to fight, that's fine too. The choice you gave me, I'll also generously give it to you. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, this matter can also be concluded." Everything that Deng Qian gave Qin Shao returned it to him one by one. However, this incomparably domineering way of handling things truly made many people sweat for Qin Shao. This courage was worthy of admiration. However, it was best not to be too impulsive in some situations. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian looked at each other. The two were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Qin Shao clearly did not sense any danger. He continued to act according to his method. "Ah!" Deng Qian laughed instead of getting angry. This was a laugh of extreme anger. It was a laugh of arrogance. Good, good, good. You've got guts and guts. You're also arrogant enough. Humph, looks like your arrogance really knows no bounds. Since you're courting death, then this young master will fulfill your wish. You're the one who came knocking on my door. This young master isn't bullying you. Come, brat. Make your move. This young master wants to see how capable you are. After speaking, Deng Qian also walked onto the stage. He wanted to fight Qin Shao. Deng Qian's notoriety in the Myriad Temple was not small. His notoriety was earned through his strength. Deng Qian's strength naturally did not need to be doubted. He was definitely not weak. Qin Shao also knew that Deng Qian's strength was not something that people like Zhuo Huai could compare to. However, no matter what, Qin Shao had to fight this battle. At any time, Qin Shao would not allow others to trample on his dignity. Therefore, this battle was a battle of defense. It had to be fought. No matter how difficult it was, it had to be fought. Moreover, Qin Shao still had some confidence in his own strength. Deng Qian was extremely arrogant. He had one hand behind his back. The other hand even beckoned Qin Shao in an extremely provocative manner. He indicated for Qin Shao to bring it on. Qin Shao naturally did not hold back. He directly attacked. He still used the Sky Splitter sword. Deng Qian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a heavy sword flew out. The heavy sword rapidly enlarged in the air, and quickly became a huge sword. The huge sword stood there, blocking an area. It blossomed with an endless amount of sword aura. Streaks of materialized swords shot towards Qin Shao. This was the giant sword art, and it was also an exquisite mid-grade cultivation method. Clearly, Deng Qian had already cultivated this mid-grade cultivation method to the great perfection level. When the huge sword shot out, it guarded an area and caused all power to be unable to pass through it. Not only was it guarding, the sharpness that blossomed from the huge sword was also extremely terrifying. Facing Qin Shao, it was clear that Deng Qian did not dare to be careless. When he attacked, he used his full strength and directly used a destructive technique. Qin Zhao's Sky Splitter sword instantly clashed with the huge sword. Light surged and it was as if a 12th-level tsunami was created. It was incomparably berserk. Clang! 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 Sounds of collisions rang out. It was incomparably intense. Endless amount of sword aura radiance seemed to want to destroy the entire Dao debate palace. Qin Shao attacked again and again. He wanted to break through the defense of the huge sword. However, he was forced back time and time again. Clearly, wanting to break through the defense of the huge sword was still a bit too difficult. Deng Qian's strength was indeed not ordinary. The battle between the two also immediately entered a stalemate situation. However, Qin Zhao's strength still caused a wave of praise. TSK, the Sky Splitter sword has actually already been trained to the perfection realm. Too monstrous. Sigh, we're old. We're truly old. To train the Sky Splitter sword to the perfection realm in a short 100 years, not to mention a 2-star all-being, even among 3-star all-beings, from what I know, there isn't anyone who can do it, right? Do you guys know? I don't know. I only know that Daoist Tianshao should have used 300 years to train it to the perfection realm back then, right? At that time, it caused quite a sensation. It was extremely shocking. Right, I've also heard of Daoist Tianxiao's stunning feat. Doesn't that mean that junior brother Qin Shao is even more heaven-defying? Did he create a new record? Chapter 1238. Uproar. Collapse Gone had indeed greatly underestimated Qin Zhao's strength. He didn't even think that Qin Shao would be able to defeat Zhuo Huai. Originally, he didn't need to take action for such a small matter. But now, he was forced to personally take action. Moreover, the battle was rather difficult. How could this kid's strength be so strong? Sky Killing Sword was the hardest middle-grade cultivation method to cultivate. He could actually cultivate it to perfection in a short 100 years. What kind of monster was this? This talent and potential made people feel a little scared just thinking about it. These layers of stimulation had already made Collapse Gone lose his will to fight. It wasn't that he was weak. It was just that he saw Qin Zhao's monstrous potential. He no longer had any intention of provoking Qin Zhao. He had no intention of fighting to the death with Qin Zhao. After all, Qin Zhao's heaven-defying potential was there. This kid's growth was immeasurable. If he really became strong in the future, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. It was best not to offend such a monstrous genius. One had to say that Collapse Gone was indeed regretting this matter. He originally thought that Qin Zhao was a soft persimmon. He didn't expect to kick a hard board. Qian Xiaojun, drunkard, and the others had all stepped on Collapse Gone before. However, when it came to Qin Zhao, it didn't go as he wished. He had already offended him. Now, it was time to see how much he had offended him. Collapse Gone also didn't want to continue. He said with a cold face, Qin Zhao, your strength is not bad. But you can't do anything to me. Today's matter ends here. Clearly, Collapse Gone was showing some weakness. It was the first time that he could make Collapse Gone bow his head and show weakness. However, Qin Zhao didn't care. He continued to attack fiercely. Clearly, he expressed his determination to fight Collapse Gone to the end. Originally, Collapse Gone had taken the initiative to show weakness in this matter. This way, both sides would have a way out and wouldn't make things too tense. If the battle continued like this, it would be hard to say what would happen. Qin Zhao. Seeing that Qin Zhao had no intention of stopping, Dao Collapse roared, "Do you really want to fight to the death?" Just how proud and arrogant was heaven-crushing. It was already unprecedented for him to take the initiative to lower his head and show weakness. It had already made him lose face. However, Qin Zhao actually ignored him, which undoubtedly made him even more embarrassed. This was a great humiliation. Qin Zhao sneered and said, "You're the one who said you wanted to fight. Now you're the one who says you don't want to fight. Who do you think you are? Does everyone have to revolve around you? If you want to bully others, then go ahead. If you can't bully and humiliate them, you can stop just because you want to. Does everyone have to listen to your orders?" Today's matter has always been a matter of life and death. Do you think I will give up so easily? If I give up, where will my face go? I'll let you bully and humiliate me. Now all you have to do is tell me to stop and everything will be resolved. Do you think there's such an easy thing? Dao Collapse was so angry that he vomited blood. However, he was speechless. Everything had started because of him. Wanting to end everything without paying a price was indeed a bit unreasonable. He thought he could use his power to suppress others. However, he didn't expect Qin Zhao to be so unyielding. Since he couldn't stop here, Dao Collapse had nothing to think about. There was no way out. Then, he would fight to the death. The arrogance in Dao Collapse's heart surged out. Fine. If you want to fight, then this young master will accompany you to the end. I want to see just how capable you are now. You want to challenge this young master as a 2-star all things expert? If you have any other moves, then go ahead and use them. For the time being, Dao Collapse still had the upper hand. With his giant sword blocking there, Qin Zhao had no way of breaking through the blockade. He couldn't reach Dao Collapse at all. The surrounding crowd also began to discuss among themselves. Brother Haydn, who do you think will lower their heads first? Hard to say, really hard to say. Dao Collapse is intentionally showing weakness. However, junior brother Qin Zhao isn't willing to give up. He has a strong personality. Junior brother Qin Zhao's personality is too strong. I don't think he'll lower his head so easily. However, if they continue to fight like this, I'm afraid both sides will be defeated and injured. That's right. Dao Collapse's strength clearly has the upper hand. However, Dao Collapse's strongest point is his defense. Thus, he doesn't dare to rashly meet junior brother Qin Shao head-on. If the two of them continue to fight like this, there won't be any good result. Junior brother Qin Shao can be considered a person with a backbone. In order to fight for his dignity, he would rather offend Dao Collapse. I admire this kind of personality. Speaking of which, I actually hope that junior brother Qin Shao can win. It's not very realistic to think that junior brother Qin Shao can win. After all, his cultivation realm is there. He has also used Sky Splitter to the extreme. Junior brother Qin Shao shouldn't have any other methods. Hao Jian looked at Qian Shaojun in a daze and said, "Junior brother Qin Shao is too monstrous." I don't know. Qian Shaojun really didn't know. After all, no matter how monstrous Qin Zhao's performance was before, it was far from this heaven-defying. This change seemed to have happened in the 100 years since they entered the All-Creation Palace. How short was 100 years? How could there be such a drastic change? At this moment Qin Shao frowned slightly. He used Sky Splitter with all his strength but still couldn't break through. It seemed that Sky Splitter alone couldn't fight Dao Collapse. Even though Qin Shao had added in the various directions of the Tao of all creation, he was still unable to complete this leap. Sky Splitter alone still wasn't enough. However, this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. Deng Gan was originally very strong. If he could be defeated so easily, then Deng Gan wouldn't have the qualifications to be so arrogant. At the very least, he had to have some strength to back him up. Look at the all-creation doppelganger. I really don't believe this. Although his huge sword can block my Sky Splitter, I've already forced him to his limit. If I'm a bit stronger, he definitely won't be able to block it. Dao Collapse is just bluffing. Looking at him, I know he's already at his limit. Qin Shao thought to himself. Today's situation had already reached a point of no return. There was no room for negotiation. He had to fight even if he had to give it his all. Fight to the death. All creation doppelganger, go! Qin Zhao's body moved and instantly created 6 doppelgangers. The 6 Qin Zhaos attacked at the same time. Each of the doppelgangers had the same strength as the original body. Of the 6 clones, the original body could appear in any of the clones and instantly switch between them. Therefore, to break this all-creation doppelganger technique, one had to destroy all 6 doppelgangers in an extremely short period of time. The all-creation doppelganger technique was a very powerful and terrifying technique. 6 doppelgangers meant that Qin Zhao's strength had suddenly increased by 6 times. This middle-grade technique was also very popular among many people. However, the all-creation doppelganger technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was extremely difficult to even get started with it. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's 6 doppelgangers appeared, there was an uproar. What? 6 doppelgangers? Junior brother Qin Shao can actually create 6 doppelgangers? This, crazy, this is really crazy. A monster, a peerless monster. Isn't this too exciting? In just a short 100 years, not only did he cultivate the Sky Splitter sword to perfection, he also cultivated the all-creation doppelganger technique to such a level. He can actually create 6 doppelgangers. Is this unprecedented? Even if it's not unprecedented, it's close. At least among the ancestors I know, there's no such monster. Chapter 1239. Taoist Master Dianfeng. Qin Zhao's freakish talent was truly unimaginable. Compared to Qin Shao, many 3-star all-knowing experts felt that they weren't geniuses at all. They were simply trash. What Qin Shao could do in 100 years, they would find it difficult to do in a million years. His talent and potential were simply too frightening. Many people could already foresee that Qin Shao would definitely rise up in defiance of the heavens. He would definitely grow extremely quickly and become an enlightened being. He might even have great potential to become a king. They could only be envious of such a monstrous talent. Ha ha ha, I'm proud. I never thought that I would be able to latch onto such a big thigh. How Jian was extremely pleased. Right now, the one who felt the most unbearable was Taoist Master Dianfeng. Taoist Master Dianfeng, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with Qin Shao, had an extremely ugly expression. His desire to fight had naturally faded a little. For some reason, he even felt the urge to admit defeat. But now, he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Could he still admit defeat? Even if he did, Qin Shao wouldn't let the matter rest. Thus, he had no way out. He could only fight. Even if he lost, he could only fight. Now that things had developed to this point, Taoist Master Dianfeng felt that he was about to lose control of the situation. He hadn't thought that things would develop like this. Damn it. All-knowing doppelganger, come out. Taoist Master Dianfeng clenched his teeth and shouted. A doppelganger flew out of his body. Clearly, he also cultivated the all-knowing doppelganger technique. However, his mastery was clearly much weaker than Qin Zhao's. He could only create a doppelganger to form two doppelgangers with his main body. It was only equivalent to doubling his strength. 2 doppelgangers? Then let's fight 3 against 1. Let's see how you fight me. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. 3 doppelgangers against 1 Taoist Master Dianfeng. 3 against 1. The battle erupted. 3 against 1. Naturally, the situation was completely reversed. Let alone 3 against 1, Taoist Master Dianfeng was already on the verge of collapse in a 1 against 1. With 3 against 1, it was a complete and utter suppression. A complete and utter suppression without any suspense. The collapsed defense of the giant sword was quickly broken by Qin Shao, tearing a hole in it. The moment the opening was opened, Qin Shao broke through the blockade, charging in front of Dungan. At this moment, collapsed Gon's face was ashen. He had reached the edge of despair and felt powerless to resist. Although he attacked with all his might, under Qin Zhao's crazy attacks, how could he resist? In addition to the psychological pressure, he couldn't resist and was directly suppressed by Qin Shao. Very soon, Qin Shao completely destroyed Qianshang's defenses. He directly struck Qianshang to the ground and sent him flying. As one of his clones was destroyed, his real body vomited blood. His god body was broken, and he stood there with a pale face. He didn't have a beam of arrogance anymore. There was only endless coldness and endless hatred. It was Qin Zhao's sword that had shattered all his dignity. He had lost. He had lost so thoroughly. He, a mighty 3-star all-things wielder, had actually lost to the junior brother of a 2-star all-things wielder. Moreover, he was the one who had started this. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. He had smashed his own foot with a rock. Dignity was something he had thrown on the ground for others to trample on. Qin Shao defeating collapsed Gon also shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbfounded. They were speechless. The entire Dao debate palace instantly fell silent. No one could have imagined such an outcome before. After all, collapsed Gon wasn't Swahuai. Collapsed Gon's strength was still quite good. At the very least, among all the 3-star all-things wielders in the Universal Temple, he would probably be ranked in the middle. He wasn't too strong, but he really wasn't weak. Even if a 2-star all-thing wielder could surpass a certain gap, they shouldn't be so heaven-defying. Qin Shao being able to defeat Swahuai was already an extremely heaven-defying matter. This was something that everyone could accept. After all, Swahuai was only an ordinary 3-star all-things wielder. His strength was at the bottom. Defeating Zhuai was enough to prove just how heaven-defying Qin Shao was. Now, even Collapsed Gon had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Qin Shao. This left everyone speechless. In any case, they had never heard of such a heaven-defying act. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Universal Temple before. It was beyond their imagination. The natural chasm had been broken by Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's name had deeply shocked everyone. The three-star all-things-wielder geniuses and senior brothers couldn't help but feel admiration, and shock from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Zhao's fame had also been established imperceptibly. After defeating Collapsed Gon, Qin Shao glanced over and said coldly, "This is what you deserve. You humiliated me, so you should have expected to be humiliated by me. The taste of reaping what you sowed must be terrible, right? However, you asked for it. You can't blame anyone else. If it weren't for the rules protecting you, I wouldn't have just defeated you." Collapsed Gon couldn't say anything in the face of Qin Zhao's humiliating words. He had no face to speak at all. What right did a loser have to speak? Qin Shao didn't kill him because the rules protected him. It wasn't because he didn't dare to kill him. "Scram. Take your 2 dogs and scram," Qin Shao said again. Collapsed Gon took a deep look at Qin Shao. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and left. Zhuai and the other man in black didn't dare to show any temper at all. They could only scram with their tails between their legs. However, at this moment a figure walked in. A powerful aura descended. Collapsed Gon's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. His expression changed greatly. He felt a surge of energy supporting him. "Big brother!" Collapsed Gon seemed to have found an outlet to vent all his grievances and humiliation. Everyone who thought that the matter was over revealed strange expressions when they saw who it was. The situation didn't look good. Qin Shao also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. He couldn't help but frown and look over. At this moment, standing beside Dungan was a man who looked somewhat similar to Dungan. However, he was very imposing. A powerful aura supported his powerful aura. A terrifying aura was emitted from between his brows. It made him look like a king who ruled over the world. Everyone couldn't help but feel apprehensive when they saw his cold eyes. His aura alone was enough to suppress everyone in the Dao Debate Palace. Even those who were closer to him retreated quickly in fear. It was as if they were afraid of offending this great bodhisattva. Taoist Collapsed Wind. Qin Shao immediately knew who this person was. He had seen this person's information on the All-Creation Pillar. As long as he became an enlightened master, his information would be displayed on the All-Creation Pillar for others to admire. Collapsed Wind was the most recent disciple of the All-Creation Temple to become an enlightened master. Although he was only a 3-star All-Creation Master, the fact that he could become an enlightened master was enough to show how heaven-defying he was. He was definitely a peerless genius. There was no need to talk about his strength. The only criterion for becoming an enlightened master was strength. Without enough strength, there was no way to become one. Thus, Taoist Master Collapsing Wind stood there with an air of dignity and power that was terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Collapsed Wind Sage Collapsed Gon. Thinking about it, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. Collapsed Gon was actually Collapsed Wind Sage's younger brother. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering even though he wasn't very strong. He looked down on everyone and acted tyrannically. It turned out that he had such a huge backer behind him. No wonder he was so arrogant. Qin Shao finally understood why Qian Shaojun and senior brother Hao Jian had tried so hard to persuade him not to act rashly. There was such a terrifying existence hiding behind the scenes. However, Qin Shao had nothing to regret since he'd already provoked him. Even if he'd known about this beforehand, Qin Shao wouldn't have changed his mind. He had to step on Collapsed Gon. Otherwise, where would his dignity go? Collapsed Wind Sage's cold gaze swept over, landing on Qin Shao like a needle. Just his gaze alone was filled with a dense killing intent. Clearly, Taoist Collapsed Wind wanted to kill Qin Shao. He wasn't someone easy to talk to and was here to denounce Qin Shao. The Tao debate crowd was as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to provoke Collapsed Wind Sage. "Big brother!" Collapsed Gon called out, a bit agitated. He hadn't notified his big brother, who would have thought he'd come after hearing the news. Collapsed Wind Sage glanced at Collapsed Gon and snorted. "Useless thing, you're making me lose face. Get out of my way." After being reprimanded by Taoist Collapsing Wind, Deng Gon dejectedly retreated to the side, leaving the rest to his big brother Taoist Collapsing Wind. Collapsed Wind Sage walked forward, each step as heavy as a mountain's stomp. He carried boundless authority and thick murderous intent. Just this powerful aura alone was enough to make some of the weaker people break out in cold sweat. Faced with the pressure of the powerful aura, Qin Shao could already sense a powerful force gushing toward him, wanting to crush his spirit will. But how could Qin Shao be so easily defeated? Qin Shao stood ramrod straight in the face of Collapsed Wind Sage. He didn't show any weakness, didn't lower his head, and didn't even take half a step back. His arrogance was as firm as a boulder. No matter how strong Collapsed Wind Sage's aura was, it was impossible for him to defeat Qin Shao with it alone. Many people broke out in a cold sweat on Qin Shao's behalf. They secretly admired him in their hearts. They really admired him. To be able to remain so calm in the face of Collapsed Wind Sage's oppressive aura was indeed impressive. Collapsed Wind Sage's expression was frosty, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Qin Zhao's performance surprised him. "Humph, no wonder you could defeat my useless brother. Looks like you have some skill after all. No wonder you're so arrogant and don't even respect me." Taoist Collapsing Wind snorted coldly, his voice exploding in Qin Zhao's mind like thunder. Just this voice alone contained a powerful offensive power. However, it had no effect on Qin Shao. Qin Shao remained neither servile nor overbearing as he said with a calm and cold expression, "Taoist Collapsing Wind, are you here to avenge your younger brother? If so, then I'm sorry, but I won't spar with you. I'm just a 2-star all-creation master and know my place. I'm no match for you. I'm not stupid enough to ask for a beating." Qin Shao didn't even need to exchange blows with Collapsed Wind Sage to know that he was no match for him. Since he knew he couldn't win, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask for a beating. Qin Shao would give it a try as long as there was a slight possibility. It was completely impossible. Qin Shao had no reason to try unless it was absolutely necessary. It was Collapsed Wind who'd provoked Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already been taught a lesson. Qin Shao had been avenged, and he'd regained his dignity. That was enough. Chapter 1240. That's not up to you. What? Are you scared? That wasn't your arrogance just now. Taoist Collapsing Wind swept a cold glance at Qin Shao. His calm words were filled with provocation. He clearly wanted to incite Qin Zhao's anger. Taoist Collapsing Wind's goal was obvious. He was here to get back at his younger brother. He wanted to get back at Qin Shao for the humiliation he'd suffered. Everyone could see that Taoist Master Collapsing Wind wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, there was no way to clean up the mess today. Qin Shao said, "I may be arrogant, but I know my limits. I'm not like some people who are so arrogant that they consider everything beneath their notice." Taoist Collapsing Wind, you're a Taoist Collapsing Wind. Do you really want me, a 2-star all-things expert who just entered the Myriad Palace, to fight you? Even if I were willing to fight you, would there really be any glory left for you? Although I lost honorably, you, Taoist Collapsing Wind, have not only lost face. Taoist Collapsing Wind snorted coldly. Kid, you're the one who's scared. No need for so much nonsense. I don't want to bully you, but you humiliated my younger brother. I must settle this matter with you. It doesn't matter if you fight or not. What matters is that I fight. You can say that I'm a bully or a bully. I'll definitely get back at you for what happened today. If you won't fight, I'll teach you a lesson. Taoist Collapsing Wind's domineering aura was fully expressed in simple words. He was always so protective of his own, always bullying the weak. But what could you do about it? Qin Shao shook his head. He knew that today's battle was unavoidable. He was definitely no match for Taoist Collapsing Wind. Fortunately, Taoist Collapsing Wind wouldn't dare kill Qin Shao. His life wasn't in danger, but he'd have to suffer. Since he couldn't avoid it, Qin Shao could only grit his teeth and face it. You want to bully me? Bring it on. Qin Zhao's battle intent surged. He wouldn't back down even in the face of a strong opponent. If you want to fight, then let's fight. So what if he was no match for him? He was not afraid of power, and he would never lower his head. Qin Zhao's courage still made everyone admire him endlessly. He was indeed a man. With regards to Qin Shao, everyone could only express sympathy. Although there were rules in the Universal Temple that forbade members of the same sect from killing each other, theoretically speaking, they were not allowed to privately harm members of the same sect. However, rules were dead while people were alive. It was impossible to say that all the rules could be implemented perfectly. Taoist Collapsing Wind was an enlightened master. How high was his status? Moreover, this was the Tao Debate Palace, and the Tao Debate Palace was a place for people to spar and discuss the Tao. Besides, even if he didn't mention all of this, could Qin Shao really go to the Holy Temple to complain to Taoist Collapsing Wind? The Holy Temple might not necessarily believe Qin Zhao's words based on just one side of the story. However, if they wanted to find a witness who would dare to testify for Qin Shao, that was something that would offend Taoist Master Dongfeng. Who would be willing to do that? Even if they were willing, Qin Shao wouldn't implicate anyone else. Besides, Qin Shao couldn't possibly complain. Plus, Taoist Master Dongfeng was a domineering person. That was why he dared to do so. Qin Shao could only admit defeat for today's matter. There was nothing he could do. Who told him to be weaker? Trying to stop a chariot with your bare arms? Ridiculous. Taoist Collapsing Wind snorted disdainfully when he saw that Qin Shao was about to attack him. Boom! Taoist Master Dongfeng's aura exploded once more, suppressing everyone with his aura. Clearly, Taoist Master Dongfeng was about to attack. Many people held their breaths, stifling their breathing. Stop! But at that moment, a voice rang out. A beautiful figure dashed over, rushing in front of Taoist Master Dongfeng. Seeing this figure, everyone could not help but be surprised. Qin Shao frowned, also looking in surprise at the person in front of him. It was none other than Princess Ziyue. After not seeing her for 100 years, Princess Ziyue was still as elegant and beautiful as ever. Qin Shao had a strange feeling when he saw Princess Ziyue stand up for him. No one else had expected that Princess Ziyue would stand up for Qin Shao when he was in danger. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian hadn't stood up for him either. The feelings involved naturally made one's imagination run wild. Qian Shaojun also knew that Princess Ziyue was close to Qin Shao, but she hadn't thought too much about it. Now it seemed that she also knew that Princess Ziyue and Qin Shao weren't just friends. Princess Ziyue stared coldly at Taoist Master Dongfeng. Taoist Master Dongfeng raised an eyebrow when he saw Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue, this is a private matter between me and Qin Shao. Are you going to interfere? Speaking of which, I can be considered acquaintances with your father. I even saw you once when you were young. I'm on good terms with your family. Ziyue, you should step aside. Taoist Master Dongfeng was rather courteous to Princess Ziyue. Everyone knew who she was, so the senior brothers of the three-star all-knowing experts were all very courteous to her. No one dared to offend the descendant of King Ying. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. She was even more pitiful. In fact, there were already disciples of three-star all-knowing experts approaching Princess Ziyue. They were suspected of wooing her. Princess Ziyue had no intention of leaving. Instead, she said resolutely, "Taoist Master Dongfeng, since you're on good terms with my father, can I ask you to give me some face? Let's end today's matter here. I Ziyue owe you a favor. In the future, I'll definitely tell my father about this and have him properly thank you." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. In order to help Qin Shao, Princess Ziyue had even brought out her father's favor. Clearly, she was sincerely helping Qin Shao. However, Taoist Master Dong Feng scowled coldly. "Little Ziyue, if it were anything else, I wouldn't have given you face since you've asked. But he's causing a lot of trouble. He humiliated my brother and spoke rudely to me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, where will I put my face? He's courting death. He can't blame anyone else. Today's matter is non-negotiable. Little Ziyue, although I'm on good terms with your father, if you insist on sticking your nose into other people's business, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm sure your father won't have anything to say." "Didn't your father teach you not to stick your nose into other people's business?" Princess Ziyue didn't back down. "My father did teach people to be grateful and cherish friendship. Qin Shao saved my life on Fiend Island. I owe him a debt of gratitude first. Between us, there's also friendship. How can I not care about his kindness and friendship? That's why I won't take a step back today. I'll take care of this matter to the end. If you want to make a move, then do it. I'll accompany Qin Shao as you teach him a lesson." Princess Ziyue's words deeply touched Hao Jian and Qian Shaojun. The two of them looked at each other with a trace of embarrassment on their faces. They were also known as Qin Zhao's brothers and viewed Qin Shao as a brother. But just now, they'd been struggling with whether or not to step forward. However, Princess Ziyue had disregarded everything and stepped forward. Qian Shaojun clenched his teeth and stepped forward as well. He stood beside Qin Shao. "Me too. I'll fight alongside brother Qin Shao today. So what if I'm taught a lesson? Princess Ziyue is right. One must know how to be grateful and cherish friendship. If I don't step forward when my brother is in trouble, then I'm not fit to be his brother." After saying that, Qian Shaojun nodded solemnly to Qin Shao to express his determination. Qin Zhao's heart warmed. He smiled and shook his head at Qian Shaojun's action. In fact, he didn't want Qian Shaojun to rush forward to stand up for him. He could bear the suffering alone. He didn't want to implicate Qian Shaojun. But since Qian Shaojun had stepped forward, it meant that he saw him as a brother. Qin Shao would remember this friendship. Life was long, but there weren't many true brothers. Qin Shao was glad that he had made some true brothers along the way. Seeing Qian Shaojun step forward, Hao Jian clenched his teeth. After struggling for a while, he also stepped forward. "Haha, I, Hao Jian, have always been timid and cowardly. I've always had to please everyone and didn't dare to offend anyone. I can't help it." "Who asked me, Hao Jian, to be weak, and have mediocre potential? So naturally, I don't dare to offend anyone. After being a coward for so long, I can be proud of myself today. Since brother Qian Shaojun dares to stand up for me, I have no reason to be a coward anymore. Anyway, I'll be beaten up. I can bear it if I grit my teeth. Haha, I'm going all out this time." Seeing Hao Jian step forward, Qin Shao was really surprised. Qin Shao was surprised that Qian Shaojun stepped forward. After all, Qin Shao knew Qian Shaojun very well. He was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Qin Shao knew a little about Hao Jian's character. He didn't expect him to step forward like this. "Thank you, brother." Qin Shao nodded solemnly to Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian. Such a situation made everyone look sideways. Many people also admired Qin Zhao's character. He was able to make others risk their lives for him. He did have his personal charm. The three of them stood up for him, forming a powerful force. However, this force was still nothing in Collapsing Wind Master's eyes. Collapsing Wind Master glanced disdainfully at Qin Zhao's group of four and sneered. "You're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. How dare you flaunt your loyalty here? Ha ha! Unfortunately, your loyalty is worthless." Collapsing Wind Master didn't pay any attention to Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian. These two weren't even worth mentioning in his eyes. Adding them two more wouldn't take any extra effort. He was still a little wary of Princess Ziyue. Thus, Collapsing Wind Master's gaze landed on Princess Ziyue again. "Little Ziyue, I don't want to repeat myself a third time. I won't lower myself to your level on account of your father. However, if you think that using your father's name as a shield will make me back down, then I can only say that you are too naive. Don't blame me for being impolite if you don't know what's good for you and back off." Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head. "Ziyue, get out of the way. Don't get involved in this matter. It's just a small matter. You won't die. I'm a man. So what if I get beaten up? Every dog has his day. I, Qin Shao, will get back at you for today's humiliation. Hatred will only make me improve." Chapter 1241. Princess Ziyue's decisiveness. Despite her words, Princess Ziyue didn't listen to Qin Shao at all. Her face was resolute and stubborn. She wouldn't change her mind. Her stubbornness had become even more resolute because of Qin Shao. "Taoist Collapsing Wind, I respect you, but I've already said that I won't step aside." Princess Ziyue's words left no room for negotiation. Once a woman hardened her heart, she was truly stubborn. Qin Shao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He'd hurt Ziyue so much, but she was still willing to help him at all costs. Qin Shao could feel this sentiment. It was just that Qin Shao could not accept this feeling. Perhaps this was the helplessness of life. Relying on a woman to save him, this was regressing as he lived. Qin Shao felt like he couldn't afford to waste this fortune. Humph! Taoist Collapsing Wind was thoroughly enraged. Just as he was about to attack and everyone's nerves tensed, Princess Ziyue's hand suddenly moved. A shining talisman flew out and circled in her palm. The talisman emitted a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. That dazzling light seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. Such an aura caused everyone's heart to be violently shocked. So powerful, so terrifying. What kind of treasure was this? Could it be a talisman personally refined by the Ing King? If that was the case, then this talisman was equivalent to the Ing King's all-out attack. The Ing King was a king-level existence. His all-out attack was a great threat even to an enlightened master. Taoist Collapsing Wind was about to attack when he saw the talisman in Princess Ziyue's hand. He frowned deeply, his expression grave and unsightly. A talisman refined by the Ing King. It contains his aura. Taoist Collapsing Wind's eyes were sharp enough to recognize the talisman's origin with a single glance. From the terrifying aura emitted by the talisman treasure, he clearly understood that this talisman treasure was already capable of posing an extremely great threat to him. Damn it! Taoist Collapsing Wind snorted and said angrily, "Little Ziyue, I've long heard that King Ing dotes on you and even taught you personally. But I didn't expect that Prince Ing would spoil you to such an extent that he would spend so much to refine a talisman treasure for you to protect yourself. The price to refine a talisman treasure like this is extremely high. With this talisman treasure, even a Taoist master wouldn't dare to do anything to you. You'll have the power to protect your life. You actually want to use such a precious treasure to deal with me? You're really willing to part with it." Taoist Collapsing Wind's voice was very cold. His voice was filled with extreme fury. Even if he was angry, there was also a hint of fear in it. Princess Ziyue's talisman treasure was enough to threaten him, Taoist collapsing wind. Princess Zeus said, "There's nothing to be reluctant about. It's just a matter of whether you need it or not. No matter how good a treasure is, it has to be used. Only then will it have value. If you keep it on you and don't use it, it won't be able to display its true value." Taoist collapsing wind. I've already expressed my determination, so I'll attack regardless of the cost. If the treasure is gone, then so be it. But some things can't be lost. Taoist collapsing wind. If you want to fight, you should consider the consequences. Although I'm weak, I'm fortunate enough to be doted on by the forefather and be bestowed with this life-saving treasure. Today, perhaps you can show me the power of this life-saving treasure bestowed upon me by the forefather. Taoist collapsing wind was furious. He was truly furious. But so what if he was furious? He could only endure Prince Ying's talisman treasure at most. Otherwise, not only would he not gain the slightest advantage today, he might even lose his life. That wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Taoist collapsing wind had no choice but to drop the matter. Taoist collapsing wind's gaze landed viciously on Qin Shao as he said in a bone-chilling voice, "You brat, I'll remember today's score. I'll slowly settle it with you later. Humph, let's go." With a wave of his hand, Taoist collapsing wind left with Taoist Qian and the others. But this matter clearly wouldn't end here. Princess Ziyue could protect Qin Shao for a while, but not forever. However, today's situation had finally calmed down. The smoke of war had finally stopped. Princess Ziyue clenched her fist and put away her talisman treasure. That was her life-saving trump card, and this was the first time she'd taken it out. But it was worth it to be able to help Qin Shao. After Taoist collapsing wind and the others left, the atmosphere finally calmed down. Everyone's tense nerves were finally relaxed. The Tao Debate Palace instantly became lively. Qin Shao also inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd originally thought that he'd be ruthlessly beaten up today, but he hadn't expected this outcome. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Qin Shao looked at Princess Ziyue and said, "Ziyue, thank you." Princess Ziyue turned to look at Qin Shao and indifferently replied, "It's fine as long as you're fine. Taoist collapsing wind definitely won't let this matter rest. You'd better be careful in the future." With that, Princess Ziyue left. What was going on? Wasn't she risking everything to save Qin Shao just a moment ago? Why did the situation suddenly change? She'd become somewhat cold. What was going on? This situation truly puzzled many people, and they all looked at Qin Shao with strange gazes. Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that Princess Ziyue was still angry at him. But forget it, if she was angry, then so be it. There was nothing he could do about it. Since he'd already made this decision, he had to see it through. Brother Qin Shao, what's going on with Princess Ziyue? Why can't I understand what's going on between the two of you? Qian Shaojun looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Qian Shaojun, Senior Hao Jian, thank you so much for just now. I suddenly feel like drinking wine. Let's go to my Xing mansion and have a few drinks. Hao Jian laughed heartily. Haha, good, I also feel like drinking wine. Let's go. Qian Shaojun saw that Qin Shao wasn't willing to talk about it, so she could only stop asking. The three of them left. When they returned to the Xing mansion, Qin Shao had Mo Xiang prepare some wine and dishes. The three of them drank to their heart's content in the pavilion in the backyard. After drinking wine, the unhappiness from just now was completely swept away, and their mood became much better. Junior brother Qin Shao, we can still sit together and drink wine now. I reckon that in another 10,000 years, we won't have the face to sit here and drink with you. Hao Jian suddenly said. Qin Shao pursed his lips, saying, Senior brother Hao Jian, why do you say that? Hao Jian smiled, saying, Junior brother Qin Shao, with your talent and potential, the speed of your growth will definitely be astonishing. In another 10,000 years, I reckon that junior brother Qin Shao will be conferred the title of Enlightened Master. Once you become an Enlightened Master, you won't live here anymore. I reckon that you won't go to the cultivation district much. When the time comes, there will be a natural moat between us and junior brother Qin Shao, an invisible chasm. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult. Qian Shaojun also nodded in agreement with Hao Jian's words. She smiled and said, "Yes, brother Qin Shao, senior brother Hao Jian is right. With your current potential, the possibility of becoming an enlightened master in 10,000 years is still very high." Qin Shao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't make fun of me. But becoming an enlightened master in 10,000 years is probably not a problem. But whether I become an enlightened master or a king, our friendship won't change. Since we're brothers, it won't change because of this. So, as long as you're willing, no matter when, we can sit down and drink to our heart's content." Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian looked at each other for a while, and then both of them laughed. With Qin Zhao's words, they were happy. Sometimes, brotherly love really couldn't stand the test. But Qin Shao shouldn't be that kind of person. "Alright, brother Qin Shao, if you want to temper your skills and strength, you can go to the Void Battle Hall. That place is very good for tempering, and it'll be very helpful," Hao Jian suddenly said. Qin Shao nodded, saying, "Yes, I've been to the Void Battle Hall. You've been there?" Hao Jian was momentarily stunned and then asked, "How many battles did you last until?" Qin Shao smiled at Hao Jian, saying, "Let's not talk about it. I feel like your results are very ordinary." Hao Jian waved his hand, saying, it's fine. Ordinary results are very normal. After all, you're only a 2-star all-creation cultivator, and it's your first time going to the Void Battle Hall. Now that I'm in the Void Battle Hall, I can only last until the 5th battle, and this is the result of many years of hard work. The first time I entered the Void Battle Hall, I only lasted until the 2nd battle. Junior brother Qin Shao, tell me, how many battles did you last until? Let's not talk about it. It's fine. Tell us anyway, we won't laugh at you. What's there to be afraid of?" Hao Jian said again. Qin Shao curled his lips and could only say, 13th battle. 13th battle, not bad. Hao Jian smacked his lips and casually responded, but after saying that, he felt that something was wrong and was suddenly stunned. His eyes immediately became round, and he looked at Qin Shao with an extremely strange gaze. "What? 13th battle? You mean 13th battle? Did I hear wrong?" Qin Shao smiled faintly. "I don't think you heard wrong. Hao Jian was momentarily speechless, greatly provoked. "Junior brother Qin Shao, oh junior brother Qin Shao, do you have to be so monstrous? 13th battle. It's your first time in the Void Battle Hall, and you can actually last until the 13th battle. How heaven-defying is this?" Qian Shaojun had never entered the Void Battle Hall, and was not very clear about the situation, so she did not express her opinion. However, seeing Hao Jian's excited expression, she knew that Qin Zhao's performance was extremely heaven-defying. Qin Shao said, "Senior brother Hao Jian, there's no need to be so excited. Isn't it just 13th battle, nothing much?" "That's nothing?" Hao Jian could not be more provoked. "Junior brother Qin Shao, then I have to tell you properly. Let's not talk about those who enter the Void Battle Hall for the first time. Even now, among the ordinary disciples of the Universal Palace, there are definitely not more than half who can last until the 13th battle, let alone those who have entered the Void Battle Hall for the first time. In other words, junior brother Qin Shao, you have already suppressed half of the 3-star Universal Bearers. If it's the first time, then I'm afraid, in the history of the Universal Palace, there is no one who is more heaven-defying than you. You are going to break the rhythm of the record. Damn it, I really don't want to talk to a monster like you, I want to be alone. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He did not think much of it. Chapter 1242. The Ninth Valley. By the way, Brother Qin Shao, let's talk about something private. What's going on between you and Princess Ziyue? Qian Shaojun suddenly asked. This was not gossip, but concern. Although Qian Shaojun did not have much interaction with Princess Ziyue, he admired her quite a bit. It could even be said that he admired her a little. Of course, Qian Shaojun always kept these thoughts in his heart and did not express them. Moreover, he was a magnanimous person. Naturally, he would not hold a grudge against Qin Shao because of this matter. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "What's going on between me and her?" Qian Shaojun said, "Don't play dumb in front of me. You should know what I mean. Previously, I felt that you and Princess Ziyue were very close, but I didn't think too much about it. Now, it seems that the two of you were quite close when you were on Demon Island. Ziyue said that you saved her life. It seems that your hero saving the damsel in distress act has already captured Princess Ziyue's heart. Everyone can clearly see Princess Ziyue's feelings for you, but you seem to be indifferent to it? Brother, I really don't understand. Isn't Princess Ziyue good in all aspects? Furthermore, her family background is extremely illustrious. Who knows how many people yearn for Princess Ziyue even in their dreams, yet you want to hurt her heart. Why is that?" Qin Shao laughed bitterly and shook his head. He said helplessly, "Qian Shaojun, to each his own. Princess Ziyue is very good in all aspects. I have to admit that I do admire Princess Ziyue. But admiration is admiration, it can't turn into love. To be honest, I don't have any thoughts about love right now. I don't want to think about these things. Although I know that if you grasp the love between a man and a woman well, it will not affect your cultivation. The power of love is very strong. It can be a double-edged sword. It depends on how you face it and how you grasp it. But to be honest, I come from a humble background. Princess Ziyue is high and mighty. To be honest, standing in front of Princess Ziyue, I feel inferior. So, I don't want to get involved in this kind of relationship. Aren't you a core disciple of the Universal Temple now? It's fine that you were lowly in the past, but now you can be considered to have moved the hearts of all living beings," said Qian Shaojun. But Qin Shao still shook his head. He's just a core disciple. What does he count for in front of King Ying? Why are you so stubborn? Qian Shaojun still wanted to persuade her, but Qin Shao waved her hand and said, "All right, Qian Shaojun, let's not talk about this anymore. As the saying goes, a melon picked by force is not sweet. Don't worry about this for me. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. For some things, it's better not to impose your own will on others. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about cultivation. By the way, Brother Hao Jian, you've been in the Universal Temple for so long and are very experienced. I wonder if you have any good suggestions for me?" Hao Jian thought for a while and said, "Junior Brother Qin Shao, based on your current situation, you should want to cultivate the Universal Clone Technique to perfection. This will be very beneficial for your strength and your realm. It will be a huge boost. My suggestion is that you can either listen to the teachings of an enlightened master, or try the Ninth Valley directly." Enlightened master's teachings? Qin Shao shook his head. The Tao was one's own. Listening to someone else's teachings might not be a good thing. If one was not ambitious and only pursued what was in front of them, it would still be fine. But Qin Zhao's goal was to become the controller of all living beings. So, Qin Shao naturally would not listen to the teachings of an enlightened master. The Ninth Valley. Qin Shao actually had this idea too. Qian Shaojun was a little worried. Isn't it a little too early to try the Ninth Valley now? Hao Jian said, "Yes, it's a little too early. But I think it's all right. After all, junior brother Qin Zhao's strength is still quite strong. He can still give the Ninth Valley a try. Unlike us, we don't have to think about it. With pressure, it's easier to improve. I think junior brother Qin Zhao prefers this kind of stressful environment. I think he can try the Ninth Valley. Qin Zhao nodded. Yes, senior brother Hao Jian's words make sense. With pressure, there will be motivation. Only then will one be able to stimulate one's potential. I have the same idea. Let's go to the Ninth Valley then. The 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys were places specially designed for testing. It was said that if one could pass all the tests of the 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys, he would have the strength of a king. If he could pass all 6 caves, he would have the strength of an enlightened master. If he could pass all 9 valleys, he would be a top 3-star enlightened master. He would only be 1 step away from becoming an enlightened master. After drinking with Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian for a while, Qin Zhao went straight to the Ninth Valley. Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian had nothing to do, so they accompanied Qin Zhao. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Ninth Valley. The news that Qin Zhao wanted to enter the Ninth Valley spread quickly. After all, Qin Zhao was quite famous in the Cultivation Valley. Moreover, Qin Zhao was a 2-star enlightened master. It was indeed big news that he wanted to enter the Ninth Valley. 9 valleys. Although the difficulty increased from 1 to 9 valleys, the difference was not very big. It was just that every valley's test was different. The direction was also different. When the 9 valleys were stacked together, it was a very comprehensive test. In this way, there would be less accidental factors. The strength of the test would be more realistic. Moreover, the main purpose of the test was not to prove how strong one was. It was to improve one's cultivation. The various tests were also to improve one's cultivation. This would be very helpful to the cultivators. It would be a great improvement. The moment Qin Zhao stepped into the Ninth Valley, many 3-star evil demons pounced on him. There were so many 3-star evil demons in here. This time, there were actually more than a dozen of them charging at him. More than 10 3-star evil demons were surrounding him. It was a very scary situation. He was in such danger the moment he entered. It was no wonder that Qian Shaojun was worried. The Ninth Valley was not simple. However, Qin Zhao had come prepared. He had already anticipated the dangers involved. Naturally, he was not afraid of anything. Qin Zhao's figure moved, and he directly split into 6 clones, and then charged over. The challenge of the Ninth Valley had officially begun. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the Ninth Valley. Do you think junior brother Qin Zhao can make it through the Ninth Valley? It's hard to say. Junior Qin Zhao's strength is not bad. However, if he can pass the Ninth Valley, he would be almost at the standard of a top-notch 3-star enlightened master. That means that the possibility of passing the Ninth Valley is not high. That's true. However, since junior Qin Zhao dares to go, he should have some confidence, right? From what I can see, junior brother Qin Zhao is a rather cautious and steady person. Let's wait and see. I want to see exactly how heaven-defying our junior brother Qin Zhao is. Passing the Ninth Valley was not a big deal. However, when it happened to Qin Zhao, it attracted a lot of attention. Perhaps it was because the endless years in the cultivation area were boring. Hence, everything was new and interesting. Day by day, year by year, it was still the same scenery. However, the pace of time had never stopped. Amidst the peace in the cultivation area, there was some liveliness. From time to time, there would be some news that people would talk about enthusiastically. Windflower Moon, Purple Cloud Mountain, Dewflower Terrace, Cherry Mothergrass. A fragrance wafted over. A strand of purple dress swayed in the wind. Princess Purple Moon stood amidst the clouds. The breeze was cool and her hair danced in the wind. A gentle light flickered in her eyes, which were filled with sorrow. If he was safe, the sky would be clear. What was love? What was love? Perhaps we are not fated to be together. Princess Ziyu gently closed her eyes and gazed into the distance, towards the 9 valleys. It's been 600 years. You have already reached the 7th valley. In another 200 or 300 years, you will pass the 9th valley. Congratulations! Rays of light suddenly surged from Princess Purple Moon's body. Even the sky and earth changed color. This was, Princess Purple Moon's face suddenly trembled. She immediately revealed a strange look of surprise. She was going to break through. The 6 core disciples cultivated in the Universal Temple for 800 years. Princess Purple Moon had a sudden epiphany and directly broke through to the 3-star all-knowing realm. Princess Purple Moon was also the first new core disciple to break through to the 3-star all-knowing realm. She was ahead of the 6 core disciples. Everyone thought that Qin Shao would be the first to break through. They did not expect Princess Purple Moon to be the first. However, it was not too surprising. After all, Princess Purple Moon was the descendant of King Ying. She was King Ying's most doted little princess. She was a peerless genius personally taught by King Ying. In addition, Princess Purple Moon had been very diligent in her cultivation. It was reasonable for her to be the first to break through. However, the glory of Princess Purple Moon's breakthrough was quickly overshadowed by Qin Shao. In the 900th year in the 9th valley, Qin Shao broke through the 9th valley and shone brightly. During the period when he broke through the 9th valley, Qin Shao also broke through to the 3-star all-knowing realm. He became the second person after Princess Purple Moon to break through. It had only been 1,000 years since the last breakthrough. Qin Shao and Princess Purple Moon both broke through again. They were indeed monstrous. This caused Qian Shaojun and the others to prostrate themselves in admiration, and they had nothing to say. In just 1,000 years, they broke through from the 2-star all-knowing realm to the 3-star all-knowing realm. This speed was too monstrous. Those who could do it were definitely rare. Qin Zhao's light shone even brighter. Not only did he break through to the 3-star all-knowing realm, but he also broke through the 9th valley. In this way, Qin Zhao's strength also reached the peak of the 3-star all-knowing realm. He was only a step away from the enlightened being. This kind of growth speed was too monstrous. It was too heaven-defying. It was enough to make all the disciples admire him. After breaking through the 9th valley, the cultivation area was also in an uproar. However, Qin Shao did not stop. He continued to move forward. Next, he directly entered the 6th valley, starting from the 6th valley. This caused another uproar in the cultivation area. After breaking through the 9th valley, he wanted to continue to the 6th valley? Could it be that he wanted to become an enlightened being in one go? Such a thing had never happened before. Many disciples also came to watch and discuss. They all wanted to see if Qin Shao could continue to defy the heavens and create another miracle. After Taoist Collapsing Wind and Deng Gan learned of Qin Zhao's monstrous actions, they were infuriated. Taoist Collapsing Wind had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's strength was about to surpass his. Chapter 1243. Sage. It was not difficult for Qin Shao to pass the 9 valleys and break through to the 3-star all-creation realm. After all, he had an absolute foundation and a natural advantage. Add to that his innate talent and comprehension ability, as well as the experience of other Daos that he could use for reference, and the tempering of Jiu Gu, Qin Shao could naturally improve by leaps and bounds. 1,000 years of training was not a small amount. To others, this was an inconceivable matter. It sounded like something that was absolutely impossible. But along the way, Qin Shao had always made the impossible possible, creating one miracle after another. Relatively speaking, this breakthrough was indeed nothing much. Qin Zhao's cultivation level was very high. After entering the Universal Core World, he had the help of the Universal Core World and the power of the laws. This made him even more powerful. It was normal for him to make consecutive breakthroughs. To Qin Shao, the heart of all things world was just a transition. He did not expect to stay in the heart of all things world for long. This was a kind of confidence and a kind of confidence. The 6 valleys were a huge test for Qin Shao, but it could not stop Qin Shao. Tens of thousands of years had passed. These tens of thousands of years had been very lively in the cultivation area. From time to time there would be sensational news. Qin Shao passed the valleys one by one. In tens of thousands of years, he had passed all 6 valleys. He had passed 6 valleys in 10,000 years. This was an impressive achievement. It was probably an unprecedented feat. Not only had he passed 6 valleys, but Qin Shao had also broken through to the 4-star all-creation realm. Qin Shao had only used 10,000 years to go from a 3-star all-creation realm to a 4-star all-creation realm. How heaven-defying was this? This achievement was enough to make him look down on all sages. At least in the long history of the Universal Palace, there had never been such a heaven-defying genius. According to historical records, it took at least 50,000 years to advance from a 3-star all-knowing master to a 4-star all-knowing master, which was more than 5 times the time taken by Qin Shao. And from a starless cultivator to a 4-star all-things cultivator, Qin Shao merely used less than 13,000 years. In such a short amount of time, countless people had not been able to go from a starless person to a 1-star all-things master, but Qin Shao had surprisingly directly become a 4-star all-things master. Qin Zhao's name had completely shaken the entire Universal Palace. Compared to Qin Zhao's unparalleled brilliance, Taoist Collapsing Wind seemed dim. Now that he thought about it, Taoist Collapsing Wind's harsh words to Qin Shao were undoubtedly a joke. He had also become a laughingstock that others took delight in talking about. Ever since Qin Shao became an enlightened being, Taoist Collapsing Wind and Taoist Collapsing Qian never showed their faces again. Qin Zhao's unprecedented beauty quickly attracted the attention of the 3 venerables. Deities Templar, Holy Arena. The 3 venerables sat there with smiles on their faces. It was extremely rare to see someone who could make the 3 venerables smile. Ha ha ha, I don't even know what to say about this kid Qin Shao, ha ha ha. Venerable 7-Leaf laughed heartily, his mood clearly carefree to the extreme. The white-robed Venerable Master stroked his white beard and said, 7-Leaf, you've really picked up a treasure this time. Now I have to admit that your eyes are indeed quite sharp. I've never been too optimistic about this kid, but who would have thought that he would surprise us again and again, shattering my view of him time and time again. I have no choice but to change my opinion of him. I have to say that Qin Zhao's talent is indeed unprecedented, far above ours. At this rate, it won't be long before he reaches the 5-star all-things master realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. Venerable White Mother also nodded and smiled. Yes, that's indeed the case. Perhaps our Universal Palace will soon have another Venerable Master. This is also a good thing. Our Universal Palace hasn't had a Venerable Master for far too long. But this time, 7-Leaf has picked up a huge bargain. Venerable White Mother, you can't blame me for that. Big Brother didn't think highly of this kid from the start, and neither did Venerable White Mother. Therefore, it's my eyes that discerned gold and saw this kid's limitless potential. It's my good eye, ha ha. Venerable 7-Leaf said. The white-robed Venerable White Mother and the white-robed Venerable White Mother shook their heads and smiled. But Venerable 7-Leaf had the right to be cocky now. Previously, the 3 of them had discussed that each of them would secretly nurture a disciple. Venerable 7-Leaf picked Qin Shao, the white-robed Venerable White Mother picked Princess Ziyue, and the white-robed Venerable White picked Qian Shaojun. But now, more than 10,000 years had passed, and Qin Shao had already left everyone in the dust, leaving them far behind. They couldn't even catch up to him. As for Princess Ziue, her performance was still alright, and she was more eye-catching. If not for Qin Shao, Princess Ziue would definitely shine brightly and be the center of everyone's attention. But with Qin Shao around, she was dim and dull, unable to release the slightest bit of light. Her light was completely absorbed by Qin Shao. Big brother, venerable White Mother, do you think Qin Shao can continue to pass the 3 mountains? I think this kid is still full of energy. Will he continue to pass the 3 mountains? Venerable Seven Leaf asked. The white-robed Venerable White Mother said, Seven Leaf, aren't you the best at reading this kid? Why do you still need to ask us? Tell us. Haha, big brother, just let me be cocky. Hurry up and tell us. Venerable Seven Leaf laughed heartily. The white-robed Venerable White Mother raised her eyebrows slightly and thought carefully before saying, Given this kid's character, he won't give up easily. He will probably continue. It's just a question of whether or not he can pass. He's already at his peak. If he continues like this, I'm afraid he'll break. That's not necessarily a good thing. I'd rather he stop now and go into seclusion to take a look around the 108 palaces or find friends to drink and digest. It'll be more beneficial. Venerable White Mother also nodded and agreed with Venerable White. I also agree with Big Brother. Qin Shao has been continuously challenging it for 11,000 years. His sharpness has reached its peak, and his potential has probably been pushed to the limit time and time again. If he continues to suppress it, it might not be a good thing. However, Venerable Seven Leaf shook his head with a smile and said, No, no, no. Venerable White Mother, I don't think so. I think that since he's already done it in one go, he should continue. Take advantage of this momentum, take advantage of this sharpness like a hot knife through butter, continue to sing loudly and move forward. Qin Zhao's potential is too terrifying. His talent and comprehension are too monstrous. No one can compare. He's already created one miracle after another. It's not necessarily impossible for him to continue. I have a feeling that he'll reach heights that none of us can reach. The white-robed Venerable White Mother shook her head and said sternly, Seven Leaf, don't expect too much from this kid. There have been countless geniuses who died prematurely. Rome wasn't built in a single day. The path of cultivation has to be taken one step at a time and steadily advance. Ha ha ha, but I still insist on my opinion. Big brother, let's take a gamble if you don't believe me. Venerable Seven Leaf laughed loudly. As expected, Qin Shao didn't stop and continued to pass the 3 mountains. The 3 mountains were extremely dangerous and filled with terrifying trials. It was the most dangerous place in the Universal Palace. Passing the 3 mountains meant that one had the strength of a king. A king represented the pinnacle of a 4-star all-being. It meant that one's strength was infinitely close to that of a venerable. One had to know that even in the vast Universal Temple, there were only 9 kings. It was a pitifully small number. There were more than 1,000 venerable ones, but only 9 kings. How low was this probability? One could only imagine how strong a king was and how difficult it was to become one. Qin Zhao's passing of the 3 mountains immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Many people gathered around and didn't leave, waiting to see the results. In fact, many people even started to gamble, and started to open their bets to be the dealers. Over the past 10,000 years, everyone's nerves had long been numbed by Qin Zhao's monstrous performance time and time again. Now, everyone just wanted to see how far Qin Shao could go in one breath, and how far he would go before he stopped. They couldn't see the results and felt their hearts itch. Qin Shao had single-handedly led the Universal Palace's 10,000-year trend. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. However, Qin Shao, who was in the 3rd mountain, had a calm expression. He didn't care about the commotion outside at all. The 3rd mountain was indeed difficult. He was in big trouble. He had tried it once and realized that something was wrong, so he retreated. In front of Qin Shao was a tall mountain. It was barren, without any plants or flowers. It was full of strange rocks. It looked like an ordinary mountain, but it was full of danger. It was extremely dangerous. Moreover, there were a total of 3 gatekeepers on this mountain. Only by defeating all 3 gatekeepers would one be able to reach the peak of the mountain. Leaving the 3rd mountain from the peak would one pass the test. The difficulty of the 3 mountains was about the same. The 1st and 2nd mountains weren't much more difficult than the 3rd. They were just slightly more difficult. All in all, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, as long as one could pass the 3rd mountain, the path would be smooth and easy. What was placed in front of Qin Shao at this time was not a small test. The strength of the 1st gatekeeper is already so strong that I had to retreat. Thankfully, everyone has 2 chances to challenge. I've already used my 1st chance. If I were to fail again, I'd have to leave the 3rd mountain. My usage of the Tao of all creation has reached the pinnacle. I might even have to break through to the pinnacle. The gatekeeper has no flaws in any aspect. It's as though he's invulnerable. His usage of skills has also reached the pinnacle. To defeat this gatekeeper is indeed difficult. The most important thing is to talk about cultivation state. The most difficult thing is to raise one's cultivation state. Qin Zhao's current cultivation state was the pinnacle of the usage of the Tao of all creation. He was almost at the pinnacle of this state. However, he still felt that he was lacking. If he wanted to be crowned as a king, he would have to be at the pinnacle of the usage of the Tao of all creation. The 1st gatekeeper before him wasn't easy to deal with. However, Qin Shao had no intention of giving up. This was just a small challenge. It wasn't much to him. Along the way, he had been challenging people like this. This way, he could unleash his unlimited potential. Chapter 1244. The Descent of the 3 Sovereigns. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation level was the comprehension of the Tao of all creation. Time flew by in the long years. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it had been 30,000 years since Qin Shao and the others entered the Universal Palace. In these 30,000 years, Qin Shao had been cultivating in the 3 mountains, 6 mountains, and 9 valleys. In these 30,000 years, Qin Shao had also been writing his own legend, breaking one record after another. Qin Zhao's brilliance overshadowed everyone else. Even those enlightened masters could not compare to him. Even enlightened Master Collapsing Wind, who was a representative of the new generation, paled in comparison to Qin Shao. The difference was not just 1 or 2 levels. 30,000 years was indeed not a long time for a 2-star or 3-star all creation. The years of cultivation were incomparably long. 30,000 years was insignificant in the long river of time. The vicissitudes of 30,000 years couldn't change anything. For a star all creation, it was relatively short. Other than Qin Shao, Princess Ziyue's performance was also exceptionally eye-catching. It was just that she was overshadowed by Qin Shao. 30,000 years of hard work and cultivation. Perhaps it was because she wanted to catch up to Qin Zhao's footsteps, or perhaps it was because of the strength of her injured heart, but Princess Ziyue also displayed shocking potential. In 30,000 years, she had passed through the 9 valleys and 6 caves, becoming an enlightened master. Becoming an enlightened master in 30,000 years was a heaven-defying performance. Even in the long river of history of the Universal Palace, she was a rare existence. Not many could compare to her. Princess Ziyue's monstrous talent was truly admirable. As for Qian Shaojun and the others, they were much worse. However, Qian Shaojun was still alright. Although he was far from being as monstrous as Qin Shao and Princess Ziyue, He had also broken through to become a 3-star all-creation in 30,000 years. In terms of strength, he was not bad. Of course, this also had to do with the help of the sovereigns. How to describe this speed? It was not monstrous, but it was definitely a peerless genius. At least, it surpassed most of the 3-star all-creation disciples. Apart from that, there was nothing special. It was worth mentioning that the Qidong City Lord had also broken through to 3-star all-creation 20,000 years ago. 100 years ago, he had succeeded in challenging a palace lord and became an official disciple of the Universal Palace. The Qidong City Lord had also entered the Universal Temple to cultivate. Of course, as the palace master, the Qidong City Lord could not always stay in the Universal Temple to cultivate. There were many rules and restrictions. However, as a creation palace lord's palace was palace's lord's eyes. However, Qin Shao was unaware of the arrival of the Qidong City Lord. He had been in the third mountain all this time. Shrine, holy arena. It's already been 20,000 years. Qin Shao, that brat, is pretty good. There's only one guardian left. From the looks of it, he will most likely be able to defeat the final guardian in another 10,000 years, said the white-clothed Venerable. However, Venerable Seven-Leaf smiled and said, Big brother, then I have a different opinion from you. Haha, I think Qin Shao will definitely defeat the Palace Lord in less than 100 years and successfully pass the third mountain. Within 10,000 years, he will definitely pass the third mountain and become a king. So confident? Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master frowned and said. Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master nodded and said, Haha, of course he has to be confident. Although I did not openly accept him as a disciple and wanted to help him in secret, I was unable to do so. But no matter what, he is still a little fellow that I have high hopes for. I am naturally very confident in him. Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master did not say anything else. 100 years was a short time for sovereigns. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master suddenly laughed heartily. Defeated, he really defeated. Big brother, I was right. I knew it. Within 100 years, this kid will definitely defeat the Palace Lord. It was just as I expected. In 10,000 years, he will definitely pass the third mountain and become a king. I am looking forward to it. The white-clothed Venerable Master nodded his head with a look of approval. A slight smile appeared on his face. Not bad at all. This kid's potential is immeasurable. Ha ha ha, it's not just immeasurable. I think we will have to concede defeat. I can see that in the near future, we will have a fourth brother. That way, I won't be the youngest anymore. Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master smiled. He had always been confident in Qin Shao. While Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master and Mother White did not have high hopes for Qin Shao, he had always thought highly of Qin Shao and firmly praised him. Reality proved that he was right. Qin Zhao's performance had even exceeded his expectations. Big brother, didn't you say you would report this to Master? What did Master say? Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master suddenly asked. Speaking of Master, Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master immediately became respectful and said with a serious expression, Master only casually replied that he knew. He didn't say anything else. Just one sentence? Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master was a bit disappointed and shook his head. I thought Master would personally pay attention. It seems that Qin Shao hasn't entered Master's eyes yet. I think Master will pay attention when he becomes a king. Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master said with a serious expression. Seven-Leaf, don't say anything more about this. Master has his own plans. We don't need to speculate about his actions. Seven-Leaf Sovereign Master nodded. Master's actions were not something he could speculate about. However, he did not care. He was full of confidence in Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's performance had never disappointed him. After passing the third mountain, Qin Shao continued to challenge the second mountain and first mountain. Just as Venerable Seven Leaf had expected, Qin Shao managed to clear both the second mountain and the first mountain within 10,000 years. The second mountain and first mountain were slightly more difficult than the third mountain, but they were not too scary. At least, it was not like the huge distance from the first cave to the third mountain. Therefore, he only needed a few tests and improvements. However, he could pass them. Passing the third mountain meant that the problem was not too big. Passing the third mountain was equivalent to having the strength of a quasi-king. Connecting the three mountains meant that a true king was born. When Qin Shao passed the third mountain and walked out, thousands of disciples had already gathered outside. They had all heard the news and were waiting for this moment to arrive. After countless years of accumulation, the Universal Temple only had 9 kings. Qin Shao had only entered the Universal Temple for 40,000 years, but he had already become a king. As for the drunkard, red scorpion, and wooden fish, who had entered the Universal Temple with Qin Shao, they were still 2-star all beings. The gap between them and Qin Shao could no longer be measured. Becoming a king. What kind of great achievement was this? What kind of shocking thing was this? Many enlightened masters had rushed over to witness the arrival of this grand event. Qin Shao walked out of the first mountain with endless light. 40,000 years was enough to change many things. Qin Shao had also grown from a 2-star all-being to his current level. His body exuded the aura of a king. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Unparalleled youth. The moment he appeared, he attracted the worship of countless people. Qin Zhao's face revealed a slight smile. 40,000 years of hard work did not disappoint. The rewards were indeed not great. However, Qin Shao was already used to it. Or rather, everything was within his expectations. There was no special surprise. This was what he had expected. 40,000 years was not a short time. With so much help from the Universal Temple and such a good cultivation environment, it was normal for him to reach this step in 40,000 years if he immersed himself in it. After all, Qin Shao was the synonym of miracle in the God world. He was the one who had created all the myths and legend. The title of the #1 genius in this era of the primordial universe was not given for nothing. Now, he was merely a king. To Qin Shao, this was not enough. It was far from enough. His goal was to become a universal controller. Right now, he was still quite a distance away from becoming a controller of all beings. Therefore, he had to work even harder. After passing the 3 mountains and becoming a king, Qin Shao only smiled faintly. When he came out, he saw thousands of disciples looking at him. It was a strange feeling. In the crowd, he saw many familiar figures. There was Qian Shaojun, Hao Jian, Enlightened Master Jiushi, Enlightened Master Tian Shao, and Princess Ziyue. After not seeing Princess Ziyue for 40,000 years, there seemed to be some sadness on her face. After 40,000 years, she still had not walked out of the pain? This woman, Qin Shao, could only shake his head. There was nothing he could do about it. The moment Qin Shao appeared, voices of respect rang out. Congratulations, King Qin Shao. Congratulations, King Qin Shao. Welcome, King Qin Shao. The voices were filled with respect, worship, and goodwill. The newly crowned king. His radiance was comparable to the sky. Qin Shao smiled and nodded at the crowd as a sign of acknowledgement. At this moment, a ray of sacred light suddenly descended from the sky. A hole was opened in the void. The sacred light sprinkled down, illuminating the entire cultivation area. The Supreme Saint Aura descended, causing everyone to bow respectfully at once. 3 huge figures appeared, exuding a supreme sacred aura. People could not help but want to kneel down and worship them. It was the arrival of the 3 sovereigns. Disciple greets the 3 venerables. Loud and orderly voices rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. It echoed throughout the entire universal palace. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the 3 venerables. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, venerables." The white-robed venerables had a dignified expression. 7 venerables, on the other hand, was very easygoing. Their faces were full of smiles. The white-robed venerables were solemn and dignified. However, there was a motherly smile on her face. The white-robed venerables nodded slightly at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, I bestow upon you a golden body and confer upon you the title of King Qin." After saying that, the white-robed venerables waved his hand. A ray of sacred light descended and enveloped Qin Shao. Under the illumination of the sacred light, a majestic golden robe covered Qin Shao's body. This golden robe was clearly a powerful treasure. With the golden robe and the sacred light lingering around him, the demeanor of a king was immediately revealed. He was very majestic and powerful. Qin Shao was officially conferred the title of King Qin. A new king of the Universal Palace was officially born. Chapter 1245. Missionary force suddenly descended, pulling Qin Shao into the void and directly into the void passageway. Qin Shao didn't resist, allowing the force to take him away. He knew that this was the guidance of the 3 sovereigns. The light quickly dissipated, and the cultivation district returned to normal. However, after a short period of peace, there was an uproar. Heated discussions seemed to overturn the entire cultivation district. Qin Shao had become a king, and was ranked as the 10th king. He was as famous as King Ing and the others. Below the 3 sovereigns were the other kings. The 10 kings possessed unparalleled divine might, and stood at the peak of the world of all creation. Their words were law, and they could control the life and death of countless people. Qin Zhao's unparalleled brilliance also shone on Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian. Everyone knew about their relationship with Qin Shao. Previously, when Collapsing Wind Sage wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson, they had stood up regardless of the consequences. They risked offending Collapsing Wind Sage to face Qin Shao with Qin Shao. This brotherly love was a true friendship that could be seen in trials and tribulations. It was equivalent to exchanging one's life for it. Therefore, many people also befriended Qian Shaojun and Hao Jian one after another, causing them to become popular in the cultivation area for a while. There weren't many people who knew about the relationship between Qin Shao and the Qidong City Lord. The Qidong City Lord was smiling in the crowd, but most of them were impressed. Brother Qin Shao, you've only been in the world of all creation for 40,000 years, and you've already reached this step. TSK, how frightening, how frightening. Our heavenly court island has never had someone as monstrous as you in its countless years of history. As expected of the number 1 genius of the primordial universe, you're indeed monstrous. I can't help but admire you. Compared to you, I'm really no different from a piece of trash. I've already been in the world of all creation for almost 200,000 years, but I've only just stepped into the ranks of a 3-star all creation. With you as my goal and as my motivation, I have to work even harder. Qidong was also encouraging himself over and over again, urging himself to move forward. He and Qin Shao both came from the immortal realm, and both of them came with a natural advantage. But the speed of Qin Zhao's improvement really made him flabbergasted, and he could only look on in the dust. The sacred arena. Qin Shao stepped inside and looked at the 3 people sitting cross-legged on the thrones. As for the power structure of the Universal Temple, Qin Shao had learned a little from Hao Jian. He knew that the peak of the Universal Temple was the 3 Supremes. Below the 3 Venerables were the 9 Kings. Below the 9 Kings were more than 1,000 spiritual masters. Below the spiritual masters were tens of thousands of disciples. Below them were the 9 million city lords. These layers formed the power system of the Universal Palace. Qin Shao had always guessed the strength of the 3 Venerables. None of the 9 kings had reached the level of a 5-star all things adept. They were only infinitely close to that level. If that was the case, the three venerables should have the strength of a 5-star all things being. Now that he saw the three venerables, Qin Shao also confirmed the strength of the three venerables. They were indeed only at the level of a 5-star all things being. They had not reached the level of a controller. If that was the case, could it be that there was no controller of all things in the heart of all things world? This doubt also emerged in Qin Zhao's heart. But he couldn't be bothered to care about it now. Haha, Qin Shao, congratulations. For the past 40,000 years, we have been paying attention to you. We've seen every step of your growth with our own eyes. You are indeed monstrous enough to defy the heavens. Time and time again, you have created miracles. Time and time again, you have surprised us. Time and time again, you have broken our expectations. To be able to reach such heights in a short 40,000 years, it can be said to be an unprecedented feat. The three of us have never reached such a monstrous level like you. Just this point alone, I admire you. Seven-Leaf Venerable said with a smile. To be praised by Seven-Leaf Venerable, this should be a supreme honor. However, Qin Shao appeared to be calm and replied calmly, "Thank you, Venerable One, for your praise." Qin Zhao's calm performance also made the three venerables nod silently in praise. Not arrogant, not impatient, and his heart was as still as water. His state of mind was indeed strong. A person with a strong state of mind would be able to go further on the road, and there was even less to worry about. White-clothed Venerable and Venerable Mother White had always been worried that Qin Shao would stumble in this aspect, and that it would be too easy to break. However, reality proved that their worries were unnecessary. Qin Shao had been fighting steadily all the way, and there were no problems. The state of mind that he displayed now was not inferior to theirs. Although they were incomparably surprised by such a situation, it was the truth. Seven-Leaf Venerable said, "All right, Qin Shao, let's get down to business. Now that you have reached the height of a king, if you take another step, you will be a venerable. With your unlimited potential, we all have high hopes for you. You are now a hot trend, a momentum that has not faded yet. So at this time, you should work hard. According to the usual practice, we will send you to the heart of all things space. As for whether you can break through to the venerable realm in one go in the heart of all things space, that will depend on your luck." Heart of all things space. Qin Shao frowned slightly, clearly not knowing where this place was. However, he could tell that this place was very unusual and was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Seven-Leaf Venerable nodded and said seriously, "Yes, the heart of all things space. That is the core of our world, the core of all dimensions, the place where the laws of all things converge, and the origin of all things. There, you can feel all the laws of all things, the use of all things, and the wonders of the heavens. There, you can obtain the greatest enlightenment, the most guidance, and the strongest comprehension. Big Brother, Venerable Mother White, and I all became venerables in the heart of all things space." Only then did Qin Shao feel relieved. So there was such a place. From the sound of it, Qin Shao could feel that this heart of all things space was indeed very extraordinary. It was a place that could allow one to achieve immeasurable things. The three venerables in front of him had all become venerables in the heart of all things space, which indeed filled Qin Shao with desire. He had walked on the right path. However, it was also a path of fortune that happened to meet the temple of all things to choose a core disciple from 1-star all things masters. If it was not for this unprecedented opportunity, his path of cultivation would not have been so smooth. The assistance of external resources could greatly shorten the time of cultivation and could save a lot of detours. However, Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. Entering the heart of all things space does not mean that one will definitely become a venerable. The 9 kings have all entered the heart of all things space, and even some of the more outstanding venerables have also entered the heart of all things space, but they were unable to advance further. The heart of all things space is a holy land, but whether or not one can grasp it depends on one's luck. Seven-Leaf Venerable said again. Qin Shao nodded and said, This disciple understands. I will do my best to grasp this opportunity. Seven-Leaf Venerable nodded and walked over to Qin Shao. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, Then let's go, I will send you to the heart of all things space. Qin Shao nodded and gestured to White Mother Venerable, then left with Seven-Leaf Venerable. After breaking open the void passageway, they walked through the distorted passageway for a while before finally arriving at their destination. The heart of all things space was actually within the Temple of All Things, but only the three Venerables could come here. The center of all dimensions, where the laws of all things converged. The space here was indeed very mysterious. Everything overlapped, time overlapped, and laws could be seen everywhere. If others were to see such a mysterious space, they would be incomparably shocked. Qin Shao was relatively calm. Qin Shao had seen even more mysterious places, so naturally, there was nothing to be surprised about. However, being in the heart of all things space did give Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. He could see many things about the use of the Tao of all things in a very mysterious form. A mysterious place, a place of guidance. It was indeed a holy land for cultivation. This place was much better than the 3 mountains, 6 caves, and 9 valleys. Okay, Qin Shao, then you can cultivate here. In terms of time, I won't restrict you. Haha, this is a special treatment for you. The main thing is that I have high hopes for you and think that you will definitely become a venerable. I'm still waiting for a 4th brother like you. In short, do your best. If you want to go out, just tell me. I'll come and get you. However, I think that you will become a venerable and walk out of here yourself. Ha! Seven-Leaf Venerable laughed heartily. He had high confidence in Qin Shao. He patted Qin Shao's shoulder to show his encouragement and left. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Even without Seven-Leaf Venerable's encouragement, he would definitely work hard. Becoming a venerable was not his goal. Qin Shao believed that becoming a venerable was not difficult for him at all. He still had this much confidence. His goal was to become a master of all things. Now that a good opportunity was in front of him, he must grasp it well. Begin cultivation. On the other side, the sacred platform. Seven-Leaf Venerable returned. The smile on his face did not fade. He was in a very good mood. Seven-Leaf, do you need to be so excited? Venerable White Mother asked. Seven-Leaf Venerable said, Of course I do. Haha, I have always been more easily excited. I have watched this little guy grow step by step since he was discovered. He will become a venerable soon and sit with us. How can I not be excited? This is not something that will happen. Don't you think it's too early to say that? Venerable White Mother said. Seven-Leaf Venerable shook his head and said, No, no, no. Venerable White Mother, I have enough confidence in Qin Shao. I can feel that he will definitely become a venerable one. We will soon have a 4th brother. I don't know why, but I have a very strong feeling about him, so I think he will definitely succeed. Venerable White Mother smiled. If it was before, she would definitely refute Seven-Leaf Venerable's words. However, along the way, Seven-Leaf Venerable's vision had been proven right, so she did not refute. However, she more or less felt that Qin Shao might not be able to walk so smoothly. After all, such a thing was unprecedented. Even the 3 Venerables had not achieved such a thing. It was naturally hard to believe something that had not been done before. Venerable Seven-Leaf continued, Big Brother, Venerable White Mother, to tell you the truth, don't you think that Master organized this core disciple selection for the first time just for Qin Shao? Venerable White Mother and Venerable White Robe were slightly stunned when they heard this. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be possible. Chapter 1246. Light ascends the 9 heavens at the edge of the God realm, in a desolate star field. This place had long since been trampled by the allied forces of the foreign races, and it was a complete mess. Countless stars had been destroyed, and countless pieces of debris filled this star field like a huge garbage dump. A figure was fleeing in a sorry state, shuttling through the void like a ray of light. However, there were 2 figures in hot pursuit. Soon, they stopped the fleeing figure. The 3 of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was enough to shock the heavens. As soon as the powerful aura was released, the debris within 100 million miles was destroyed and turned into nothingness. The powerful aura was enough to shock the heavens. From the aura, one could tell that the person fleeing was a 4th-step heavenly god. However, his aura was extremely powerful. It was not inferior to that of an almighty. The 2 pursuers were almighties. However, one was an almighty from the demon clan, while the other was an almighty from the demon clan. 2 almighties against a 4th-step heavenly god. The fact that the 4th-step heavenly god was able to survive until now was enough to show how extraordinary he was. The person being chased was none other than Qin Zhao's disciple, Shi Jian. He was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Shi Jian stared at the 2 almighties in front of him and gritted his teeth. Humph, Almighty Lone Emperor, Almighty Bai Meng. You've set up such a huge trap to deal with me. However, do you think I, Shi Jian, will be defeated so easily? More than 40,000 years ago, when the calamity broke out, the allied forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse began to attack the God realm. They were going to start the War of Providence. Although it was only a small-scale battle for the time being, and it was only a battle between heavenly gods and gods, it did not involve a battle between almighties. Although the battle was intense, it had not reached the point where it would explode. However, the range of activity of the God realm was limited to the territory of the God realm by the allied forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse. The endless allied forces formed a huge encirclement that surrounded the entire God realm. Now, only almighties dared to step out of the God realm and enter the endless sea of darkness. The battles between heavenly gods and deities continued to erupt. Since the powerful beings were not allowed to participate, it was only natural that the powerful beings were itching to join in as well. In this case, the role of a 4th-step heavenly god was very important. A 4th-step heavenly god like Shi Jian, who was close to the top 10, was like a god of war. Under these circumstances, the forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse would naturally do everything in their power to eliminate Shi Jian. However, both sides had a tacit understanding for the time being. As long as they were within the territory of the deity realm, those at the level of almighty beings could not take action or participate. Otherwise, it might trigger a large-scale battle between powerful beings. If that happened, it would speed up the arrival of the final battle. If that happened, it wouldn't be beneficial to either side. Once the order of the battle for luck was disrupted, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, for the time being, both sides would not cross this line and would not touch this minefield. This was something that both sides had a high degree of tacit understanding. However, this tacit understanding was only limited to the territory of the God realm. Once they left the God realm, they would not be restricted. The current situation was equivalent to the territory of the God realm being controlled by the God realm. Everything outside the God realm was controlled by the forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse. The arrangements made by the 3 realms several times were not able to do anything to Shi Jian. Instead, they suffered a double loss. This time, they finally set up a trap to lure Shi Jian out of the territory of the God realm. Then, the 2 powerful beings had already set up an ambush there, and came out to kill Shi Jian. However, what Bai Meng and the Lone Emperor did not expect was that Shi Jian would be so strong. Even with their joint efforts, they were still unable to kill Shi Jian. Instead, they allowed him to escape back to the territory of the God realm. Once he escaped back to the territory of the God realm, they would not be able to pursue him anymore. Therefore, they could not allow Qin Shao to escape. They must kill Shi Jian as soon as possible. Humph, the winner is the king while the loser is the bandit. There is no need to say anything, boy. Your master is so monstrous. I did not expect you to be so monstrous as well. Fortunately, you are still lacking compared to your master. Boy, die. The lone emperor coldly snorted. As soon as his voice fell, he attacked with all his strength. Bai Meng's body was surging with murderous aura. He roared and attacked. He did not hold back and used all kinds of method. Now they wanted to end the battle quickly. They wanted to kill Shi Jian at all costs. Originally, they did not intend to use their trump cards. But now it seemed that they had no choice. Shi Jian was already no match for the two Almighties. Now that the two Almighties were using all their trump cards, Shi Jian naturally sensed danger. Facing the two powerful beings, Shi Jian did not dare to be careless. Shi Jian still had a trump card on him. His biggest trump card now was the sacred armor. It was a holy object. It was given to Shi Jian by Qin Shao. The sacred armor was useless to Qin Shao. After being repaired by the Lord Huayang, he gave it to Shi Jian. Shi Jian did not dare to use the sacred armor. After all, it was a holy object. Using the holy artifact would more or less bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Moreover, if he used the holy object this time, the forces of the three realms and the other universe would know. They would target him. Therefore, Shi Jian would not use the sacred armor unless it was a last resort. Danger was approaching. The aura of death pressed down on Shi Jian. Endless thoughts emerged in his mind. In the face of the test of life and death, he was unusually calm. On this point, he seemed to have learned a lot from Qin Shao. Shi Jian also started from a humble background. Along the way, he was greatly influenced by Qin Shao. He was influenced by Qin Shao in all aspects. Generally speaking, his path of cultivation was to catch up to the path of his master, Qin Shao. Therefore, in many aspects, he would walk the path of Qin Shao. His way of doing things was very similar to Qin Zhao's. Of course, it was just that the paths they walked were similar. Shi Jian was able to get to where he was because of his own hard work. Although Qin Shao also gave him a lot of help, he relied more on himself. Especially in terms of talent, comprehension, and luck, he was extremely good. In this regard, he was even better than Brother Pure. Die! The two Almighties attacked with all their strength. Rays of terrifying light surged from all directions and turned into the giant hands of the Grim Reaper. Streams of terrifying energy surged out, destroying everything in its path. Rays of light wantonly and power roared. The heavens shook and the seas churned. The void within hundreds of millions of miles was about to be completely destroyed. All life would be turned into ashes in this power. The terrifying power had completely reversed the space-time of this void. Treasures with dazzling light came out one after another. Some sealed the void, some suppressed the void, and some attacked and killed. It was obvious that the two Almighties, the lone Emperor and Bai Meng, had indeed put in a lot of effort to kill Shi Jian as soon as possible. Virtual Realm True Body. Shi Jian did not hesitate and immediately walked into the virtual realm. Humph, it's just a small trick. Even the virtual realm can't save you. The lone Emperor snorted. Obviously, he had already prepared for this. He knew that Shi Jian had the virtual realm true body and had already prepared a way to counter it. A peerless sharpness came out and directly tore open a big hole. The ethereal extent had been forcibly torn open. The destructive power of the outside world was no longer blocked and rushed into the virtual realm like a flood. Shi Jian could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that the virtual realm true body was not very useful. The dangerous aura was still surging. This could not go on. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. Fortunately, with the sacred armor, his biggest life-saving trump card, Shi Jian did not have to worry about anything. At worst, he would just have to expose his trump card. If there was no other choice, then so be it. It was not a big deal. Light. Shi Jian's heart suddenly moved. A ray of light shot out from the infinite, illuminating his spiritual world. Under this ray of light, Shi Jian immediately captured many things, including the myriad Tao. Boom! The myriad Tao had a breakthrough in an instant. Level 6 of the myriad Tao, complete realm. I did not expect that under such danger, I would see the light in my heart and comprehend the myriad Tao, breaking through to level 6 of the myriad Tao. Shi Jian's face suddenly showed some joy. He did not expect to have such a big gain. He actually broke through. Being able to cultivate a supreme grade great Tao to the 6th level of perfection was an extremely difficult matter. The breakthrough of the myriad Tao made Shi Jian's heart clearer and brighter. The 9 heavens of light. Because of the myriad Tao, I have been stuck at the last level and could not break through. Now that the myriad Tao has a breakthrough, the 9 heavens of light is no longer hindered by the realm. The 9 heavens of light was an absolute art at the level of the 10 great absolute arts. It was extremely powerful. However, Shi Jian had never been able to cultivate this skill to perfection. This breakthrough allowed Shi Jian to gain a new understanding of the 9 heavens of radiance. Shi Jian's eyes became extremely sharp. With a wave of his hand, the light immediately shot up to the 9 heavens. The entire star field was completely illuminated by the light. Wherever the light went, all the darkness retreated. What's going on? This is the 9 heavens of light? Complete realm, 9 heavens of light. This kid was actually hiding his strength? Didn't our situation say that he did not cultivate this skill to complete realm? What's going on? The situation is not good. We have to hold on. The lone emperor and Bai Meng's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Shi Jian, who had been suppressed, could finally straighten his back and show his sharpness. Come on. I'll let you have a taste of my skills. 9 heavens of light, 9 heavens of light. Kill. Shi Jian shouted. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot down from the 9 heavens. They turned into peerless swords that wanted to kill and tear everything apart. Where the light passed, the darkness was gone. 9 heavens of light, God-killing might. What kind of momentum was this? What kind of heroism was this? The sharp momentum was enough to suppress everything. Even the glory of the heavens dimmed. The lone emperor and Bai Meng also smelled the dangerous aura. Their expression changed again. They cursed in their hearts. Boom, 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 boom. The light fell and destroyed all the skills of the lone emperor and Bai Meng. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The bodies of the lone emperor and Bai Meng were instantly torn apart by the explosion. Just now, they had used all their strength, all their skills, all their treasures. Naturally, they had no other skills left. Therefore, under this destructive power, they had no way to resist. Under this destructive power, their bodies collapsed, their souls were destroyed, and their wills were devoured. Chapter 1247. Praying for a miracle. No, solitary emperor and Bai Meng cried out in despair. Under Shi Jian's 9 heavens of light attack, they couldn't withstand it at all and were killed instantly. Even though this was only one of their clones, it would still be painful to sacrifice it. Moreover, in order to ensure that they could kill Shi Jian this time, they had made ample preparations. They had brought almost all of their trump cards with them. This time, they were all defeated here. They were really unwilling to accept it. In this battle, Shi Jian had achieved a huge breakthrough. It was even a huge transformation. He had cultivated the all-creation Tao to level 6 perfection, and the 9 heavens of light of one of the 10 great techniques to perfection. This had made Shi Jian much stronger. He could probably be ranked in the top 50 of the heaven leaderboard. Although he was far from being as monstrous as Qin Shao, there was only one Qin Shao in this era of the universe. Shi Jian was already monstrous and heaven-defying enough. At least his brilliance was slowly overshadowing Yi Juanhe. This breakthrough brought a smile to Shi Jian's face. He let out a long sigh and said, "After working so hard for so long, I finally made a breakthrough. It's hard to have a big breakthrough without facing a true test of life and death. But this time it was really too dangerous. I almost had to use the sacred armor. Fortunately, I took this step in the end and killed the 2 Almighties." After cleaning up the battlefield, Shi Jian didn't stay for long. He had to return to the realm of the gods quickly to avoid any more trouble. As soon as he returned to the territory of the realm of the gods, 2 powerful auras flew towards him. After seeing who it was, Shi Jian quickly went up to them. "Greetings, Junior Uncle Yi and Junior Uncle Dan." These 2 were none other than Yi Juanhe and Lord Dan Chenjun. However, both of them were emitting the aura of Almighties. They were 4th step heavenly gods. Last time, the 2 of them had told Qin Shao that they were going to reach the Tao integration stage. It had been almost 50,000 years since Qin Shao had left. The 2 of them had successfully reached the Tao integration stage long ago and become almighty figures. After Shi Jian was ambushed, he quickly sought help from Yi Juanhe and Yi Juanhe. The 2 of them also rushed over to help Shi Jian, but they were still a step too late. You've already returned to the God realm. Is it over?" Yi Juanhe asked with a slight frown. Shi Jian nodded and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle Yi, it's over." "It's over?" To be able to escape from the hands of the solitary emperor and Bai Meng and return to the territory of the divine world, it wasn't easy. "It looks like you have some powerful treasures on you. Brother Qin Shao must have left quite a few things for you." Lord Danshan clicked his tongue in amazement, a look of admiration on his face. If it were him, he might not be able to escape back to the God realm. The solitary emperor and Bai Meng were definitely not simple. They were definitely top-tier almighties who could rank in the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard. After receiving Shi Jian's request for help, they were really worried for him, so they immediately rushed over. Shi Jian smiled awkwardly and said, "Martial Uncle Danshan, actually, I killed them all before returning to the God realm." Not bad, not bad. You killed them all. What? What did you say? You killed them all? Lord Danshan nodded, but halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something. His expression suddenly became somewhat interesting. He stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Those 2 were top-tier almighties who could rank in the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard. Shi Jian killed them just like that? Wasn't he too terrifyingly strong? Yi Juanhe was also quite surprised. He looked at Shi Jian with slight surprise. They were aware of Shi Jian's strength. After all, he was only a 4th step heavenly god. And in terms of the great Tao, he was far from being as monstrous as Qin Shao. They didn't expect Shi Jian to be able to accomplish such a heaven-defying feat. It was truly unimaginable. Lord Danshan was greatly stimulated. He asked curiously, "Shi Jian boy, hurry up and tell me. How did you kill the solitary emperor and Bai Meng? Did Brother Qin Shao give you a holy level offensive treasure?" Shi Jian shook his head and gave a simple explanation of what happened just now. After hearing it, Lord Danshan's eyes widened again. Clearly, he was greatly shocked. Yi Juanhe couldn't help but show some admiration. "You 2, master and disciple, are you really trying to shock me to death? The master is so monstrous and heaven-defying, so be the disciple. Do you want to let others live?" Lord Danshan was greatly stimulated. Back in the day, when Qin Shao first entered the Desolate Land Island to train, he was already the ruler of the Desolate Land Island. He stood high above the masses, radiating boundless light, and was worshipped by countless people. He was the idol of countless cultivators, the goal to pursue. But Qin Zhao's growth was too monstrous. He quickly surpassed Lord Danshan and left him far behind. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying prowess was one thing, but Shi Jian, too, had started from a nameless nobody. He'd also started training in the Desolate Land Island and grown step by step. Lord Danshan was greatly stimulated. He'd watched the master and disciple grow from weak to strong, step by step. They were monstrous geniuses. "Let's go," said Lord Danshan. "We can't stay here any longer. The forces of the three realms and Otherverse have begun to use every means possible against us. The Devil-Beast universe is also restless. I expect they'll soon launch an attack on the Sealed Abyss." "The current situation of the God Realm is far from good," Yi Juan has said. Lord Danshan and Shi Jian's expressions turned grave. They nodded and left. In the depths of the Desolate Land Temple, Master Qingye and the Desolate Sword Hegemon sat respectfully before the Temple Lord of the Desolate Land Temple. "Temple Lord, although we've been cautious, we haven't been able to stop the forces of the Otherverse from contacting the Devil-Beast universe. The Devil-Beast universe has already begun to gather an army. They must be preparing to launch an attack on the Sealed Abyss. If that's the case, the God Realm situation will only worsen," Master Qingye said worriedly. The expression of the Misty Palace Master also had a few rare traces of graveness. Within the eyes of the Misty Palace Master, there seemed to be some indescribable helplessness and sorrow. "That's right," the Temple Lord of the Desolate Land Temple said after a long pause. "This is the general trend. We can't stop it even if we want to. No matter how impeccable our defenses are, they'll have their own tricks up their sleeve. The most we can do is buy them some time. If the three realms, Eros, the automaton race, and the Devil-Beast universe join forces, it'll be a catastrophe. The God Realm may not be able to stop them." With that, the Temple Lord of the Desolate Land Temple shook his head. "This is an unprecedented catastrophe, one that hasn't happened since the primordial universe's first universe era. Right now, our only hope is that the Devil-Beast universe won't join forces with the three realms and the Eros race. Instead, they'll fight among themselves for the right to rule the primordial universe. Perhaps only then will the Desolate Land universe have a chance at survival, a slim chance at survival." The Temple Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Lord's words were laced with an unprecedented lack of confidence, or rather, worry. Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Dominator's brows furrowed together, their expressions grave. Master Qingye sighed silently and shook his head. "I'm afraid the chances of this happening are next to nothing. Whether it's the three realms, Eros, the automaton race, or the Devil-Beast universe, they won't be able to defeat the God Realm completely. They'll have to join forces in order to destroy the God Realm. We've endured for so long just for this day, so it's unlikely that there'll be any internal conflicts. Even if there are, I'm afraid they'll only erupt after the God Realm is destroyed." "That's right, Sai." The Baron Sword Dominator sighed and said worriedly, "It looks like we won't be able to escape this catastrophe. But no matter what, we must fight to the death. We won't compromise even if we're down to our last soldier. Besides, there's no way out for us. We can only stop by fighting. Now, unless a miracle happens, it's too difficult, too difficult." It wasn't that Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Dominator were discouraged, or that they were overestimating the enemy's morale and belittling their own. It was just that the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if the God Realm used up all its resources, it wouldn't be able to stop them. "Perhaps the heavens will give us a miracle," the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple suddenly said. Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Dominator looked at the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple in confusion. Would there really be a miracle? Unless there was an expert like the Death Valley Master in the divine world, then it would be possible. When they thought of the Lord of Death, Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Dominator couldn't help but think of Qin Shao. He was the most likely person to pass the first Death Valley, obtain the Lord of Death's lifelong inheritance, and embark on the path of the Lord of Death. Could the miracle that the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple was talking about be Qin Shao? Chapter 1248. Will of all creation on the other side, in the space of the heart of all creation. Qin Shao, who had entered the space, was completely immersed in the laws of the Tao of all creation. He was immersed in the power of all Tao. Time could be lost and he was unaware of it. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Time flowed like water and Qin Shao's heart was as calm as still water. Qin Shao, who was immersed in the Tao of all creation, was making his final push. His level of application of the Tao of all creation had already broken through to the extreme level. It was just that he had yet to reach the controller realm. The final hurdle was blocking Qin Shao. As long as he could cross this hurdle, he would be able to see the light. Everything about the Tao of all creation was presented in front of Qin Shao, filling up his entire mental world. All creation as one and stepping into the realm. This was the key point and also the most difficult point. The Tao of all creation was like an independent will. If he wanted to control it completely, he had to surpass it. Qin Shao was now fighting with the will of the Tao of all creation. He wanted to defeat it and control it. However, the will of the Tao of all creation was resisting, not allowing Qin Shao to defeat it and control it. The battle between the two was a battle of wills, a battle of Tao and a battle of power. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in front of Qin Shao, covering the entire mental world. This huge figure was formless and formless. It was the embodiment of the will. Qin Shao's eyes suddenly sharpened and landed on the huge figure. Tao of all creation? I am the will of all creation and also the will of all creation. I am the creator of this world, the ruler and the creator of the laws. As soon as the huge illusory figure opened its mouth, the entire world began to boil. All the willpower surged crazily, rushing toward Qin Shao like a torrential wave. However, Qin Shao was not affected. Instead, he said resolutely, "You came at the right time. I want to be a controller now. I will no longer be bound by your laws and your Tao. Everything will be under my control. Even if you are the will of all creation, you will still have to bow down to me. Ha ha ha, I am the will of all creation. I am the Tao of all creation. You can't defeat me. In this world, I am the supreme ruler. There is no power that can defeat me." The huge illusory figure laughed heartily. Can't Tao of all creation be defeated? No, Tao of all creation could be defeated. Qin Shao was already an ultimate sword Tao controller and primordial chaos controller. He already had the experience of defeating great Tao wills and controlling them. So Tao of all creation? Tao of all creation could not stop Qin Shao. The will of the Tao is dead, but the will of man is alive. The will of the Tao was eternally unchanging, born from the beginning of time. It was eternally powerful, fixed in place. However, a human's will had unlimited potential. It could slowly grow from weak to strong, and there was no end to it. Of all creation as Tao of all creation, as long as he Tao of all creation. Even if the heavens want to stop me, I will defy the heavens and destroy them. Transen Ice Tao, Transen Immortal, Transen Tao, E Tao Tao Palm Tao 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 Tao. Qin Zhao's mortal Tao of all creation will not be oppressed by any power, restrained by any laws, or suppressed by heaven and earth. I will tread on heaven for myself. If God wants to stop me, I will kill God. If heaven wants to stop me, I will break heaven. If Tao wants to stop me, I will control Tao. Your will of all creation will not be able to stop my path. A lofty feeling immediately rose in Qin Zhao's heart. His powerful willpower also surged violently. It was as vast and mighty as a flood or a ferocious beast. Under the surge of this power, Qin Zhao's willpower rose rapidly, becoming even stronger. The strength of his mortal Tao of all creation made Qin Zhao's heart and mind even more tranquil. The messy thoughts in his mind also became clearer. The form of the will of all creation became clearer in front of Qin Zhao. The trajectory of the Tao could be seen clearly. Everything had become clear. The hurdle in his heart suddenly became fragile and couldn't withstand a single blow. Light illuminated the entire world. When he took a step forward, he broke free from the shackles and surpassed the entire world. So, this is all there is to it. Qin Zhao's eyes became clearer and brighter. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The power of his mortal Tao of all creation burst out and instantly destroyed the entire heart world. The will of all creation also ceased to exist in this wave of destruction. Qin Zhao took a step forward and walked out of the heart world. The light of the entire world fell on him. The Tao of all creation and the Tao of all creation were directly trampled under his feet. They could no longer block his path and bind him. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across and the entire heart of all creation was completely frozen. It was fixed at this moment and would no longer operate. The Tao of all creation was also stagnant. This feeling was really wonderful. The feeling of being powerful and in control of everything. This was the realm of controller. After 100,000 years of comprehension and cultivation in the heart of all creation, Qin Zhao finally took this step and reached this realm. The Tao of all creation was now completely under his control. He had already surpassed the will of all creation and made the Tao of all creation bow down to him. He had finally become a controller of all creation. The smile on Qin Zhao's face became wider as he recalled the comprehension of all these years of cultivation in detail. It had been about 150,000 years since he entered the heart of all creation. Along the way, it could be said to be very smooth. There were some bumps in the beginning. However, after entering the temple of all creation, everything suddenly became clear. The speed of his cultivation also became faster and faster. He advanced triumphantly all the way and finally became a controller of all creation. The purpose of coming to the heart of all creation could be said to have been achieved perfectly. Now, Qin Zhao was about to leave this world. In the heart of all creation, he was just a passerby. Everything here did not belong to him, and he would not take anything away. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly tore through the void and descended from the outer realm. Ha ha ha, Qin Zhao, congratulations! Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Looking at the figure that descended, Qin Zhao was slightly stunned. The person who descended was actually Tianlingzi. Qin Zhao and Tianlingzi could be said to have met once. However, their friendship was not deep, and they had not even spoken in private. However, Qin Zhao was still very respectful towards Tianlingzi. He had always been ranked third on the Earth ranking, and had always been suppressed by the two outliers, Tianlingzi and Lord Huayang. Facing Tianlingzi, Qin Zhao immediately lowered his attitude and showed some respect. Greetings, Tianlingzi. Tianlingzi smiled and said, Qin Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. I am the controller of the heart of all creation. I have been paying attention to you since the first day you entered the heart of all creation. I have also secretly given you a little help. You have not let me down and have become a controller of all creation so quickly. This is really something worth celebrating. Your monstrous talent is too heaven-defying. I am also far from being comparable. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Qin Zhao was relieved. No wonder the temple of all creation had an unprecedented core disciple selection. It turned out that it was Tian Lingzi's doing behind the scenes. In that case, Tian Lingzi had indeed helped him a lot in this trip to the heart of all creation. Thank you, Tian Lingzi. Qin Shao cupped his hands and said. Tian Lingzi waved his hand and said, I only helped a little. It is not much help to you. Everything is still your own effort. All right, let's leave this place first. Chapter 1249. Controller of the Six Paths. The divine palace of the desolate land was located in a special space. A figure walked out of the void and looked at the familiar divine palace of the desolate land in the distance. His mood immediately brightened. Although it's only been 150,000 years, the feeling is really different. The trip to the core of all things was like going to a foreign land. It feels like I'm coming home. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He was in a good mood. Furthermore, he had returned with great rewards. Controller of the Tao of all creation. This was a realm that countless almighties and even sovereigns could only dream of. Qin Shao quickly approached the divine palace of the desolate land. Several silver-armored guards walked out from the shadows. When they saw Qin Shao, they were pleasantly surprised. They hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Welcome back to the divine palace, Elder Qin. Qin Shao smiled at the silver-armored guards and said, There's no need for such formalities. With that, Qin Shao flew directly into the divine palace of the desolate land. Compared to before, the divine palace of the desolate land was less peaceful and quiet. It also lacked the aura of a holy land for cultivation. The divine palace of the desolate land was now somewhat quiet and cold. There was also an unpleasant atmosphere in the air. Seeing the changes in the divine palace of the desolate land, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He naturally knew that this was caused by the arrival of the calamity. The divine palace of the desolate land was now much quieter than before. Many powerful beings had probably been sent out. A sense of desolation arose spontaneously. Qin Shao headed straight for Master Qingye's cultivation area. Qin Shao had already contacted Master Qingye earlier. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at Master Qingye's cultivation area. Master Qingye was there to welcome Qin Shao. However, Master Qingye's face was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it was filled with worry. Hegeman Greenleaf. Qin Shao walked over. He was now an exalted elder. He was now on equal footing with Hegeman Greenleaf. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was now no weaker than Master Qingye. When Master Qingye saw Qin Shao, he forced a smile and said, Qin Shao, you've returned from Heavenly Court Island so quickly. It seems that you've gained a lot. How? Have you become a controller of the path of all things? In front of Master Qingye, Qin Shao nodded and said, Qin Shao, Master Qingye-chan. Of course, I didn't let you down. Ha ha ha! When Hegeman Greenleaf heard this, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Well done! Well done! Hegeman Greenleaf laughed heartily. Ha ha, no wonder the Temple Lord said that you might be a miracle for us. It seems that it really is possible. Tisk Tsk. Even with the help of Heavenly Court Island's All Things Dojo, it's enough to defy the natural order of things. According to what I know, no one in Heavenly Court Island has ever become a controller of all things in the dojo in only 150,000 years. However, it's normal for this to happen to you. After all, you've always been so monstrous and defying the natural order of things. You can't be judged by common sense. Qin Shao smiled faintly. He looked at it very calmly. No matter how monstrous and defying the natural order of things, he was still too far away from his goal. If he wanted to walk on the path of the Lord of Death and pass through the first Death Valley, he was still too far away. Therefore, there was nothing to be happy about. Moreover, with the calamity looming over him, a great war could break out at any moment. Time waits for no man. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to be too happy. He still had a long way to go. No matter how slim the chances were, he had to give it a try. He would never compromise or give up. He would fight for his own destiny, for his hometown, for his family and friends, for the temple of the desolate land, and for the people of the realm of gods. The greater a person's ability, the greater the responsibility on his shoulders. Qin Shao had always understood this saying and believed in it. He was determined to shoulder the burden that belonged to him without wavering. Qin Shao, you should be a controller of 3 daos now, right? Master Qingye suddenly asked. There were 6 types of supreme-grade daos, and each type of supreme-grade dao could be cultivated to the controller level. Therefore, in theory, the controllers were divided into 1 to 6 controllers. The more daos one had, the more powerful and heaven-defying one was. Once one became a controller of 3 daos, one would naturally become a controller of 3 daos. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Master Qingye. I am now a controller of 3 daos. The ultimate sword Dao, the primordial Dao, and the myriad Dao. However, in order to walk the path of the Lord of Death, one must become a controller of the 6 Daos. I'm still too far away from this goal. Master Qingye shook his head and said, After all, there is only one Lord of Death. There has only been one since the first era of the universe. Moreover, this has always been a rumor. Whether it is true or not, no one knows. It's scary just thinking about it. It's impossible. It's too unbelievable. Even becoming a controller of 1 Dao is harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone becoming a controller of 6 Daos. There are only a few dozen controllers in the entire realm of God. It's a pitiful number, even fewer than the number of sovereigns. Furthermore, among these controllers, most of them are first-path controllers. As for the 2 Dao controllers, there are only a few of them. They can be counted on one hand. You should be the first person to control 3 Daos. I'm afraid that since the first era of the universe, you should be the first person to control 3 Daos other than the Death Valley Master. You are already heaven-defying enough. However, the path you are about to take is truly too terrifying. Master Qingye did not dare to imagine the path that the Lord of Death would take. It was also unimaginable. In 8 eras of the universe, there had only been one Lord of Death. Moreover, everything about the Lord of Death was only speculation, and legend. There was no real evidence at all. What would the real situation be like? Would it be similar to what they had guessed? For the time being, no one could say for sure. Everything needed Qin Shao to find out. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Let's not think about this anymore. No matter what, this is the direction that I am working towards. It doesn't matter whether the Lord of Death has taken this path or not. Since I have decided to take this path, I will work towards it. No matter how difficult it is, I will not back down. Even if the Lord of Death has not taken this path, it does not mean that I cannot take this path. At least from the current situation, it is clear that becoming the controller of the 6 Daos is a very good choice for me. The more difficult it is, the more I have to fight. Otherwise, there will be no hope for us. Although I am lowly and weak, I am not afraid to risk my life. Hearing Qin Zhao's resolute words, Master Qingye was deeply affected. He nodded solemnly at Qin Shao and said with admiration, You are very great. Very great? This word carried too much weight. Qin Shao could not bear it. Qin Shao never thought of himself as great. He only did things based on his conscience. He would do what he felt was right. Even if it was not for himself, he would do it for his family, friends, and hometown. That was his blood, his vein, his spiritual sustenance, and his will. He would not allow anyone or any force to harm his forbidden land. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I have already reported to the temple master that you have returned. He has not summoned you yet. Let's go to my residence and have a few drinks. You have cultivated for 150,000 years this time. You have given it your all. Let's have a few drinks and have a good chat. At the same time, we can talk about the situation in the realm of the gods and the current situation. Master Qingye said. Qin Shao nodded. Since the temple master of the desolate land did not summon him, he could forget about it. Qin Shao was also very concerned about the current situation in the realm of the god. However, Qin Zhao's clone in the Desolate Universe's Sacred Mountain District 9 often communicated with Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan. He knew a lot about the current situation in the realm of the god. In the depths of the Desolate Land Temple, the Temple Master of the Desolate Land cultivated. The Temple Master of the Desolate Land sat cross-legged in the middle of the wilderness. His expression was grave. His eyes were deep and his expression was cold. He seemed to be thinking about something. In 150,000 years, he became the controller of all Daos and 3 Daos. He really did it. If he can really become the controller of the 6 Daos, he might become the second Lord of Death. Once we reach that point, perhaps our god realm will be saved and we'll see the light. Qin Shao is indeed the only ray of hope for the realm of the gods. He might even be the only hope. If we fight him head-on, the realm of the gods will definitely lose. That's why we should focus on how to help Qin Shao. Let him become the controller of the 6 Daos as soon as possible. This might be a good way out. Okay, I'll go talk to those old guys. After saying that, the Temple Master of the Desolate Land tore open the Desolate Land and stepped into it. In the depths of the holy island of the Heavenly Court, 6 figures descended one after another and landed on the 6 thrones. Sitting on the highest throne was the peerlessly handsome Lord of the Heavenly Court, dressed in white. Desolate Land, why did you summon the 6 of us here in such a hurry? Master of the Heavenly Court asked. The Temple Master of the Desolate Land looked at the other 5 Universe Masters. Master of the Heavenly Court, Master of Primordial Mist, Lord of 9 Dragons, Master of Starry Sky, and Master of Ancient Jiang. The 6 Universe Masters had been guarding the realm of the gods and controlling the 5 Holy Lands. Whenever something major happened in the Primordial Mist universe, the 6 Universe Masters would gather to discuss it. The Master of the Heavenly Court was the leader of the group, so the meeting place was always set in the Heavenly Court Island, where the Master of the Heavenly Court cultivated. I'm sure all of you have received the news, said the Temple Master of the Desolate Land. Qin Shao has returned from the All Things Dojo and become the controller of the All Things Path. Now, he has become the controller of the 3 paths, the Lord of 9 Dragons, with 9 true dragons around him, said lightly. Qin Shao is indeed a freak. It's a pity that he can't become the master of the universe. Since the first universe era, I'm afraid only the Lord of Death has become the controller of the 3 paths, right? Desolate Land, you didn't call all of us here today just to show off this freak from the godly palace of the Desolate Land, did you? The Temple Master of the Desolate Land shook his head and said, 9 dragons, of course, that's not what I meant. Although the Lord of Death is only a legend, and we're only guessing his power, it should be close to the truth. The path that the Lord of Death walks is a supreme path, a path that none of us can take. Chapter 1250. At all costs, hee Meng Huang, aren't you just showing off this genius that you're so proud of? I admit that he's a freak, but Hong Meng universe isn't in a good place now, and the calamity is coming. We won't give him much time. So, what do you mean by him? He's just wasting our time. Lord 9 Dragons chuckled. Primordial Master Jiang said, 9 Dragons, listen to what Desolate Land has to say. Since he called all of us here, there must be a reason. Now that the calamity is coming, the godly world isn't in a good situation. We should think of all possible ways to protect the godly world. Otherwise, under this calamity, our god realm might really perish. This haze lingered in everyone's hearts, so they weren't in a good mood. Desolate Land Palace Master continued, based on the Hong Meng universe's current situation, it's impossible to become a universe master. The universe's original mind won't allow such a thing to happen. However, everyone should be clear about the godly world's current situation. If it's just the three realms, Eros, and the automaton race, we can still fight them with all the resources we've accumulated over the years. Plus, we still have a chance of winning. However, if the Warcraft universe joins in, our chances of winning will be almost zero. Although we've made some preparations over the years and have many hidden powers, it's not enough to deal with the Warcraft universe. Red Dust Guest isn't helping either side. Even if Red Dust Gang is willing to help us, they might not be able to turn the tide. Samsara Master has always been guarding reincarnation, and he can't leave the Samsara Master's side. Only with the Samsara Master can he be invincible and have the power of a universe master. Once he leaves the land of reincarnation, he won't be of much use. So, under such circumstances, what can we do? Can we just sit there and wait? Can we only hope for a miracle? Everyone fell silent. How could they not know the answer to this question? They had all discussed this before, but no one had a good way to deal with it. No one replied. Then, the Mang Huang Hall Master continued, instead of praying for a miracle, why don't we create one? Although the chances are equally slim, at the very least, we have tried our best. Although Qin Shao said it's impossible for him to become a universe master, we should think about it. Even if Qin Shao really becomes a universe master, what can we do? Will we be able to turn the tide just because we have one more universe master? Can we change the situation? I'm, said Lord Palace Master said. That, the Lord of Death, to become the Lord of Death, to become the of Death, the Lord of Death, to become the of Death, to become the of God of Death, of God, to become the of Heaven. Of is of lieu of six, of six, of six, of six, of course. With Qin Zhao's current strength, I have reason to believe that the dominator of the six paths is even stronger than us. There's also the inheritance of the Lord of Death, and even the inheritance of that person from Mount Godspan. If Qin Shao can obtain all of that, can you imagine how strong Qin Shao will become? Everyone remained silent as they pondered over the words of the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple. The Lord of Nine Dragons was the first to speak. Desolate Land, what you said does make some sense, but are you that confident in Qin Shao? The main problem now is that we don't have enough time. We don't have much time. Can Qin Shao really reach that step in such a short time? All of us here have tried this path before, but we all failed. Now you want us to pin our hopes on Qin Shao. You're the only one in the Desolate Land who dares to dream about it. The Grandmist Master spoke up. Nine Dragons, you can't say that. Nothing is absolute, and there's nothing that can't be done. The God world is in a precarious situation, so we must dare to think of all possibilities. No matter how small the chances are, we must try. It's better than waiting for death, isn't it? I think what the Lord of the Desolate Land said makes sense. With Qin Zhao's talent and potential, he may be the one to create a miracle. What we need right now is a miracle. Without a miracle, the God world will lose without a doubt. Even if we don't want to admit it, I'm sure everyone knows that's the outcome. Under these circumstances, all possibilities are worth a try. Moreover, we should risk everything to try. The Starlord nodded in agreement. Yes, I agree with the Grandmist Master. I also agree that we can give it a try. Speaking of which, I still think quite highly of Qin Shao, this kid. His monstrous talent defies the heavens, and even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Perhaps he really might be our hope, Primeval Lord Jiang said. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. The Desolate Land Temple Master received the most support. The Lord of Nine Dragons spread his hands. If you all say so, then do as you please. Let the Heavenly Court's leader make the final decision. Everyone's eyes turned to the Lord of the Heavenly Court. As the leader of the 6 sages, the final decision would be made by the Lord of the Heavenly Court. The Lord of the Heavenly Court's face was as calm as still water. An ethereal voice came from his mouth. Lord of the desolate land, tell us in detail, what are your thoughts? With the Lord of the Heavenly Court's nod of approval, the desolate land temple master continued. It's like this, I plan to combine all of our strength and spare no expense in cultivating Qin Shao. Qin Shao is now a master of 3 paths. Moreover, his Chaos Path and Boundless Path have both reached the 6th level, while his Reincarnation Path has also reached the 5th level. He already has the foundation to become a master of 6 paths. Therefore, we should spare no expense in cultivating these 3 paths, so that he can cultivate these 3 paths in the shortest time possible. The Lord of the Heavenly Court nodded, indicating for the Desolate Land Temple Master to continue. The Desolate Land Temple Master looked at the Lord of Nine Dragons and said, 9 Dragons, I know you have a book called the Chaos Scripture. It's an item born from the Chaos, and it records the laws of the Chaos Path. Although it's incomplete, it'll still be of great help to the cultivation of the Chaos Path. Take out the Primal Chaos Heavenly Sutra. The Lord of Nine Dragons couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a pang of pain. The Chaos Scripture was far more precious than a secret tome. It was one of his most prized treasures, yet the Desolate Land Temple Master was asking for it right away. Although it pained him, the Lord of Nine Dragons gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take out the scripture. But let me make it clear that I'm only borrowing it, not giving it to Qin Shao. When he's done with it, return it to me immediately. 9 Dragons, why are you so stingy? Fine, I'll just lend it to you. Are you afraid I'll take it for myself? The Desolate Land Temple Master chuckled derisively. Who can say for sure, the Lord of Nine Dragons said. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with saying the ugly things up front. The Desolate Land Temple Master turned to Star-Lord. Star-Lord, as far as I know, you once acquired a boundless Tao steel in the primordial chaos. You relied on this endless Tao steel to become the endless controller. Lend this endless Tao steel to Qin Shao. Star-Lord wasn't nearly as stingy as the Lord of Nine Dragons. He nodded readily. All right, that's not a problem. If you need my support, I won't hesitate. In addition to the boundless Tao steel, I'll also give you everything I've learned in my life. I'll also give it to you as well. The Lord of Nine Dragons was so angry his nose went crooked. Star-Lord, you wouldn't give me the boundless Tao steel when I asked. Why are you being so generous today? It's not that I'm generous, it's just that you're stingy. Of course I won't lend it to you if you're so stingy. Star-Lord didn't hold back. You, the Lord of Nine Dragons, was rendered speechless. The Desolate Land Temple Master and the others couldn't help but laugh. The Desolate Land Temple Master turned to the Lord of Heavenly Court. Without waiting for the Temple Master to speak, the Lord of Heavenly Court spoke first. I have a few treasures that can help Qin Shao with these 3 paths. The path of chaos and the path of the boundless are fine, we can give him a lot of help. But the path of reincarnation isn't as good. Desolate Land will support Qin Shao at all costs. If he needs anything, we'll make an exception for him. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll see what we can do as we go. If he needs any help, we'll do everything in our power to help him. With all 5 of us working together, we'll give it a try, no matter how small the chances. Sometimes opportunities need to be fought for with all our might. Let's keep this a secret. We can't let a single word get out. No one but the 6 of us can know. Everyone nodded solemnly. This might be their last hope. Although they didn't know how big the chances were, it was worth a try no matter what. If they didn't try, there would be no hope at all. If they tried, no matter how big or small, there would always be a glimmer of hope. As for success or failure, it would depend on their luck. In the residence, Qin Shao and Master Qingye were drinking wine and chatting. They analyzed the current situation and exchanged opinions. Qin Shao, what are your plans now? Master Qingye suddenly asked. Qin Shao had been thinking about this question for a long time. Qin Shao said, I still have some time to catch my breath. Before the war breaks out, I'll focus on cultivation. I'll do everything I can to improve my strength. That's the way to go. There's nothing else to think about. For the current Qin Shao, if he wanted to improve his strength, he wouldn't be able to cultivate secret techniques or secret manuals. In terms of secret manuals, Qin Zhao's Mountain River Sword Scripture could continue to be perfected and become a brand new secret manual. A self-created secret manual would still be very powerful. Before Qin Shao became the controller of the All-Creation Tao, he naturally couldn't perfect the Mountain River Sword Scripture. Now, he could give it a try. If there was anything else, it would be the two supreme techniques he obtained from Senior Baichuan Fusu, the Great Tao Creation Technique and the Sword Sovereign Sutra. The Great Tao Creation Technique was aimed at the cultivation of the Great Tao. This would be the technique Qin Shao would focus on comprehending. The Sword Sovereign Sutra was a technique created by Senior Baichuan Fusu based on his lifetime of comprehension. It was a sword cultivation technique. Qin Zhao's sword cultivation realm was still relatively low at the moment. He was only at the 4th level, which was equivalent to the realm of an almighty. Other than that, there was the cultivation of the Chaos Tao, the Limitless Tao, and the Reincarnation Tao. These were the main points of Qin Zhao's cultivation. Chapter 1251. Secret Manual Mountain River Sword. After drinking with Master Qingye for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Shao took his leave and returned to his own place of cultivation. After he became an elder, he found another place for him to cultivate in the depths of the Desolate Land's divine palace. As an elder, he naturally had to be treated like one. This was a sacred place for cultivation. The might of the Great Tao shrouded the entire place. The aura of the Desolate Land permeated the place, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. As soon as Qin Shao returned, he began to cultivate. The first thing he cultivated was the Mountain River Sword Secret Manual. Qin Shao had long wanted to perfect the Mountain River Sword Secret Manual and make it a true secret manual. A secret manual that completely belonged to him. A secret manual that he had created. Creating a secret manual was something that many top-level almighties could do. Creating a secret manual on the level of the 10 great secret manuals was something that very few almighties could do. Even among the sovereigns, there were not many who could do it. Not every sovereign could do it. Even among the sovereigns, there were very few who could do it. Creation was a great achievement. Especially for a secret manual on the level of the 10 great secret manuals, it was extremely important. A 10 great secret manual was extremely meaningful to a sacred place. A secret manual was the foundation of a sacred place. Since the beginning of the universe, the number of sovereigns who could create a secret manual could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 2 or 3 of them. If Qin Shao could create a secret manual, it would be a heaven-defying feat. Moreover, this path was no longer an obstacle for Qin Shao. Moreover, he had already created the first move previously. He had already crossed the threshold and found the gateway. Now, he just needed a little more time. The Mountain River Sword Secret Manual was mainly a deep application of the All-Creation Tao and then integrated it into the Sword Tao. Now, Qin Shao had reached the controller level in both the Ultimate Sword Tao and the All-Creation Tao. He had complete control over these 2 great Taos. Everything about the Great Tao was no longer an obstacle for Qin Shao. He could control everything as he wished. Without any hindrance, the rest was naturally a matter of course. From the beginning, the mountain river sword scripture was an ordinary cultivation technique, to a divine cultivation technique, to an absolute art, to one of the top 10 absolute arts, and finally to a secret manual. It was a step-by-step evolution from being weak. Step-by-step improvement. Step-by-step, it became stronger. Step-by-step, it increased its realm. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao's growth was also because of the mountains and rivers sword scripture that accompanied him. Qin Zhao's every footstep was also covered by the mountain and river sword scripture. The path of evolution of the mountain and river sword scripture was the path of Qin Zhao's growth. It could be said that Shanka's swordsmanship had a great influence on Qin Zhao. Therefore, Qin Zhao always had a very special plot for the mountain and river sword scripture. The mountain and river sword scripture carried many of his dreams, ambitions, and sentiments. In addition to the Tao, the mountain and river sword piece also contained Qin Zhao's emotions. There were emotions, Tao, and power. Qin Zhao had already integrated the mountain and river sword scripture into his blood and soul. He saw it as a part of his body. Now, the ultimate sword principle and all things Tao had become the controller. The obstacles of the Tao had been completely swept away. Next, it was up to Qin Zhao to create and perfect the mountain and river sword scripture. Qin Zhao had many ideas about the mountain and river sword scripture. Now, he had to take out all these ideas and see which ones were good and which ones were not. A secret manual was also a huge cultivation journey. He created prototypes one by one and then tested whether these prototypes were feasible or not. Qin Zhao was a person who pursued perfection. He would not be satisfied with even the slightest flaw and would start all over again. He created again and again, overturned and started all over again. He constantly pursued perfection. In the process of pursuing perfection, he constantly discovered, researched, and solved problems. Qin Zhao was completely immersed in the creation of the mountain and river sword scripture. It was as if he was intoxicated. To truly create something was indeed a very intoxicating thing. It would give one a very strong sense of pursuit, accomplishment, and satisfaction. Deducing the mountain and river sword scripture to the extreme had always been something Qin Zhao had longed to do. It was the goal that Qin Zhao had set in his heart. Now this goal was slowly approaching. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, unknowingly, another 10,000 years had passed. After 10,000 years of creation, Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword scripture had reached the supreme realm that was close to the perfected primordial chaos realm. However, there was still a small flaw that Qin Zhao was not satisfied with, so he did not stop. He performed the mountain and river sword scripture over and over again, walking in the mountain and river sword scripture. He immersed himself in it and carefully felt every mountain, stone, grass, wood, water, and river. He felt the mountains and rivers that belonged to him. He used the mountain as a sword, the stone as a sword, the grass and wood as a sword, the flowers and plants as a sword, the water droplets as a sword, the river as a sword, and all his will as a sword. In the mountain and river sword scripture, the front was the mountains and rivers, and the back was the sword. The mountains and rivers were like his home, a beautiful home that carried all his feelings. The sword was his weapon to protect his home. Once his home was invaded, he had to pick up the sword, kill the enemy, and guard his home. One side was soft and the other side was sharp. The two sides merged perfectly. There was money in the mountains and rivers, and there was the mountains and rivers in the sword. If one showed it kindness, it would be a great mountain and river. If one showed it as an enemy, it would be a mountain and river in the army. The change between the two sides was in the heart. Everything in the mountains and rivers was under one's control. One was the master of the mountains and rivers, the ruler of all things. The sword and the mountains and rivers were so wonderful. They also carried many great Tao nomological laws. They seemed to be fusing with each other. The fusion of Tao was Tao unification. During the process of creating the mountain and river sword technique, Qin Shao clearly felt that he had reached the Tao unification realm. As long as he was willing, he could completely merge the all things Tao and the ultimate sword Tao. Moreover, his sense of Tao unification was very strong. If he merged the Tao under such circumstances, the chances of success would be very high. Once the Tao unification and the two Taos became one, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The power would be more than 10 times stronger. However, Qin Shao was naturally not interested in the Tao unification of the two great Tao. Becoming an almighty was not what he wanted. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care at all and suppressed this thought. However, if he did not merge the Tao, the mountain and river sword technique would always feel that something was missing. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that there was always a little flaw and that he could not achieve the true perfected primordial chaos. Did it have to be Tao unification? Qin Shao did not believe this. He was the controller of 3 Taos. He could even completely control the great Tao. How could he not restrain the great Tao? I am the controller, which means I am the ruler. Even the great Tao has to bow before me. All things Tao, ultimate sword Tao. If you are not willing to bow, I will make you bow. Mountain and river sword technique, complete primordial chaos. Break. Qin Zhao's powerful willpower roared out as if it could suppress everything in the world. The willpower of the great Tao was suppressed. The mountain and river sword technique had finally reached the perfected primordial chaos realm. He had finally mastered a secret manual. After stopping his cultivation, Qin Zhao's face revealed a slight smile. The 10,000 years spent was worth it. The mountain and river sword technique has always been my long-cherished wish. Now that I have completed it, it can be considered as completing one of my wishes. The secret manual has been completed. This is also the first complete secret manual that I have mastered. Since it was created by me, its power should be very good. Especially when used together with my all things Tao and ultimate sword Tao. I believe that ordinary rulers would not be able to stop me, right? The mountains and rivers sword scripture's greater success also made Qin Shao more confident and lofty. Qin Zhao's strength had already reached the level of a ruler. After 160,000 years of cultivation, his strength had increased by a lot. With the all things Tao as the controller and the mountain and river sword technique completed, he was naturally more confident. However, these are not enough. Far from enough. After a brief moment of joy, Qin Shao immediately frowned and shook his head. It was only a secret manual. It was still far from what he wanted. Therefore, Qin Shao quickly calmed down and began to think about his next step. The main reason was that time was more pressing. The 3 realms alternate worlds Warcraft universe would not give the God realm so much time. He did not have that much time to cultivate. If there was ample time, Qin Shao would not be in a hurry at all and could slowly cultivate. However, he could not do that now. He could only endlessly suppress himself. The great Tao is the king's Tao. It is the direction that I should cultivate. The mountain and river sword technique is a burden in my heart. Now that I have settled it, I should not think about other aspects. I should focus on cultivating the chaos great Tao, boundless great Tao, and reincarnation great Tao. My goal is to cultivate all 3 great Taos to the controller realm. As for heart force, true meaning of power, and sword cultivation Tao, they are not important. There is no need to spend time on them for now. The Sword Sovereign Sutra and 9 Heaven Diagram should be put aside for now. As for the Great Tao creation technique, it is still somewhat helpful to the cultivation of the Great Tao. I can study it more. Qin Shao was very clear in his heart. He had planned out the path that he was going to take next and made all the plans. Cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the application level of a supreme great Tao would definitely not be effective. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about how to better comprehend and cultivate. With the help of external resources, that would be the best. Otherwise, he would need to go to some cultivation places to cultivate. For example, there was the Reincarnation Sea, the Primal Chaos Crevice, and Boundless Island. These three dangerous places in the universe were extremely helpful to the cultivation of these three great Tao. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about this path now. However, the three danger zones were located in the endless sea of darkness. Now that the endless sea of darkness was occupied by the forces of the three realms and the other verse, if he were to rashly enter, he would probably attract some trouble. This was also one of the factors that Qin Shao had to consider. For the time being, it was best not to leave the territory of the God realm if he could. I should study the great Tao of creation first. I keep having the feeling that studying the great Tao of creation should bring me many benefits. Qin Shao pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. For the time being, he would not think about going to those dangerous places in the universe. He had studied the great Tao creation technique before. It was indeed of great help. This technique had a very auspicious explanation of the great Taos of the heavens. It was very mysterious. When discussing the Tao, the great Taos of the heavens were all included in it. Chapter 1252. Directly pass? Qin Zhao's main body began to comprehend the great Tao creation technique. Meanwhile, in District 9 of Mount God Soaring, Qin Zhao's clone had a new plan. Qin Shao, are you going to challenge the trial? Are you confident? Lord Danshan became excited when he heard Qin Zhao's plan. They had been trapped in District 9 of Mount God Soaring for almost 500,000 years. Although it wasn't a long time, it was still better than the others who had been trapped on Mount God Soaring. However, they were constantly thinking about how to leave this godforsaken place. It was even worse than dying on the battlefield. If they were trapped here for an endless amount of time, it would be an inhumane life. In the past 500,000 years, Qin Shao had tried 3 times, but all of them ended in failure. The most recent attempt was when he had the strength of a sovereign. Even so, he still failed. At first, Qin Shao and the other 2 thought that the guardian of District 9 should have the strength of a sovereign. As long as they had the strength of a sovereign, they should be able to pass the trial. However, reality proved that they were wrong. Even if they had the strength of a sovereign, it wouldn't be that easy to pass the trial. Since the beginning of this era, there were only 3 people who had achieved the feat of a 4th step heavenly god possessing the battle prowess of a ruler. One was Tianlingzi, one was Lord Huayang, and the last one was Qin Shao. For others, this was unimaginable and unimaginable. It was something that they would never be able to accomplish in their lifetime. Therefore, when they were trapped in District 9 of Mount God Soaring, Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan had fallen into despair. They had thought that they would never have the chance to leave this place. At that time, they didn't know that a 4th step heavenly god could really achieve the strength of a sovereign. It was hard to imagine. After all, the gap between a 4th step heavenly god and a sovereign was too big. Therefore, they had thought that it was impossible. However, Qin Shao had done it. Moreover, he had achieved it in less than 500,000 years. He had reached such a heaven-defying step. This also allowed the 2 who had already given up all hope to see hope again, igniting a raging battle intent in their hearts. Qin Shao curled his lips. The last time he went there was 150,000 years ago. At that time, he was already very strong. He was not inferior to Master Qingye, but he was still defeated. However, although he was defeated, Qin Shao saw a glimmer of hope. He roughly knew the strength of the Guardian of District 9. 150,000 years had passed, and he had become the controller of the Tao of all things. He had also created the Mountain River Sword scripture to perfection. His strength had increased by a lot. With 3 Tao controllers and a self-created secret manual, Qin Shao was quite confident that his strength would rank near the top even among the sovereigns. If he couldn't pass through the 9th district with this level of power, then he would have to be close to the level of a universe master to pass through the 9th district. This kind of thing was indeed unimaginable in the past. However, not only did Qin Shao dare to think about it, but he also dared to do it. He even had the confidence to do it. "Let's not say I'm 100% sure," said Qin Shao. "I think I'm at least 70% sure. Anyway, there's no limit to the number of times I can challenge. At most, I'll be tortured once. It's not a big deal. Let's go." Qin Shao walked toward the open space. Before Qin Shao could say anything, the Guardian of District 9 walked out. This person looked melancholy and vicissitudes of life. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His loose robe trailed on the ground. He was barefooted, and his skin was as white as a woman's. The Guardian's gaze fell on Qin Shao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. This was something that had never happened before. In this strange light, there seemed to be a hint of appreciation and appreciation. There was also a hint of gratification. "Elder," the moment Qin Shao opened his mouth, the Guardian waved his hand and interrupted Qin Shao. "I know what you mean. This time, we don't have to fight anymore." "We don't have to fight anymore?" Qin Shao frowned and looked at the Guardian in confusion. Yi Juanhe and Danshan Lord were also confused. What did he mean? Not fighting anymore? Wasn't he allowed to challenge an unlimited number of times? Why did he say that he wasn't going to fight anymore? Or did he think that Qin Shao wasn't strong enough to challenge him? But that was impossible. They saw the previous challenge. Even though he lost, he didn't lose so badly. They also knew that Qin Shao had just returned from the All Things Dojo. He must be very strong. The Guardian saw through Qin Shao and the other two's thoughts. He smiled and said, "I said that we don't have to fight anymore. It's because I'll admit defeat." Admit defeat? The Guardian's words stunned Qin Shao and the other two for a while before they reacted. If he admitted defeat, wouldn't that mean that Qin Shao had won? Wouldn't that mean that he had passed the trial? Wouldn't that mean that they could leave this place? "Ha ha, we won." Danshan Lord laughed loudly. The excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. Qin Shao looked at the Guardian. Originally, he was prepared to have another vigorous battle, but he didn't expect that there was no need to fight at all. The Guardian actually admitted defeat directly. This situation was truly a little strange. Even though Qin Shao was somewhat confident that he could win, he wasn't completely sure. The Guardian's strength was still very strong. Qin Shao didn't understand why the Guardian didn't even fight. Why did the Guardian directly admit defeat this time? The Guardian's gaze landed on Yi Juanhe and Danshan Lord. He said, "You two go to the side first. I'll have a private chat with Qin Shao. You two can leave soon and return to the God Realm." Yi Juanhe and Danshan Lord didn't say anything else. They tactfully left. The Guardian waved his hand and opened a passage in the void. He said to Qin Shao, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned around and entered the passageway. Qin Shao followed after him. The moment they entered the passage, a light flashed and the two arrived in another space. This was a vast space. Everywhere was snowy white. The sky was filled with never-melting snow. It was cold and icy. This space was very spacious. There was only a 90-foot-tall platform in the center. This platform seemed to be carved out of ice and snow. However, it looked very ordinary. A sky staircase led to the top of the platform. Qin Shao could vaguely see an ice coffin at the top of the platform. 9 ice dragons were hovering around the ice coffin. Qin Shao only took one look at the ice coffin, but he felt the world spinning around him. His mind was shaken. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Such a situation frightened Qin Shao so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. What a terrifying aura! Qin Shao had seen a few universe masters before, but he had never seen such a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. This aura should have far surpassed that of a universe master. What was inside that ice coffin? At this moment, Qin Shao felt like an ordinary mortal who had seen a god. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had such a feeling. The guardian's eyes glistened as he looked at the ice coffin on the platform. His expression was incomparably sorrowful. Looking at the situation, Qin Shao had a guess. It seemed that the person lying in the ice coffin was the master of Mountain God Crossing, the master of the guardian in front of him. Qin Shao guessed that the guardian's power should be at the level of an extremely powerful dominator. Then, his master, who was the master of Mountain God Crossing, must be a universe master. But obviously, it was impossible for him to be a universe master of this universe era. Moreover, he was a universe master who had already died. It was very likely that he was an ancient being from the previous universe era. Judging from this aura, Qin Shao felt that the strength of the person in the ice coffin should be far above that of the Desolate Land Palace Master. He really didn't know which being from the previous universe era it was. From the 1st to the 8th universe era, there were indeed many universe masters, but they all died in the long river of history. The one who suffered the most was the Lord of Death. After a while, the guardian came back to his senses. He said to Qin Shao, I have waited for hundreds of universe eras. Finally, you are here. Congratulations, you have passed the test left behind by my master. Huh? Hundreds of universe eras? This Qin Shao was taken aback when he heard the guardian's words. He had been wondering which universe master was in the ice coffin, and he had been wondering which universe master had died. But this guardian said that it had been hundreds of universe eras, which was obviously beyond the scope of the Hong Meng universe. Obviously, he wasn't from the Hong Meng universe. A guest from another universe? What kind of being was that? For a moment, Qin Shao was confused again. He looked at the guardian with a puzzled expression, waiting for an explanation. The guardian said again, Do you know why I didn't fight with you? Qin Shao shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know. I hope you can enlighten me. The protector said, I already know your strength. You are now a controller of 3 Daos, and you have created a secret manual. You have also cultivated heart force, the true meaning of strength, and the Tao of the sword to a decent level. The last time I fought with you, you were almost able to pass the test. Now you are much stronger than before, so there is no need for me to fight with you again. This is only a test for you. If we really fight, you are far from being my match. Qin Shao was shocked. How could the guardian know his power so well? He knew it like the back of his hand. It was as if he had seen through everything about him. How could this be? Such a situation really shocked Qin Shao quite a bit. The key was that he didn't realize it at all, but the guardian knew everything clearly. This was too scary. Even if a universe master knew everything about him, he would still be able to detect it. Without him noticing, the guardian was able to see through everything about him. What did that mean? It meant that the gap between his power and the guardian's was too big. This made Qin Shao reevaluate the protector. He originally thought that the protector was just a ruler with experience. Now it seemed that his thinking was wrong, and very wrong. The guardian seemed to have seen through Qin Shao's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, There is no need to be surprised. I know everything in Sacred Sky Mountain. You don't have to guess my power. You are definitely far from being my match. Alright, Qin Shao, let's get down to business. You have passed the test left behind by my master. You can go and obtain my master's inheritance. Of course, I still need to ask for your opinion. Chapter 1253. Apprenticeship, Begging for Flowers at Midnight. Walk out of this small universe? The primordial universe was just a small universe in the eyes of the Guardians? Moreover, Qin Shao could sense some deeper meaning from the Guardian's words. For example, Qin Shao had also met visitors from other universes like Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu. However, they would not have said such words. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but wonder if the Master of Mountain Soaring God was from the sacred region. The sacred region was a place that even Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu had been pursuing. However, they had been drifting in the endless universe for countless years without any harvest. In fact, they did not even know if the sacred region existed or not. The sacred region had always been a legend. To the desolate land temple master and the others, the sacred region was like a legendary existence. They had only guessed the existence of the sacred region from the information left behind by the Lord of Death in Death Valley. However, did the sacred region exist or not? Who could say for sure? In the endless universe, how could one find the sacred region? Where was the sacred region? Everything was still just a legend. It was hard to explain it clearly to understand the Tao. At this moment, Qin Shao seemed to have grasped some information from the Guardian's words. Must I become his disciple? Qin Shao asked. Since he started cultivating, Qin Shao had already become the disciple of 3 masters. Of course, 2 of them had obtained the inheritance of the ancestors in places of opportunity. Only Red Dust Guest was a real living master. Although the ancestors who had died were master and disciple in name, they were not master and disciple in reality. Only Red Dust Guest was a real master and disciple. However, Qin Shao had always been cautious when it came to becoming a disciple. After all, he had already become the disciple of 3 masters. Moreover, Red Dust Guest's master was still there. Therefore, he had to think carefully before becoming a disciple. The Master of Mountain Soaring God was already dead. If he wanted to obtain his inheritance, it was reasonable for him to become his disciple. It was not that Qin Shao was unwilling, but he had some misgivings in his heart. After all, it felt a little disrespectful to Red Dust Guest's master. The protector said, "It's best if you acknowledge him as your master. Of course, if you really don't want to, we don't have to force you. You have 2 choices. One is to give up on my master's inheritance and leave the open divine mountain. The other is that you must fulfill my master's last wish. You must swear on your soul that you will not rest until you die. If you become my disciple, you will have to complete my master's dying wish." However, if you are unable to complete it, you can pass down his dying wish and let his descendants complete it. I'll give you 3 choices. Think about it. My suggestion for you is to become my disciple. I know that you have some misgivings in your heart. You're afraid that this will be disrespectful to your master, Red Dust Guest. But if your master knows about this, I'm sure he'll want you to do the same. Jenny, if this opportunity was given to your master, Red Dust Guest, he would accept it without hesitation. Qin Shao was not surprised that the Guardian knew that his master was the Red Dust Guest. Since the Guardian said it so confidently, it seemed that it was true. In fact, Qin Shao only felt that it was a little disrespectful to his master. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not a big deal. As the Guardian said, even if his master knew about it, he would most likely support him. After all, cultivation was about constantly fighting for opportunities. With such a great opportunity in front of him, there was no reason not to fight for it, right? Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate anymore. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll acknowledge my master as my master. The guardian's expression suddenly became a little excited. He hurriedly said, Good, good, good. Go and kowtow to my master 3 times to complete the ceremony of acknowledging him as your master. Qin Shao nodded and stood below the high platform. He looked up at the ice coffin on the high platform and knelt down solemnly. He kowtowed respectfully and said, Disciple Qin Shao has acknowledged you as my master today. I will definitely fulfill my master's dying wish and inform his spirit. Master, please accept my kowtow. The ceremony of acknowledging him as his master was quickly completed. The guardian hurriedly walked over and helped Qin Shao up. Young master, please get up. Your servant Jing Yang greets you, young master. From now on, I will do my best to assist you and help you reach the boundless realm as soon as possible. You will avenge my master and fulfill his dying wish. Senior, Jing Yang hurriedly said, Young master, just call me Jing Yang. Don't call me senior anymore. This old servant can't bear it. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He had been calling Jing Yang senior all this time. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a young master? This kind of change in status was really amazing. And it should be known that Jing Yang's power was at least that of a universe master. As for whether he was more powerful than a universe master, Qin Shao did not know. After all, Qin Shao did not know what realms existed above the universe master. Being called young master by such a powerful being, he really did not react for a moment. Jing Yang said, Young master, follow this old servant to the high platform and see my master. Qin Shao nodded. It was obvious that his master's body was lying in the ice coffin on the high platform. As his disciple, his master's body was right in front of him. Naturally, he had to pay his respects and get to know his master. With heavy hearts, the two of them walked step by step toward the high platform. The high platform was not very tall. Soon, Qin Shao and Jing Yang arrived at the high platform. A middle-aged man lay quietly in the transparent ice coffin. He had lost all signs of life, but Qin Shao could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying aura emanating from his master's body through the ice coffin. It was too terrifying. Even though it was just a body, Qin Shao felt that he could not get close to his master. That extremely powerful and terrifying aura had not dissipated even after more than 100 universe eras. It was too terrifying. What kind of terrifying level had his master's strength reached? Master. Standing in front of the ice coffin, Jing Yang lost control of his emotions. With a plop, he knelt down. His eyes turned red and sparkled. It was said that men did not cry easily, but that was only because they were not sad. It was rare for a master and his servant to have such deep feelings for each other. From this small detail, Qin Shao also felt that his master and Jing Yang were both people who valued friendship and righteousness. Qin Shao had always liked people who valued friendship and righteousness. Qin Shao secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely fulfill his master's last wish for this pair of people who valued friendship and righteousness. He would definitely avenge his master's death. Master, it has been more than 100 universe eras. Jing Yang has finally waited for young master's arrival. Although young master's starting point was very low, he was still a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He also had good potential and was very hard-working. His luck was also very good. I think young master still has a good chance of avenging master's death and comforting master's soul. Master, Jing Yang will definitely do his best to support young master. He will definitely help young master grow up as soon as possible. Jing Yang's life's work will be to support young master. As long as he can avenge master, Jing Yang will pay any price. Whether it is 100 eras, 1,000 eras, or 10,000 eras, Jing Yang will fight to the end. Hearing Jing Yang's extremely affectionate words, Qin Shao also felt deeply touched. His heart was somewhat moved, and his mood became increasingly heavy. There was too much pain in the world. There was too much hatred in the world. After a long time, Jing Yang stood up and recovered his emotions. He then said to Qin Shao, "Young master, let's go down first. This old servant still has many things to explain to you. I'm sure you have many questions right now. This old servant will answer them one by one. I will let you know everything and let you know your direction." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. Right now, he had too many questions, and he needed Jing Yang to answer them all. After leaving the high platform, he followed Jing Yang to a palace. There were many weapons, many techniques, many treasures, and some things that Qin Shao didn't recognize at all. Every one of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the weapons and treasures. After taking a look, he was quite surprised. Universe treasures? All of them are universe treasures? And those few? How can their auras be so powerful? It feels like they are even more powerful than universe treasures? Seeing these things, Qin Shao was quite shocked. There were so many weapons and treasures here that there were actually more than 10,000 of them. There were also many techniques and techniques which numbered in the thousands. This was simply a huge treasure trove. Even more frightening was that most of these treasures exuded the aura of universe treasures. Qin Shao had 2 universe treasures, so he naturally knew the aura of universe treasures. The most frightening thing was that there were many treasures with auras that were much more powerful than universe treasures. Could it be that they were at a higher level than universe treasures? Such a situation really shocked Qin Shao quite a bit. Was this the foundation of his master's foundation? Was this the treasure trove left behind by his master? Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too crazy. A universe treasure was enough to make those knights break their heads and bleed blood, and even universe masters would be jealous of it. But here, crazy. It really felt a little crazy. Jing Yang smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Young master, here are some treasures left behind by master. Although there aren't many, they are enough for master for the time being. These are just some ordinary things. Master's real treasures have all been buried with master's original body. These are just ordinary things?" These things were seriously beyond Qin Zhao's imagination. Just what kind of background did this master of his actually have? Was he really from the Saint Domain? This caused Qin Zhao's suspicions and anticipation to grow even stronger. Jing Yang seemed to leave enough suspense before he said seriously, "Young master, let me tell you about master's situation first. This must be what you are most eager to know. As a disciple, you should know everything about master." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. "Young master, I believe that you don't know much about our great wide world. What you know may only be some scattered things, and many of them may be regarded as legends by you. Let me tell you about our great wide world first. This is also the first step for master to understand our world." As Jing Yang spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and a huge map appeared in the void. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on this incomparably huge map. There were many very small dots on this map, as well as some big dots. There were also a few very large regions, which formed an incomparably huge map. However, looking at this map, Qin Shao couldn't understand it at all. Jing Yang was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he first let Qin Shao familiarize himself with this huge map. Looking at this huge map, Qin Shao couldn't help but think in his heart, "Is this the map of the great wide world?" Judging from the situation, this possibility seemed to be very high. Chapter 1254. The Vast Thousand Worlds. Young Master, as you can see, this is a relatively complete map of the vast thousand worlds. This basically shows the appearance of the entire vast thousand worlds, Jing Yang said. Just as Qin Shao had thought, this huge map was indeed a map of the vast thousand world. Looking at it this way, Qin Shao was not that shocked. It did not look like what he had imagined, did it? Senior Baichuan Fusu, the master of Eros, the master of machinery, and the others had all been searching for the sacred region, but they had not been able to find it even after countless years. In particular, Senior Baichuan Fusu had drifted in the endless sea of the universe for an unknown amount of time, but he still had not found the sacred region. The sacred region was simply like a legend. Jing Yang pointed at the huge map and said to Qin Shao, "Young master, look. There are 8 bigger places on this map. These are the 8 great sacred regions." The 8 great sacred regions. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It was the sacred region. It was confirmed that it was the sacred region. This was also the first time Qin Shao had heard about the sacred region and confirmed its existence. Moreover, what was beyond Qin Zhao's imagination was that there were actually 8 great sacred regions. All along, Qin Shao had thought that even if the sacred region really existed, there should only be one place. It should be the most mysterious place, the core of the power of the vast thousand world. However, he had not expected that there were actually as many as 8 sacred regions. Everything Jing Yang said completely refreshed Qin Zhao's understanding of the vast thousand worlds. Indeed, some of the information he had previously learned about the vast thousand worlds were just groundless rumors. This was the real vast thousand world. Qin Shao suddenly felt that a new door had opened in his world. This feeling was similar to when he had been in the heavenly dragon continent and learned everything about the divine realm and the vast primordial universe. A brand new door, a brand new world, completely presented itself. That's right, young master. The 8 great saint domains. Jing Yang nodded and began to introduce them one by one. Young master, look here. This is the largest sanctuary among the 8 great sanctuaries. It is also the leader of the 8 great sanctuaries, the Great Tao Sanctuary. It is located at the center of the vast thousand domains and represents the center of everything and the center of power. The Great Path Saint Realm is the first saint realm to be born in the vast thousand domains. It is the oldest and most powerful saint realm. Simply put, the power of the Great Path Saint Realm is stronger than the other 7 saint realms combined. This status is much higher than that of the Heavenly Court Island in the 5 great sacred lands of the God Realm. This is the dominating power of our greater thousand worlds, the sacred domain that all cultivators dream of. Just by looking at the area of the sacred domains, one could tell that the Great Tao Sacred Domain was the largest. Just its area alone was about the size of the other 7 sacred domains combined. The Great Path Sacred Realm was the most important of all. Qin Shao silently noted this in his heart. Jing Yang continued, "Young master, let's talk about the sacred realm closest to us. It's right here. It's called the Sacred Realm." The Sacred Realm. Qin Shao memorized this name. Although Jing Yang had said that it was the closest to the primordial universe, Qin Shao still had no idea about this. The other 6 sacred realms are the Sword Cultivator Sacred Realm, the Power Sacred Realm, the Heart Force Sacred Realm, the Darkness Sacred Realm, the Technology Sacred Realm, and the Elemental Sacred Realm. As Jing Yang introduced them, he also pointed out the specific location of the sacred realms so that Qin Shao could understand more. Qin Shao also noted down the 8 sacred realms one by one. The 8 sacred realms were also relatively far from each other. They were also relatively scattered. For example, the Darkness Sacred Realm, which was the furthest away, was already at the edge of this huge map. Young master, in addition to the 8 sacred realms, there are also 1,000 smaller places. Each of them is about 1,000th of the size of a sacred realm. The larger ones are about 100. These 1,000 places are the vast thousand secret realms of the vast thousand world. Since ancient times, the number of vast thousand secret realms has been fixed. What has not changed is the number of 1000. It will never change. However, the vast 1,000 secret realms are not eternal. When a secret realm is destroyed, a new secret realm will be born. In this way, life and death will never change. In our vast 1,000 worlds, only the 8 sacred lands are eternal. They are born and exist with the vast 1,000 worlds. As long as the vast 1,000 worlds are not destroyed, the 8 sacred lands will not be destroyed. The vast 1,000 secret realms are also replaced over the endless years. The endless universe will return to chaos after 9 disasters. 9 universe eras are too short. Therefore, all life forms yearn for the sacred realm. They all yearn to enter the sacred realm to avoid the suffering of disasters. Although Qin Shao had not experienced the great disaster of an era, the great disaster of chaos, and the destruction of the universe, he had not experienced it. However, from the words of his ancestors, Qin Shao had learned a lot about the situation and had a good understanding of it. 4 universe masters, their lifelong pursuit was the sacred realm. If they could not enter the sacred realm, then when the great disaster of chaos arrived, they could only escape into the endless universe ocean. And in the endless universe ocean, most of them would die. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, most would be like Bai Chuan Fu Su and the others, drifting endlessly. If they were lucky, they would be like Bai Chuan Fu Su and be able to enter a universe and live a peaceful life for 1 or 2 universe eras. If they were unlucky, they would drift endlessly until they died. In the endless universe ocean, there were endless dangers. Qin Shao had heard a lot about these situations from Bai Chuan Fu Su and knew how terrifying the endless universe ocean was. The sacred realm was eternal. Only by entering the sacred realm would one not have to worry about anything. And it was not just benefits in this aspect. More benefits were that one could pursue in terms of realm. Since the sacred realm existed, there were obviously many realms above the universe master level. There was a higher and wider world. This made one's pursuit of the great path feel a little endless. To Qin Shao, this pursuit was also what he yearned for. People had to live for something. Besides his family, friends, and clansmen, Qin Shao also lived for his pursuit of the supreme great path. Then where is the Hongmeng universe? Qin Shao asked. Jing Yang pointed to an extremely small dot on the map and said to Qin Shao, "Young master, the Hongmeng universe is here." Here? Qin Shao looked carefully and was puzzled. Jing Yang, according to this, the Hongmeng universe does not seem to be far from the other universes? It doesn't seem too far from the celestial realm, right? Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, there are some things that you do not understand. I'm afraid only the sacred master of the sacred realm can explain how big the great 1,000 domains are. At least, we can't explain it clearly. In order to show the entire great 1,000 domains on this map, many changes have to be made. Besides the 8 great sacred realms, the great 1,000 domains, and the endless universe, the distance between them has been reduced by tens of trillions of times. Therefore, the real distance is so big that you dare not imagine it." Tens of trillions of times. Upon hearing this huge number, Qin Shao could not help but be startled. Then, he felt a little relieved. Qin Shao also took a look at the map. The Devil Beast universe was the closest to the Hongmeng universe. In terms of distance, it was also relatively close. It was probably only a few diameters of the Hongmeng universe away. However, it was still a little scary if it was magnified tens of trillions of times. Besides the Devil Beast universe, the closest distance was thousands of Hongmeng universes. If it was magnified tens of trillions of times, it would be unimaginable. As for the Grand Mist universe, it was only an extremely small dot on this massive map. It was insignificant. It felt like a grain of sand in an endless desert. If all the distances on this map were magnified tens of trillions of times, it would be even more unimaginable. The Great Thousand Domains was indeed too big. It was so big that Qin Shao could not describe it at all. However, it was still okay now. Qin Shao at least had a basic impression of the Great Thousand Domains in his mind. He roughly knew what the Great Thousand Domains looked like and how big it was. The 8 great sacred realms, the Great Thousand Domains, and the endless universe formed the entire Great Thousand Domains. The Hong Meng universe was just a drop in the ocean to the Great Thousand Domains. It was insignificant. Young Master, you should have guessed it. Master is from the Great Path Sacred Realm. Master's enemy is also in the Great Path Sacred Realm. Therefore, the first step for Master now is to find a way to go to the Great Path Sacred Realm, Jing Yang said with a serious face. Great Path Sacred Realm. Qin Shao nodded. Then how do we go back to the Great Path Sacred Realm? Just by flying. I'm afraid it's impossible for a Universe Master to reach the Great Path Sacred Realm, right? Jing Yang nodded and said, Yes, young Master. It's almost impossible for a Universe Master to reach the Great Path Sacred Realm. Therefore, for now, Master's first task is to surpass the Great Path Sacred Realm and break free from the shackles of the universe. Only by reaching a higher realm can it be feasible. What other realms are there above the Universe Master? Qin Shao asked curiously. Jing Yang said, Above the Universe Master is the Celestial Venerables. As for the other realms above that, I'll tell you in detail in the future. For now, young Master, knowing too much may not necessarily be beneficial to you. Everything about Master will wait until you reach the Great Path Sacred Realm, then I'll tell you in detail. If you don't reach the Great Path Sacred Realm, then everything will be in vain. The more I tell Master now, the heavier the burden on Master will be. Young Master, let's talk about how to get to the Great Path Sacred Realm first. If we rely on flying, it's almost impossible for even a Celestial Venerable to reach any sacred realm, let alone a Universe Master. The horror of the endless universe ocean is probably beyond your imagination, young Master. There's dark turbulence everywhere, and danger lurks everywhere. And in the endless universe ocean, you can't even tell the direction clearly. Sometimes, for endless years, you'll be trapped in a mass of turbulence until you die. But young Master, you don't have to worry about this problem. Since I was able to bring Master's body to your Hong Meng universe, I naturally have a way to bring Master back to the Great Path Sacred Realm. It's just that for now, young Master, you haven't met the requirements yet. Young Master, for now, you'd better do your best to reach the Celestial Venerable Realm first. Then you can talk about other things. The Celestial Venerable Realm. Qin Shao pursed his lip. He was still only a 4th step Celestial God. He was still many steps away from the Celestial Venerable Realm. Above the 4th step Celestial God there were powerful beings. Above the great gods there were rulers. Above the rulers there were Universe Masters. Above that there were Celestial Venerables. And speaking of which, since the beginning of the first era in Hong Meng universe, perhaps the only one who had reached the Celestial Venerable Realm was the Lord of Death. It was too difficult to reach this realm. Indeed, he had to walk an unprecedented path. However, in Qin Zhao's heart, there was a lofty aspiration. No matter what, he had to give it a try. If he wanted to embark on this path, then he had to give it his all. And speaking of which, Qin Shao had some confidence in himself. Now that he had embarked on the path of the Lord of Death, as long as he could continue on this path, there would be great hope for him to become a Celestial Venerable. Chapter 1255. Old Man Lu He. However, Qin Shao wasn't sure, so he asked, Jing Yang, how can I become a Celestial Master? Jing Yang said, it's simple. I think you've thought of it. Merge 6 paths and you'll become a celestial master. Indeed, it was merging 6 paths. Merging 6 types of top-grade great paths would make it easier to become a celestial master. One would be able to break free from the restraints of the great paths and the universe. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Merging 2 types of top-grade great paths would make one as strong as a ruler. Merging 3 types of great paths would make one of the strongest rulers. Merging 4 types of great paths would make one a universe master. Merging 5 types of great paths would make one invincible among universe masters. As for celestial master, merging 6 types of great paths would make one a celestial master, a true great path controller. It was too difficult. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was impossible. Over the past 8 epochs, almost 100 universe masters had been born, but only one Lord of Death had appeared. Difficult, indeed, it was too difficult. Jing Yang, do you know the Lord of Death? Qin Shao asked. Jing Yang shook his head and said, I came to your primordial universe during the 3rd epoch of your primordial universe. Although I haven't seen the Death Valley Master before, according to my understanding of the situation, the Death Valley Master should be very powerful. The Death Valley Master is indeed a genius. He has indeed walked a path that no one else has been able to walk. It's certain that he became a celestial master. It's also certain that he walked out of the primordial universe. It's also certain that he reached Saint. He should have returned to the primordial universe and brought back many things. There are also many life forms from other universes in Death Valley. This is enough to prove it. To be able to leave the primordial universe and bring back life forms from other universes is enough to prove the power of the Lord of Death. It's impossible for a celestial master to do that. The Lord of Death's power must be above that of a celestial master. Besides, he should have obtained some great opportunities in the vast 1,000 domains. In short, the Lord of Death is indeed a rare genius. Even in the Great Path Saint realm, he is still a genius. However, with young Master's current situation, it is not impossible for him to compete with the Lord of Death. Therefore, I still have a lot of confidence in the young Lord. Qin Shao could tell that Jing Yang was trying to comfort and encourage her. However, Qin Shao was not discouraged and was even more confident. He also respected the Lord of Death, but Qin Shao did not think that he could not do what the Lord of Death could do. The Lord of Death was also the target that Qin Shao was currently pursuing. Along the way, Qin Shao had never been afraid of any challenges. He had only used 500,000 years of cultivation to reach this step. He believed that he would not be worse than the Lord of Death, right? However, after listening to Jing Yang, Qin Shao did not have such strong thoughts about the first Death Valley and the Lord of Death's inheritance. One must know that Qin Shao had the strongest thoughts about the Lord of Death's inheritance. His current biggest goal was to pass the first Death Valley, complete the test of the Death Valley, and obtain the Lord of Death's inheritance. Now that he heard Jing Yang's words, it seemed that the Lord of Death was far inferior to his master. After all, his master was someone from the Great Path Saint realm. However, Qin Shao did not understand why the test set by the Lord of Death was so difficult. He had to become the controller of the 6 paths to have a chance of passing the test. He had already passed the test in District 9 of Divine Mountain. However, the test of the first Death Valley was still far away. By the way, Jing Yang, you haven't told me my master's name yet, Qin Shao suddenly asked. Jing Yang's expression became a little sad. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Master's name is Old Man Lu Ha. He is also the owner of Divine Mountain. This entire Godspan Mountain is actually a precious treasure. It's because of this treasure that I was able to come here safely from the Great Tao Sacred Region and find a successor for my master. If we want to return to the Great Path Saint Realm, we have to use this Divine Mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to the Great Path Saint Realm. Old Man Luha. Qin Shao silently remembered his master's name. What surprised Qin Shao the most was the fact that the Divine Sky Mountain was actually a powerful treasure. Moreover, this treasure was clearly beyond the scope of a universe treasure. It was obviously a treasure of a higher grade. Qin Shao currently had 2 universe treasures in his hands. One was the Fengyu Mountain that Senior Baichuan Fusu had given him, and the other was the primordial cauldron that he had obtained from the primordial mountain. On the surface, this spirit-soaring mountain looked like an ordinary mountain, but Qin Shao was unable to see through its depths. Young Master's main body and clone were attacked by enemies at the same time. The clone used the last of its strength to help me escape from the Great Path Saint Realm with Divine Mountain. Most of Master's life savings are with his main body. Therefore, what's left behind is very little. The most valuable thing here is this Godspan Mountain. There's nothing else left. As for the treasures, what you see in front of you are not worthless. As for the cultivation techniques, they are just some ordinary cultivation technique. They might be useful for ordinary heavenly venerables, but they won't be useful for anything beyond that. However, before Master died, he passed on a set of cultivation techniques to me. However, I need to be at least a heavenly venerate to practice it, so I can't give it to you for the time being. You can use everything in this hall as you please, young Master. As for the cultivation techniques that Master passed on to you, Jingyang will pass it to you after you become a heavenly venerate. As for this Divine Mountain, it will have to wait until Master becomes a heavenly venerate before he can refine it. Otherwise, with Master's current strength, he won't be able to refine this Divine Mountain. Qin Shao pursed his lips and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. There weren't many things left behind, but the enemy was very strong. He felt that he had suffered a loss by becoming Master's disciple. However, this was just a joke. After becoming Master's disciple, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't regret it. He would definitely take revenge for his master's great hatred. It was just that it might be a little more difficult. However, it didn't matter. If it was a little more difficult, so be it. No matter how difficult it was, he would fight to the end. A man's vow was never to give up. Qin Shao casually looked through the treasures in the hall. One universe treasure after another appeared in front of Qin Shao's eyes. If it were someone else, they would probably be excited to death. However, Qin Shao seemed very calm when he saw it. He already had 2 universe treasures. Speaking of which, universe treasures were nothing to him. However, these universe treasures were very important to the God realm. If a major power wielded a universe treasure, they would be comparable to a hegemon in terms of combat prowess. Moreover, the number of universe treasures here was close to 10,000. There were all kinds of treasures. There were defense-type treasures, offense-type treasures, and speed-type treasures. If one could equip a powerful being with one of these 3 types of treasures, their combat prowess would be unimaginable. If one could equip a ruler, it would probably be a great help to a universe master. With the number of universe treasures here, it was completely possible to equip all the rulers of the 5 great holy lands of the God realm. In this way, the battle strength of the entire God realm would increase by a lot. When he thought of this, Qin Shao was overjoyed and excited. There were also those techniques that Jingyang said were very ordinary. Qin Shao looked through them and found that they were all secret techniques. Some of them even made Qin Shao feel that they were on par with the Great Tao Creation Technique and Sword Emperor Sutra that Senior Baichuan Fu Su had bestowed upon him. They were all very exquisite techniques. These cultivation methods were undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. Everything here added up was much more abundant than the entire 5 great holy lands of the God realm over countless years. As expected of someone from the Great Tao Sanctuary. However, in Jing Yang's words, these things were very ordinary. Young master, do you want to stay here and comprehend these techniques first, or do you want to leave now and return to the God realm? Jing Yang asked. Qin Shao didn't think much and said directly, if we return to the God realm, will you leave with me? Jing Yang nodded and said, yes, young master. Jing Yang will leave with young master. However, Jing Yang will stay on God Realm Mountain for the time being. Later, I will shrink God Realm Mountain and let master keep it in his internal world. I can't leave God Realm Mountain for now. Can't leave God Realm Mountain? Afraid of being expelled from the universe by the Hong Meng universe's consciousness? The consciousness of the Hong Meng universe could only suppress universe masters, but it wouldn't expel them directly, right? Jing Yang. How strong are you? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask. Jing Yang looked at Qin Shao and said hesitantly, Celestial Master. Celestial Master. Although Qin Shao had some guesses, when he heard Jing Yang say that he was a Celestial Master, Qin Shao was shocked. This was a living Celestial Master, an existence that had surpassed the Universe Master. He was more powerful than the Palace Master of the Desolate Land and the Master of the Heavenly Court. If Jing Yang made a move, wouldn't he be able to easily suppress the power of the other universe in the three realms? I'm just an ordinary Celestial Master, Jing Yang added. I'm very weak. No matter how ordinary or weak he was still a Celestial Master. At least, in Qin Zhao's opinion, a Celestial Master was still an extremely powerful existence. In order not to be provoked, Qin Shao didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, All right, Jing Yang. Let's leave this place first. I'll go make some preparations. Later, you can shrink God Realm Mountain. Jing Yang nodded and waved his hand to open a void passage. Qin Shao walked out and quickly found Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan. The two of them had been waiting anxiously for a long time. When they saw Qin Shao finally come out, they hurried over. Lord Danshan couldn't help but ask, How is it, Qin Shao? What's going on? Have you already passed the seniors test? Can we go out now? Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. I didn't disappoint. I did pass the test. We'll be able to leave this place and return to the God Realm soon. Ah, I knew you could do it. Good job, Qin Shao. We can finally return to the God Realm. We've been trapped here for almost 500,000 years. I really miss the God Realm. Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan both smiled when they got a positive answer. They were so happy. At first, they'd thought that they'd never be able to leave this place again. Now, it seemed that things weren't that bad. Soon, they'd be able to return to the God Realm. Naturally, they were filled with excitement. Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and tell me. Who is the expert who left behind the legacy of MT Godspan? What's the background of that senior? Lord Danshan, on the other hand, was quite gossipy. Qin Shao didn't know how to answer this question. He shook his head and said, Don't ask so many questions. Some things should be kept secret. Chapter 1256. Man U Sacred Mountain, District 1. A delicate-looking young man walked in. After entering the first zone, the young man's face revealed a somewhat excited expression. Haha, Sacred Mountain, I'm finally here. This time, I was fortunate enough to obtain the mountain-penetrating token. That was a great opportunity. I must make good use of this opportunity. That's the only way I can become stronger. Only then can I become a fourth-step deity or even a heavenly god. Only when I'm strong can I hold my head high and not be bullied by others. But before the young man could even get excited, the ground started to shake violently. It was as though the entire spirit-soaring mountain was about to collapse. This sudden turn of events frightened the young man quite a bit, and his face immediately turned pale. What's going on? What's happening? Soon, a powerful force surged over and swept away the handsome young man like a shocking wave. District 8 Ancient Palace. Heavenly Emperor Shirue was lying lazily on top of a huge rock, drinking wine leisurely. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the entire sacred mountain shook violently. Great Emperor Shirue frowned and flew up into the sky, looking at Mount Soaring Mountain with a puzzled expression. In such a situation, he couldn't understand what was going on. He had been in Sacred Mountain for so long, but he had never encountered such a situation. What was going on? What was happening to Sacred Mountain? Rumble! The trembling became more intense, and the space became chaotic. Sacred Mountain seemed to be uprooted. The situation was obviously not simple, but Heavenly Emperor Shirue could not understand what was going on. The entire ancient palace was in chaos, and Heavenly Emperor Shirue's subordinates were panicking. Soon, a powerful force surged over and engulfed Heavenly Emperor Shirue. What a powerful force! Heavenly Emperor Shirue was shocked. He tried his best to resist, but he realized that he was powerless. He could not resist this powerful force. How could this be? He was Shiri the Great, known as the King of the 8th District. How could he not be able to fight back? Was he going to die? The sky-soaring mountain was located in the eastern part of the barbaric cosmos. It was like a heavenly pillar. It was said that no one was able to see the peak of Mount Godspan, and no one was able to get close to it. Anyone who dared to get close to the mountain would be punished and killed. Only with the Mountain Link token could one enter Spirit's soaring mountain and seek out the fortuitous encounters within. Since the beginning of time, Sacred Sky Mountain had always been there. No one could say for sure how long it had been there. The only thing he knew was that there were countless legends about Godspan Mountain. The endless legends made Godspan Mountain incomparably mysterious and incomparably sacred. It was a place where everyone in the primal universe went on a pilgrimage. Even the head of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the otherworldly demonic tribe's otherworldly demonic tribe, was extremely wary of the Godspan Mountain. He had personally declared the Godspan Mountain as a forbidden ground, and no one dared to offend it. Everything within 100 million li radius around Divine Sky Mountain was classified as a forbidden zone. No one was allowed to live there, and no one was allowed to build a city there. Gale City could be considered as the closest city to Divine Sky Mountain. Every corner of the city could see the divine radiance of Divine Sky Mountain and be illuminated by the holy light of Divine Sky Mountain. Due to Gale City's proximity to Divine Sky Mountain, it was exceptionally lively. Rumble! The violent tremors from the distant Mount Transcendence were transmitted to Gale City, causing the entire Gale City to fall into a violent earthquake. Kacha! Kacha! The bluestone ground cracked open, and the walls of the buildings cracked as well. Some of the smaller buildings even collapsed under the violent tremors. Numerous terrified gazes were fixed on MT Soaring Mountain, and shocked voices resounded throughout the entire Gale City. Ah! What's going on? What's happening on Divine Sky Mountain? Is the ground cracking? Is Divine Sky Mountain going to collapse? Is the end of the world coming? What's going on? Everyone, run! The huge commotion caused by Divine Sky Mountain alarmed everyone within a radius of 10 billion li. News of it swiftly spread across the entire Manu cosmos. Figures were sent flying out of Divine Sky Mountain one after another. They couldn't help but be flung out of Divine Sky Mountain and tumble to the ground. Be it those who were challenging Divine Sky Mountain, or those who were stuck on Divine Sky Mountain, such as Monarch Shirue, all of them were flung out of Divine Sky Mountain. Those who were flung out of Divine Sky Mountain were dumbfounded. They stared at Divine Sky Mountain in shock, not knowing what was going on. The entire Manu cosmos was in an uproar. The ethereal hall was the power that ruled over the Manu cosmos. It was where the faith of the countless living beings in the Manu cosmos came from. It was the power that the supreme ruler of the Manu Cosmos had founded, and it managed the Manu Cosmos for him. Over the years, the faith of the Manu Cosmos was deeply rooted in the Manu Cosmos. In the depths of the ethereal hall, a majestic figure suddenly soared into the sky and descended from the sky. He was Manu, the ruler of the Manu Cosmos, an invincible existence in the Manu Cosmos. Here, even the ruler of the heavenly court wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Manu looked at Divine Sky Mountain in the distance. His eyes shone with a strange light, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Clearly, he was in a good mood after seeing the changes in Divine Sky Mountain. Haha, I've been waiting for 2 universe epochs. Finally, this day has come. Congratulations! Manu laughed heartily. With a shift of his body, he flew toward Divine Sky Mountain. Mount Transcendence rose from the ground and soared into the sky. What a magnificent sight it was! This scene caused countless people to scream. Some even knelt down and kowtowed. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. Even Monarch Shirway, who was close to becoming a supreme existence, was completely dumbfounded. Who could possibly have the ability to uproot such a huge Mount Transcendence? What was going on? Could it be that the ruler of Manu had made a move? But that wasn't possible. At this moment, Shiri Monarch saw 4 figures flying out of Mount Godspan. They didn't look like the others who were thrown out in a sorry state. Instead, they actually flew out of Mount Godspan. How could Monarch Shirway not recognize these 4 figures? Weren't they Qin Shao and the other 3? In addition to Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan, there was also Heavenly God Zijian. However, Zijian hadn't had much of a presence in District 9 all these years. Fortunately, he had received occasional guidance from Qin Shao and the other 2, and his strength had improved greatly. Monarch Shirway's facial muscles twitched violently when he saw these 4 people. Especially Qin Shao. He was defeated by Qin Shao, and it was a great humiliation. It was a mark that he couldn't erase for the rest of his life. When he saw Qin Shao and the other 3, he naturally felt like he had met his enemies. The gazes of the others also landed on Qin Zhao's group of 4 in astonishment. How were the 4 of them able to fly out of Divine Sky Mountain so gracefully? Why were all of them thrown off Godspan Mountain so crudely? Looking at this situation, one would feel that something was very wrong. Yi Juanhe and the other 2 landed on the peak of a mountain. All 3 of them were in high spirits. Qin Shao didn't land on the mountain. Instead, he stood in the void and looked at Divine Sky Mountain. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling that he was nothing more than a gardener compared to the massive mountain transcendence. The sacred light wine of Divine Sky Mountain fell on his body and illuminated him. His supreme light also shone on Divine Sky Mountain. This kind of feeling was really too strange. Suddenly, the light burst out. The entire Divine Sky Mountain suddenly bloomed with endless light. It was a dazzling and scorching light. The endless light surged out and annihilated everything. Everyone was so shocked that they closed their eyes. They couldn't see anything at all. The entire world was plunged into darkness and boundless emptiness. Everyone had become blind, unable to see anything. Fortunately, this situation didn't last for long. After a breath, the light dissipated and disappeared. It was only then that everyone regained their senses. But when they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Divine Sky Mountain had disappeared. The huge Divine Sky Mountain had actually disappeared without a trace. Where was Divine Sky Mountain? How could this be? Divine Sky Mountain had stood in the nude cosmos for a very long time. In fact, it was even longer than the ethereal hall. In the hearts of the people in the nude cosmos, Divine Sky Mountain had a supreme position. Everyone had a special faith in Divine Sky Mountain. Divine Sky Mountain had always been a legend. Geniuses came out of Divine Sky Mountain one after another. Their strength grew stronger and stronger. Each and every one of them had come from the God-span mountain. Therefore, after countless years of accumulation, Divine Sky Mountain's position in everyone's hearts was very high. It had reached a point where it was irreplaceable. Now that Divine Sky Mountain had disappeared, everyone felt as though their faith had been taken away. Light appeared again. However, this time, it wasn't a dazzling light. It was still the holy light. A majestic figure descended from the sky. Holy light sprinkled down, causing everyone to involuntarily kneel down and worship him. Heaven and earth submitted to him. The void was also stepped on by this figure. Everything in the world was transcended by him. Even those who didn't know him would kneel down and worship him. They would become devout and worship him. This was the faith of the people in the nude cosmos. The Lord of Man-Yu had descended. Everything froze, as if it had been frozen at this moment. Man-Yu took a step forward and appeared in front of him. Everyone was frozen in time. Only Man-Yu and Qin Shao were unaffected. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the newcomer. He already knew who the person in front of him was. Lord of Man-Yu. If it was in the past, Qin Shao would naturally be in fear and trepidation when facing such a supreme existence. But now, Qin Zhao's strength had reached the level of extreme calamity ruler. Facing an existence who seemed to be a universe master, Qin Shao was naturally able to face him calmly. Chapter 1257. Leave. As far as Qin Shao knew, there were only 10 universe masters in the Hongmeng universe. There were 6 in the 5 holy lands of the godly world, 3 in the 3 holy lands of the 3 realms, and the last one had always been a mystery. Qin Shao didn't know who the last universe master was or which power he belonged to. Was he from the godly world or the 3 realms? That was why Qin Shao had doubts about Master of Man-Yu. At least, Qin Shao couldn't sense the force of a universe master from Master of Man-Yu. Haha, senior brother Qin Shao, congratulations. It's worthy of celebration. Man-Yu laughed and bowed to Qin Shao. Senior brother? Qin Shao was dazed when he heard Master of Man-Yu call him senior brother. He looked at Master of Man-Yu in confusion. Haha. Senior brother Qin Shao, why don't you come to my place for a while? I want to talk to you, senior brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao was confused. Man-Yu smiled and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao had no reason to reject Master of Man-Yu's sincerity. He nodded and said, "Okay." Master of Man-Yu waved his hand and left with Qin Shao. Soon, they arrived at a beautiful place. He poured the wine and served the delicious dishes. Man-Yu's face was full of enthusiasm. Come, senior brother Qin Shao. Try my wine. I brewed it myself, and these dishes were prepared by me. I don't know if they'll suit your taste, senior brother Qin Shao. No matter how good the wine or how delicious the dishes were, Qin Shao was not that interested. However, since Master of Man-Yu was so enthusiastic, he could only accept. He had to admit that the wine was indeed good, and the dishes were also very delicious. After downing a few cups of wine, the Lord of Man-Yu finally spoke. Senior brother Qin Shao, I know that you've passed the test of the God Soaring Mountain and became the disciple of the Master of the God Soaring Mountain. I believe that Senior Jingyang has already brought Mount Soaring Mountain into Senior Qin Zhao's inner world. I also know about your background, senior brother Qin Shao. You're from the deity world's desolate lands deity palace. You were conferred the title of Elder 150,000 years ago. Your strength is comparable to a sovereign. Tsk, senior brother Qin Shao, you are recognized by the God realm as the #1 genius of this era. Senior martial brother Qin Zhao's fame resounds like thunder in my ears. I've always heard of him. Speaking of which, I also admire senior martial brother Qin Shao very much. I do have a lot of respect for him. Qin Shao was not surprised that the master of Mang Yu knew about his situation. He could vaguely guess the situation. Mang Yu was probably the person Jing Yang mentioned who had passed the second path. So, Mang Yu should be considered a disciple in name of his master, Old Man Lu Ha? Perhaps he couldn't be considered a disciple in name. He should have just received some benefits and some small inheritance. Speaking of which, Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao, I'm being thick-skinned by calling you Senior Martial Brother. Although I received some inheritance from the Master of the God Soaring Mountain, I'm not even a disciple in name. Of course, in my heart, the Master of the God Soaring Mountain is my master. Therefore, I'm being thick-skinned and calling you Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao. I hope that Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao doesn't mind, said the Lord of Mang Yu. Just as Qin Shao was thinking, Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. If the Lord of Mang Yu is willing to call me that, then so be it. Speaking of which, I'm also taking advantage of you. I don't think there's any reason for me to mind, right? Haha. Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao is indeed a forthright person. Mang Yu laughed and said, however, Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao, you can just call me Mang Yu. It's embarrassing to call me Master of Mang Yu. I'm just being thick-skinned and being called that by others. In fact, I'm just a ruler. I'm not a universe master at all. It's just that I'm a universe master, so my power is comparable to a universe master. And in Mang Yu's universe, I'm invincible. That's why I'm being called Master of Mang Yu. I don't dare to be so thick-skinned in front of Senior Martial Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao was relieved. He had been wondering whether the Lord of Mang Yu was a universe master or not. Now the answer was revealed. The Lord of Mang Yu wasn't a universe master, but a ruler. Mang Yu was the master of Mang Yu's universe master, and with the help of the willpower of the universe origin, he was much stronger. Just like how Qin Shao was the master of the origin world, with the help of the willpower of the origin world, Qin Shao was much stronger. It was the same for Mang Yu Master. There's nothing wrong with that. In Mang Yu's universe, you're indeed invincible. But here, I'm far from being your match. Qin Shao smiled. Mang Yu waved his hand and said, even though a universe master might not be able to do anything to me, if a being like Celestial Palace Master were to attack me with all his strength, I'd probably be in trouble. And I have a lot of limitations. I can only stay in Mang Yu's universe origin. Once I leave Mang Yu's universe origin, there are many beings in the godly world who can kill me. So I can only stay in Mang Yu's universe origin. I don't even dare to go to the godly world. Qin Shao teased him and said, are you exaggerating? No matter what, you have the power of a ruler. If you go to the godly world with a body, you can do whatever you want. The two of them drank as they chatted. Slowly they chatted and it was fine. There wasn't any awkwardness. Mang Yu Master had made it to the 9th district, passed an exam, and received some inheritances. He was already very powerful. It wasn't easy to become the master of the universe origin, so Qin Shao could tell that Mang Yu Master was being modest. Even if he didn't rely on Mang Yu's universe origin, Mang Yu Master was still very powerful. Besides, Mang Yu Master had taken the initiative to befriend him, so Qin Shao had a good impression of him. It was a good thing to be on good terms with him. More than 400,000 years ago, when Qin Shao had first entered Mang Yu's universe origin, he had been very weak. He had only been a 4th-step heavenly god. But now, Qin Shao had grown to such a level that he could sit on the same level as Mang Yu Master. It was really amazing to see him drinking and chatting here. Qin Shao suddenly asked, Mang Yu, I have something to ask you. Are there many masters of the universe origin like you in the godly world? According to Qin Zhao's understanding, Mang Yu Master's universe origin wasn't governed by the godly world. It was an independent world. and Mang Yu Master's universe origin was different from a planet. No matter what, the origin was governed by the godly world, but Mang Yu Master's universe origin wasn't. It was like an independent kingdom that didn't belong to any power. Besides Mang Yu Master's universe origin, Qin Shao hadn't heard of any other Mang Yu Master's universe origin. Mang Yu Master shook his head and said, "There aren't many Mang Yu Master's universe origin, but according to what I know, there are only a few Mang Yu Master's universe origin. I think the 5 Holy Lands each control 1 or 2 Mang Yu Master's universe origin. I don't think there are any other independent Mang Yu Masters. At least, I don't know of any other Mang Yu Master's universe origin. I'm an indifferent person, and I don't want to compete with the world. So, I don't want to join any power. I'm willing to stay in my Mang Yu Master's universe origin for the rest of my life, in my own little kingdom. I don't want to get involved in those disputes. I want to stay out of the world and be isolated from it." "Haha, brother Qin Shao, don't laugh at me for having no willpower." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, I don't have the right to laugh at you. Everyone has their own ambitions, and everyone has the right to choose their own path. Yu Master's universe origin has always been isolated from the world, so you do have a reason not to get involved in any dispute. A Mang Yu Master's universe origin is an independent world. Yu Master's universe origin has always been in your Mang Yu Master's universe origin. So, I can understand your way of thinking. Although I can't say I agree, at least I won't oppose it." Mang Yu Master smiled and said, "Haha, brother Qin Shao, I feel a lot more at ease." Mang Yu Master's universe origin smiled and said, "But speaking of which, your Mang Yu Master's universe origin is indeed quite worrying. I don't want to get involved, but I have my own selfish reasons." Speaking of which, I do feel a bit ashamed. No matter what, I'm still a human, and I should be considered a part of the human race. The Mang Yu Master's universe origin is the Mang Yu Master's universe origin. If something happens to the Mang Yu Master, although I can hide in my Mang Yu Master's universe origin, I can only be a coward. Sigh, sometimes I feel quite melancholy. It's said that when the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. Once the Mang Yu Master's universe origin was destroyed, it was unknown whether Mang Yu Master's universe origin would be able to survive. But Qin Shao wouldn't force Mang Yu Master's universe origin. What Mang Yu Master had to consider was not only himself, but also his universe origin. On this point, Qin Shao could understand. After all, Mang Yu Master would consider things from his universe origin first. Qin Shao waved his hand and stopped talking about this matter. After chatting for a while, Qin Shao got up and said his goodbyes. "All right, Mang Yu, I'm very happy to be able to drink and chat with you. Although there won't be many opportunities like this in the future, I will still remember today's scene in my heart," Qin Shao said as he got up. Mang Yu Master didn't stop Qin Shao from leaving. Instead, he said, "Senior brother Qin Shao, there's no need to be so polite. As long as you don't mind, I will definitely welcome you at any time. If you don't come, then the chances of us meeting in the future will be very slim." "Haha, it's nothing. Everything is in my heart. Everything is in my heart." That's right, what a simple sentence. Qin Shao thought of something and said, "Oh right, Mang Yu, there's something I need your help with. It's like this. I met a 4th step heavenly god in Mount Skyspan. He wants me to bring him to the divine world. I gave him a little promise before. Now that I'm leaving this place, I want to take him with me. I hope Mang Yu Master can help me." It wasn't easy to take the people of the Manly Yu small universe out of here. Although Qin Shao should be able to do it by force, there was no need for that. Mang Yu waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter. You can take whoever you want with you. Besides, that kid is willing to do it. It's his fortune to be taken out by you. I should congratulate him." Sure. I have no objections." "Ah. All right, thank you." Qin Shao nodded. He knew that Mang Yu wouldn't say anything about such a small matter. Now that everything was settled, Qin Shao did not stay any longer. He led Yi Juanhe and the other two away from this place that had trapped them for more than 400,000 years. Soon, the four of them returned to the Sea of Darkness. They returned to a familiar place. Chapter 1258. On the Long and Slow Road. Ha ha! I, Lord Red Dust, am back! Lord Red Dust was very excited. He raised his head and roared. After leaving Sky God Mountain, he felt as if his life had been saved. This feeling was indeed exhilarating. Heavenly God Purple Sword was also excited. He looked around curiously, but all he could see was darkness and chaos. They were in the Sea of Darkness, a place filled with the aura of death and destruction. Is this the godly world? Heavenly God Purple Sword asked curiously. Lord Red Dust grinned. Of course not. This is the Sea of Darkness. This is the most barren and dark place in our Hong Meng universe. When you reach the godly world, you'll know what it's like. Heavenly God Purple Sword was very curious about everything about the godly world. He had always stayed in the boorish little universe, so he knew nothing about the godly world. He had only heard rumors. He had always yearned to go to the godly world. This feeling was similar to how the mortals of the origin worlds felt about the godly world. He had many ideas about the godly world. He had always thought that it was just a fantasy. He had never imagined that he would one day have the chance to go to the godly world and see the legendary godly world. The Hong Meng universe was too big. Compared to it, their boorish little universe was just a drop in the ocean. Cultivators all had a boundless desire to improve. Don't be so excited, Qin Shao said. We can't stay here for long. The Sea of Darkness isn't safe. Let's hurry back to the godly world. Only then did Lord Danshan stop his excitement. He nodded seriously. That was indeed the case. It was best to return to the God realm as soon as possible, lest he caused any trouble. The current Sea of Darkness was very dangerous. However, with Qin Shao by their side, they didn't have to worry about anything. Besides, Yi Juanhe and Lord Red Dust's true bodies had long become powerful existences. Now, their avatars could become powerful existences with just a thought. Qin Shao wasn't worried. With his current strength, unless a universe master came personally, he had nothing to worry about. Even against the Kunping hegemon, Qin Shao had some confidence in fighting him. Even if he wasn't a match for them, he should still be able to survive, right? After all, he had so many treasures with him now. If worse came to worst, he could just use his treasures to smash them down. Speaking of which, Qin Shao really hoped to run into some people from the Three Realms and the other universe. That way, he could go on a killing spree. However, along the way, Qin Shao and the others returned to the territory of the Divine Realm very smoothly. Haha, God Realm, we're finally back. The beautiful God Realm is so comfortable to look at. Lord Danshan laughed excitedly. It's just a matter of when the conditions are right, Qin Shao explained when she saw the incredulous look on Heavenly God Purple Sword's face. So that's how it is. Heavenly God Purple Sword finally understood. Although he'd spent more than 400,000 years with Qin Shao and the others on Divine Mountain, he still didn't know much about Qin Shao and the others. It didn't take long for Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan to succeed in their Tao integration. Their clones had also become great figures. Two living almighties were standing right in front of Heavenly God Purple Sword, which naturally made him feel a little conflicted. After all, they'd spent so many years together. He felt that he was friends with Qin Shao and the others. Haha, Purple Sword, why are you looking at us like that? Aren't they just great figures? It's nothing. In the God realm, great figures are as common as dogs. They're not worth anything at all, Lord Danshan said to Heavenly God Purple Sword with a grin. There were very few great figures in Zhuyo's little universe. In the God realm, great figures really weren't much. There were indeed many of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as common as dogs. Of course, many ordinary great gods weren't even worth mentioning. Qin Shao smiled mockingly. Oh, Lord Danshan, when did you become so humble? You're no ordinary great figure. Although you might not be able to make it onto the heaven ranking for now, you should be able to rank in the top 1,000 among great figures. That's not bad. Top 1,000? You call that not bad? Lord Danshan looked hurt. He shook his head and said, Yi Juanhe is definitely in the top 100 of the heaven ranking. There's no need to even talk about a monster like you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to be provoked. Haha, I'm just a fourth step heavenly god. You're already a great figure. But you can crush me with a single finger. A single finger? That's a little too arrogant. 2 fingers. Heavenly God Purple Sword was speechless as he listened to Qin Shao and Lord Danshan's conversation. Although he didn't know what the heaven ranking was, he'd heard that Lord Danshan's strength ranked in the top 1,000 of the God realm's great figures. This ranking sounded ordinary, but how big was the God realm? Compared to the God realm, the Man-Yu universe was pitifully small. To be able to rank in this ranking among the great figures of the God realm, one had to be extremely powerful. But according to Lord Danshan, Qin Shao could squash him to death with a single finger? Qin Shao was only a fourth step heavenly god. How could he crush a great figure with a single finger? What kind of monster was he? Heavenly God Purple Sword had always known that Qin Shao and the other 2 were exceptional geniuses. They were geniuses of the God realm, and he felt ashamed of his inferiority. However, he'd never imagined that Qin Shao and the other 2 would be so heaven-defying. Qin Shao, in particular, was so monstrous that he couldn't even begin to imagine. Immediately, he felt even more inferior to Qin Shao and the other 2. He couldn't help but feel some respect for Qin Shao and the other 2. Martial prowess was respected. The difference in strength was obvious, so it was natural that others would feel deep veneration for them. Haha, don't be nervous. Lord Danshan seemed to see through Heavenly God Purple Sword's thoughts. He patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, we're all friends. No matter what, we'll always treat you as a friend. Friends, 2 simple words, but to Heavenly God Purple Sword, they carried a lot of weight and warmth. Yi Juanhe, Lord Danshan, what do you plan to do now? Qin Shao asked. Yi Juanhe said, I'll return to my territory. My true body has been busy with all sorts of things, so I don't have the time to worry about my territory. Now that my clone has returned, I'll send it back to sort things out and prepare for the upcoming calamity. I'll also return to my territory, Lord Danshan said. Qin Shao nodded. Then let's part ways here. I'll also return to 9 States City. Heavenly God Purple Sword, what about you? Which one of us do you want to follow? You're unfamiliar with the God realm, so it's best if you follow us for now. Once you're familiar with the God realm, you can make your own decision. All 3 of us have our own territories. Which one of us do you want to follow? Qin Shao asked. Heavenly God Purple Sword thought for a moment, then said to Lord Danshan, Lord Danshan, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow you. Lord Danshan was the most amiable of the lot. Back on Mount Skyspan, Heavenly God Purple Sword had chatted with him the most. Lord Danshan said straightforwardly, I don't mind at all. Come, then follow me. Since they'd all made up their minds, they went their separate ways. Qin Shao went straight back to Nine State City. However, along the way, the originally beautiful mountains and rivers of the God Realm had also been destroyed. Broken walls and dilapidated walls were truly a sight to behold. The scene was horrifying. Qin Shao felt extremely uncomfortable. All of this calamity had been brought about by the power of the three realms and the other verse. However, this was only the beginning. If they couldn't resolve this calamity, then the destruction of the God Realm by their enemies would become even more terrifying. Homes, mountains, and rivers destroyed. Smoke rose from all directions. Blood soared into the sky. The cruelty of war was unimaginable unless one experienced it personally. The hatred in Qin Zhao's heart grew even stronger. It strengthened Qin Zhao's resolve. He had to become stronger. He had to protect the God Realm and prevent it from being plunged into misery and suffering. This was a long and arduous road. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao would walk it to the end. He would never give up. Chapter 1259. The Lord of Desolate Land has arrived. When he returned to the Nine-Continents City, the soldiers were already on standby. The atmosphere was obviously different from before. The Nine-Continents City was an important place in Qin Zhao's heart. It was the first line of defense for his hometown, the second hometown of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and Qin Zhao's home in the realm of the gods. The direct descendants of the Heavenly Dragon Continent were basically still living in the Nine-Continents City. In the past 150,000 years, Qin Zhao's absence had caused the Nine-Continents City to lose a pillar of support. Qin Zhao's return naturally boosted everyone's morale. In the past 150,000 years, the Nine-Continents City and Tinder City did not grow much. However, they had recruited many new members. Brother Pure and Yao Xuelian had both succeeded in Dao unification and became powerful beings. As for Shi Jian, he had yet to reach Dao unification. This was also Qin Zhao's intention. Qin Shao did not want Shi Jian to reach Dao unification so early. In fact, Qin Shao also did not want Yao Xuelian and Brother Pure to reach Dao unification so early. However, Qin Shao was only building the will. The decision was still up to them. Since they had succeeded in Dao unification, he could only congratulate them. Before the calamity, everyone's enthusiasm was completely aroused. They all wanted to increase their strength as much as possible to deal with this calamity. After understanding the situation in the Nine-Continents City and Tinder City, as well as the entire Hidden Dragon territory, Qin Shao personally made some arrangements. Not only did they have to defend the Nine-Continents City and Tinder City, they also had to send reinforcements to the front lines. The battle at the front lines was very exciting. Not only that, Qin Shao also ordered to prepare to summon all the powerful beings in the Hidden Dragon territory to organize all the forces. They had to work together to form a strong offensive and defensive force to defend the Hidden Dragon territory. In the current situation, on one hand, they had to defend their respective territories. On the other hand, they had to slow down the front lines. One by one, Qin Zhao's doppelganger would also be stationed in the Nine-Continents City for a long time. With Qin Shao personally overseeing the situation and personally giving the order, it naturally had absolute appeal. Who would dare to disobey? At the same time, before he left last time, Qin Shao had ordered Tong Jian to secretly establish a guard army. After 150,000 years of training, they had become powerful. Qin Shao had plans for this guard army. He wanted to build a mechanized army and use the machinery of the machinery race to become stronger. Tianlin looked at Qin Shao, his face full of sadness, and said, "Master, I'm just thinking about old Master. I've followed old Master all my life. I've been with Master for more than 500,000 years. Seeing Master's achievements today, his current strength, identity, and status, I can't help but sigh endlessly. I'm proud of Master and gratified for old Master. Old Master's spirit in heaven will definitely be comforted. Master, it's time to avenge old Master." Qin Zhao's expression suddenly darkened. He nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, it's time to avenge Master. I've already checked on Master's enemy, Great Emperor Renwu. Don't worry, Tianlin. I've always remembered Master's hatred. I've never dared to forget it. I could have avenged Master long ago, but you've been trapped in Sacred Mountain. Therefore, I've only checked on the situation but didn't take any action. Now that you're back, it's time to take action. I'm sure you want to avenge Master personally. You want to see Great Emperor Renwu pay with his own blood." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Tianlin suddenly became extremely excited. That's right, he had been longing for revenge for so many years. There was never a moment where he didn't think about revenge. Naturally, he wanted to take revenge personally. He wanted to see Great Emperor Renwu die in front of him. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Now that it was finally here, how could he not be excited? "Tianlin, don't be anxious. Let me find out where Great Emperor Renwu's original body and doppelganger are. Since we're going to take action, we can't give him any chance. We have to kill both his original body and doppelganger in one fell swoop. We can't leave anyone alive," Qin Shao said. Tianlin nodded and said, "I'll follow Master's arrangement. I've waited for so many years. A little more time doesn't matter." Qin Shao nodded and began to investigate Great Emperor Renwu thoroughly. Great Emperor Renwu was also on the heaven roll. He could be considered an experienced almighty. Therefore, if Qin Shao wanted to thoroughly investigate Great Emperor Renwu's situation, he had to go to the Heavenly Court Island directly. For the current Qin Shao, the price he had to pay was not even worth mentioning. Heavenly Court Island's information was the most accurate. Soon, the information from Heavenly Court Island arrived. After checking the information, Qin Shao snorted and said, "Great Emperor Renwu is very smart. He actually has two doppelganger. One doppelganger is in his territory, Renwu Palace. His original body is in Nine Dragons' Celestial Palace. The other doppelganger is actually hiding in the Gate of All Realms. The two doppelganger are easy to deal with, but the original body is a little troublesome. But it's just a little troublesome. It's not a problem to deal with it. Tianlin, my doppelganger and original body will attack at the same time." First, we'll deal with the two doppelganger of Great Emperor Renwu. You follow my doppelganger to Renwu Palace. Let the original body deal with the other doppelganger. As for the original body of Great Emperor Renwu, I'll personally take you to Nine Dragons' Celestial Palace to get him. No matter what, I'll make Nine Dragons' Celestial Palace hand him over," Qin Shao said solemnly. Humph, some people just can't get over it. What's the point of cultivating so hard every day? It was understandable if Zhang Xian was still weak, but after becoming a god monarch, why would he still go all out? What's the point? Life should be enjoyed when it's time. Those who don't know how to enjoy life are either fools or lunatic. I have two doppelgangers. The original body has been cultivating in seclusion in the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, and the other doppelganger has been cultivating in various dangerous places in the universe. Two doppelgangers are enough for me. Therefore, this clone of mine is in charge of enjoying himself to the fullest. I have to enjoy all the pleasures in the world. Isn't it good to learn from the emperors of the mortal world? The emperors have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and 3,000 beauties in their harem. Isn't this a kind of enjoyment? But for me, 3,000 is too little. My goal is to have 30 million beauties in my harem. This way, I can play with different women every day. Isn't it painful to taste all the beauties in the world? The things between men and women are so wonderful. Enjoyment is also a lifetime. Cultivation is also a lifetime. Great Emperor Renwu thought happily as he drank the wine and ate the delicacies. His hands weren't idle either. He pinched and ravaged the servants serving him up and down, enjoying the stimulation and pleasure brought by the woman's body. This kind of thing was something that he would never get tired of. It was a man's nature. Nature was like this, and it was hard to change it. Great Emperor Renwu, who was enjoying himself, suddenly frowned. His eyes flashed with anger. He pushed away the maids beside him and stood up abruptly. The maids who were pushed away also looked at Great Emperor Renwu in fear. They were even trembling. They didn't know what they did that made the emperor unhappy. Great Emperor Renwu was temperamental. He often killed people in anger for no reason. Therefore, the maids beside him were all on tenterhooks. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. May I know who is coming? Why didn't you inform me in advance that you are coming to my Renwu palace? Great Emperor Renwu's angry and cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. It turned into an endless amount of sharpness that surged out. Great Emperor Renwu was furious. The entire imperial palace quietened down. The dancers all stopped and looked at Great Emperor Renwu in fear. Great Emperor Renwu's horse was often a scene of blood. As soon as Great Emperor Renwu finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Great Emperor Renwu's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Only then did he recognize who it was. Qin Shao, it's you. Qin Shao was a name that everyone in the realm of the gods knew. Even the most ordinary gods had heard of Qin Zhao's awe-inspiring reputation. Chapter 1261. Begging for mercy, Emperor. How you Great Emperor Renwu's eyes lit up when he heard the name. How could he not remember this matter? He had always regarded it as a great achievement in his life. It was a great achievement and he was still proud of it. Back then, Monarch Vast Universe was also a very famous almighty. He was not a simple character. It was definitely not easy to kill an almighty. However, Great Emperor Renwu had succeeded. Moreover, he had killed both his original body and his clone. This was a great achievement. Although he had used some tricks and borrowed some external forces, Great Emperor Renwu was the mastermind behind this. Great Emperor Renwu had always been very careful in doing things, and he was also very vicious. As for Imperial Lord Vast Universe, he felt that he had already cut the weeds and eliminated the root. He should have wiped out everything. However, he did not expect that thousands of years later, Great Emperor Hao Yu's servant would come looking for him. However, Great Emperor Renwu did not understand. What was the relationship between this one-step divine realm guy and Qin Shao? To be able to get Qin Shao to come looking for him personally, their relationship must be very deep. However, from what he knew, this one-step divine realm guy had never appeared by Qin Zhao's side. Could it be that he had only found Qin Shao recently? However, it should not be so. If he had only found Qin Shao recently, there was no reason for Qin Shao to stand up for an ordinary one-step divine realm guy. Therefore, Great Emperor Renwu could not figure out the current situation. The winner takes it all. This is the law of survival. I did kill Emperor Hao Yu, but so what? I have killed many people. What do you want from a mere servant? Great Emperor Renwu said disdainfully. Tianlin became emotional. His eyes were red as he stared at Great Emperor Renwu and said, I, Tianlin, am indeed just a mere servant. It was my master who saved my life and guided me to become a divine realm. This is a great favor, and it is worth it for me to repay it with my life and serve my master loyally. Although I'm just a servant, an insignificant one-step divine realm expert, in your eyes, I might be even weaker than an ant. But no matter how weak and humble I am, I still know what is right and what is evil, what is good and what is evil. Knowing how to be grateful, how to repay kindness, how to be loyal and filial, how to be affectionate and righteous. You have to have the most basic principles of being a human being, the lowest bottom line. If it's just a personal grudge between you and my master, it's fine if you want to kill him. But why didn't you even spare my master's descendants, relatives, friends, and even the forces he established? Don't you think it's too cruel for you to kill 10 billion people and eliminate them by their roots? No matter how weak we are still humans. We have our own dignity. You killed my master and massacred billions. Even if I die, I will never forget this irreconcilable enmity. I've endured for thousands of years just for this day. As long as I can take revenge, even if I die, I will have no regret. But you're just a one-step divine realm expert after all. In my eyes, you're not even an ant. Great Emperor Renwu glanced at Tianlin with disdain. He, Great Emperor Renwu, would never spare a glance at a one-step divine realm expert. They were too weak. The hatred and anger that had accumulated in Skyland's heart was completely vented. Qin Shao gave him a look and asked him to step aside. He would leave the rest to Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Great Emperor Renwu coldly and said, Great Emperor Renwu, you can look down on Tianlin, but what about me? Are you also disdainful of me and looking down on me? No, no, no. Great Emperor Renwu immediately shook his head and said, Elder Qin, although we don't belong to the same sacred ground, I've always admired you. No matter how arrogant I am, I don't dare to look down on you, Elder Qin. It's just that some old grudges have been dug out today, so I'm a little unhappy. A one-step divine realm expert dares to shout in front of me. Interesting. Elder Qin, it's because I'm giving you some face that I didn't get angry. Otherwise, a one-step divine realm expert wouldn't dare to say anything in front of me. But Elder Qin, I'm really confused. What's the relationship between you and this guy? What if Elder Qin takes the trouble to do it personally? Although Great Emperor Renwu was a little afraid of Qin Shao, he still had some hope. He always felt that Qin Shao wouldn't fall out with him for no reason, right? Besides, this was the territory of the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. People from other sacred grounds couldn't be allowed to behave atrociously. Therefore, Great Emperor Renwu had nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao said coldly, "Great Emperor Renwu, today's matter isn't between you and Tianlin, but between you and me." What did he mean? Hearing this, Great Emperor Renwu's face instantly turned gloomy, and it became somewhat cold and ugly. From Qin Zhao's words, Great Emperor Renwu naturally caught some information. It was terrifying information that he didn't want to hear. Was it between him and Qin Shao? The meaning of his words was clear. It seemed that this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. No wonder Qin Shao could come in person. It seemed that this matter wasn't small. Great Emperor Renwu was a little worried at this moment. He had heard of Qin Zhao's craziness and ruthlessness in doing things. There were also people on the heaven list who had died in his hand. With such a precedent, he naturally felt an inexplicable sense of fear in the face of Qin Zhao's fury. "Elder Qin, I don't quite understand what you mean," Great Emperor Renwu asked coldly. Was this really karma? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Great Emperor Renwu finally understood everything. At the same time, he felt the terrifying killing intent from Qin Shao. There was no way to deal with today's matter. What should he do? With his strength, there was no way he could fight with Qin Shao. If Qin Shao were to make a move, the entire Renwu Emperor Palace would not be able to stop him. Facing Qin Shao made him feel as if he was an ant facing a huge mountain. The gap between them was really too big, so big that he couldn't breathe under the pressure, and he felt a pale sense of powerlessness. Great Emperor Renwu's expression became very ugly. Thoughts flashed through his mind. He was thinking of countermeasures and even wanted to ask for help. However, Great Emperor Renwu still did not give up. He said, "Elder Qin, I won't argue about the right or wrong of what happened back then. It's just that this is the law of survival in this world. The strong prey on the weak. Elder Qin, I don't want to be enemies with you. However, since Elder Qin has come to find me for killing Emperor Hao Yu back then, I can apologize and compensate you. The past is over. Elder Qin, why don't you make a big fuss? What's the matter? We can sit down and talk." Emperor Renwu, your sin is disgusting. Dying 10,000 times is not enough. You still want to sit down and talk? It was simply a fool's dream. When you massacred back then, you must have never thought that there would be such a day, right? When you used despicable means to kill my master back then, you must have never thought that there would be such a day, right? Now you want to beg for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Is there such a good thing for you? Tianlin became agitated again. What he wanted was very simple. He wanted Great Emperor Renwu's head. He wanted him dead. Other than that, he would not accept any form of revenge. Only the death of Great Emperor Renwu could make him feel that he had avenged his great hatred. The muscles on Great Emperor Renwu's face twitched violently. He really wanted to kill Tianlin now. However, in front of Qin Shao, he naturally did not dare to act rashly. That would undoubtedly be seen as an act of provocation. Chapter 1262. You must die. Great Emperor Renwu knew that a soft approach wouldn't work. Begging, admitting defeat, apologizing, and compensating wouldn't be enough to appease Qin Zhao's anger. Moreover, Qin Shao was very decisive when it came to killing. His style of doing things was also very sharp. He was not a person who was easy to talk to. Therefore, he felt that there was nothing to talk about. Since a soft approach wouldn't work, Great Emperor Renwu could only plan for the worst. After all, this was the territory of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. He was a deacon of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. He had a high position and authority in the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. Below the palace master and the elders, Great Emperor Renwu was one of the most powerful people. In the Renwu Emperor Palace, he more or less had some confidence. As the saying goes, even if you don't respect the monk, you have to respect the Buddha. After all, he was an important person in the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. If Qin Shao dared to kill him in the territory of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace, wouldn't it be a provocation to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace? Moreover, Great Emperor Renwu was prepared to ask the sovereign for help. If it didn't work, he would ask the sovereign for help. He was considering all the backup plans. He only hoped that Qin Shao would have some concerns and not really fight to the death with him. As long as they could talk, everything would be fine. Even if he had to spend all his life savings, he wouldn't hesitate. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Humph! Qin Shao sneered. The sharpness in his eyes became sharper. I've always been afraid of people threatening me. Do you think I'll be afraid by using the Nine Dragons' celestial palace to threaten me? Since I dared to come to your imperial palace, I've thought about the consequences and made all the preparations. You're a deacon of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. You have an important position in the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. I don't care about that. All I need to know is that you're my enemy. I must kill you to avenge my master. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Great Emperor Renwu, you must die today. Must die. Must die. Must die. Great Emperor Renwu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. There was a buzzing sound in his head, which was so strong that he almost vomited blood. The word certain death was like a judgment to him. Great Emperor Renwu would definitely disdain these words if they were said by other powerful figures. But when these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth, he couldn't help but put on a dignified expression. He had every reason to believe that Qin Shao was absolutely a man of his words, a man of his word, and a man of his word. Over the years, he had heard a lot about Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand casually, and those who besieged Qin Shao were all sent flying far away. Some of the weaker ones, or those who were closer, were killed by this terrifying power. Everyone, regardless of whether they were divine beings or almighties, could not withstand this powerful force at all. They were all sent flying. This was after Qin Shao showed mercy. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as sending them flying. Qin Shao came here today just to take revenge on Great Emperor Renwu. Qin Shao was not willing to kill too many people who were not related to him. Great Emperor Renwu's Dao weapons were not worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes. Not to mention Dao weapons, even holy objects were not worth mentioning in Qin Zhao's eyes. Only universe treasures could be regarded as treasures that could enter his eyes. Just as Great Emperor Renwu escaped from his imperial palace, a powerful force surged over and bound him immediately. What's going on? I can't get away? Great Emperor Renwu was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He attacked with all his might, but there was no way to break free from this invisible restraint. He only felt that there was an invisible giant hand holding him tightly, making him unable to break free. He wanted to escape, but there was no way to do so. With a rumble, the entire imperial palace collapsed completely and was razed to the ground. It became a ruin. The imperial palace, which had been built at a great cost, was now smashed to pieces. It was as if the imperial power of great Emperor Renwu had collapsed and ceased to exist. The huge commotion had alerted the entire Renwu Emperor Palace, causing a wave of panic. Qin Shao stepped out calmly and arrived in front of great Emperor Renwu in a single step. Great Emperor Renwu's expression became even uglier. But soon, his expression changed drastically and he was horrified. What? Qin Shao, you're so ruthless. You're really ruthless. You really want to kill me. Your other body found my other doppelganger in the Gate of All Realms. It seems that you've made sufficient preparations to deal with me. Your original body and doppelganger came out together to deal with my two doppelganger. Damn it, damn it. Qin Shao, why do you have to kill me? Why do you have to do this? You and I are both from the divine world and the Holy Land. We're both reputable figures. Why do you have to do this? Why can't I let bygones be bygones? I can apologize and compensate you for what happened to Monarch Hao Yu. You can ask for anything you want. We can talk about it. Why do you have to be so ruthless in the past? Now that the divine world is in danger, do we still have to fight among ourselves? Shouldn't our energy be focused on protecting the divine world? If you kill me, aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you? Qin Shao sneered and sneered at great Emperor Renwu. Humph, you're not worthy of protecting the divine world. Was great Emperor Renwu so great? Why don't I know about it? I'm killing you. That's justice for heaven and getting rid of evil for the people. I don't think anyone will laugh at me. Instead, they'll applaud me. You've committed heinous crimes. I'm afraid there are countless people who resent you. So what if we're both from the divine world? So what if we're both from the Holy Land? There are all kinds of birds in the forest. If we can't kill because we're both from the human race, then there won't be any war in the divine world. You slaughtered billions of people back then. Why didn't you think that you're from the divine world like them? Why didn't you give them a way out? Now you're shamelessly saying such things. Do you still think it's funny? I'm not interested in your compensation and apology at all. Even if you give me your life savings, it won't be able to appease the anger in my heart. I've always believed in one sentence: good and evil will be repaid. Now, it's your retribution. You can't escape even if you want to. I'm going to kill you today. No, no, no. Great Emperor Renwu was completely anxious. He had used all his means, but there was no way to escape. It also made him realize how powerful Qin Shao was and how big the gap between him and Qin Shao was. Under such circumstances, there was no way he could escape. Was he, great Emperor Renwu, really going to die today? Were the two doppelgangers going to die? The doppelganger in the door of all realms definitely couldn't escape. Was this doppelganger also unable to escape? How could this be? Qin Shao, Elder Qin, don't kill me. Let's talk things out. Great Emperor Renwu put down all his dignity and begged Qin Shao for mercy. But Qin Shao didn't care about great Emperor Renwu's begging. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a death god, walking towards great Emperor Renwu step by step. No, 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 the arrival of death made great Emperor Renwu extremely terrified. He wanted to escape, but he was restrained by a strong force, so he couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as death descended upon him and Qin Zhao's massacre descended upon him. Die! Qin Shao waved his hand, and a peerless radiance came towards great Emperor Renwu. Once the radiance came out, the entire world fell into darkness. Everything seemed to be destroyed. Death had truly come. Great Emperor Renwu's world fell into darkness. Chapter 1263. Are you still going to stop me? Jiuji ruler, save me! Great Emperor Renwu let out a desperate cry for help. However, as soon as his cry for help was heard, it was destroyed by the endless destructive energy. Great Emperor Renwu's divine body, soul, and consciousness were rapidly devoured and destroyed. It was irreversible, and he died soon after. At this moment, a majestic figure descended. Endless saint aura descended and filled the 9 heavens, suppressing all gods and demons in the world. The ruler aura was vast and mighty. It could rival the heavens and shine as brightly as the firmament. The Jiuji ruler descended and stood in front of Qin Shao. However, his expression was a little strange and solemn. Qin Shao still killed Great Emperor Renwu right in front of him. He didn't even have the chance to speak. Obviously, Qin Shao didn't intend to give him a chance to speak at all. Was this a disdain and provocation to him? Or was it a provocation to the 9 dragons' celestial palace? The 9 Solitude Hegemon and Qin Shao could be said to have met once before. In his heart, he actually felt a hint of gratitude towards Qin Shao, as well as some admiration and praise. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy about what happened today. Even in front of Qin Shao, he still treated him coldly. On the other side, Qin Zhao's original body also killed Great Emperor Renwu's other clone in the Gate of All Realms and left. He attacked at the same time and didn't give Great Emperor Renwu any chance to react. This was Qin Shao. He was always decisive and mature when it came to killing. Once he did something, everything would go smoothly. He killed 2 of Great Emperor Renwu's clones, but this wasn't the end. Great Emperor Renwu's original body was the key. Qin Shao, you think too highly of yourself. I don't care about what happens now. But today, you killed one of our deacons in our territory. You even ignored my attempts to stop you and killed 2 of his clones. What is the meaning of this? The 9-Fall ruler asked coldly. What is the meaning of this? If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause quite a commotion. The dignity of the 9 dragons' heavenly palace was obviously provoked. Qin Shao replied calmly in the face of the 9 Desolation rulers' enraged questioning. 9 Desolation ruler, I, Qin Shao, have always done things with a clear conscience. Since I killed Great Emperor Renwu, I have my reasons to do so. No matter how arrogant I, Qin Shao, am, I won't go as far as to provoke the 9 dragons' heavenly palace. Great Emperor Renwu and I do have a blood feud. Is it because he's a deacon of the 9 dragons' heavenly palace that I can't kill him? I've never heard of the 5 great holy lands having such a principle, right? Indeed, the 5 great sacred lands of the God realm had a certain level of protection for their sealed members. Chapter 1264. Personally visiting the 9 dragons' palace, Qin Shao, don't be so impudent. This isn't a place for you to be arrogant. The 9 Solitude ruler's nose twitched in anger when he heard Qin Shao say he wanted to personally visit the 9 dragons' palace to demand Emperor Yenwu back. Impudent, this was simply too impudent. Although Qin Shao had the strength of a ruler, he wasn't a true ruler. The 9 Solitude ruler admired Qin Shao quite a bit, but he was also a bit wary of him. However, if his pride was provoked to a certain extent, he'd fly into a rage. The Nine Dragons' palace was a sacred land. How could they allow others to visit and demand Emperor Yenwu back? Where would the dignity of the Nine Dragons' palace lie? Moreover, Qin Shao wanted him to lead the way. How could the Nine Solitude ruler tolerate something like this? Now that things had developed to this point, it wasn't just about Emperor Renwu anymore. It was about the dignity of the Nine Dragons' palace and the dignity of the Nine Solitude ruler. Qin Shao, the Nine-Fall ruler, roared. He pointed a finger at Qin Zhao's nose and said furiously, "Don't go overboard and push your luck. You've already killed 2 of Renwu's clones and destroyed his palace. You've destroyed the faction he's spent thousands of years building. You've destroyed everything he's built in his life. Are you still not going to let this go? Even if you don't, that's a personal grudge between you and Renwu. Don't you think you've gone too far by implicating the Nine Dragons' palace in this matter? The Nine Dragons' palace is a sacred place. How dare you come and offend us? Qin Shao, I've already been polite enough to you today. I fully understand the grudge between you and Renwu. However, if you still insist on offending the Nine Dragons' palace, how can I not be angry?" Qin Shao could understand the Nine Solitude ruler's words. Indeed, the Holy Lands had the supreme prestige of the Holy Lands, and the supreme might of the Holy Lands. The 5 sacred lands had been lofty existences since time immemorial. No one dared offend them or challenge their authority. How could they allow others to act rashly in front of them? How could Qin Shao not understand this principle? There were some things he had to do. Even if he had to make some sacrifices and pay some price, he still had to do it. Sometimes it didn't matter whether you know what was right or wrong, it didn't matter. No matter how difficult it was, he still had to do it. Ruler of the Nine Solitude ruler, Qin Shao, what? Sovereign Nine Solitude said, that's the enmity between you and Renwu. Why do you need me to say more about what you want? I'm just reminding you, don't be too presumptuous. My Nine Dragons' heavenly palace is not a place where you can behave atrociously. I'm you. That I. That's a reminder translations is that God ruler? Qin Shao laughed softly. Ruler Nine Solitude, I think we're all smart people. Smart people shouldn't beat around the bush. If that's your reminder, why don't you just say that the Nine Dragons' celestial palace will protect Emperor Renwu? As long as great Emperor Renwu hides in the Nine Dragons' palace, I, Qin Shao, won't be able to cause trouble for him. That's because the Nine Dragons' palace is a great protective umbrella, right? The Nine Solitude ruler's expression became rather ugly. He said, "You can say whatever you want. Renwu is a member of our Nine Dragons' celestial palace. His original body has always been in our Nine Dragons' celestial palace. Are we supposed to drive him away? How can we still stand in the God world if that's the case? If he leaves the Nine Dragons' palace and you kill him, the Nine Dragons' palace won't care. But since he doesn't want to harm the Nine Dragons' palace, if you barge into the Nine Dragons' palace and kill him, you'll be challenging the Nine Dragons' palace's authority. We can't just ignore it. You said it yourself. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Your enemy is Renwu, not the Nine Dragons' palace. If you want to find Renwu, I have nothing to say. But if you want to barge into the Nine Dragons' palace, that won't do." Bullshit. Qin Shao cursed angrily when he heard the Nine Solitude ruler's shameless reasoning. He'd been polite and respectful to the Nine Solitude ruler, but now he realized that his dignity had become the basis for the Nine Dragons' palace's bullying. Since that was the case, why should Qin Shao tolerate it any longer? It's true that every injustice has its perpetrator, but if the Nine Dragons' palace tries to stop me from getting my revenge, I won't hold back. Don't bully me because I'm young, Ruler Nine Solitude. This isn't unprecedented. As far as I know, tens of billions of years ago, the Nine Dragons Palace's Hua Ji was killed by a Star Alliance powerhouse for the sake of his beloved disciple. Hua Ji went straight to the Star Alliance and demanded the man's life. After a thorough investigation, the Star Alliance cooperated and handed him over. If the Nine Dragons Palace's Hua Ji can go to other sacred lands and demand the man's life, why can't I, Qin Shao, ask the Nine Dragons Palace to do the same? What kind of logic is this? I have reason and evidence. I have enmity and grudges. Even if the rest of the world were to judge me, I'd still be fully confident. Why can't I ask the Nine Dragons Palace to hand him over? Do you really want to bully me, Ruler Nine Solitude? Qin Zhao's heart burned with fury. Was the Nine Dragons Palace trying to intimidate him with their holy might? What a powerful saint aura! But what did Qin Shao have to fear? If they could talk things over, then so be it. If not, then he'd make a big deal out of it. At most, he'd drag out the big shots on both sides. Qin Shao refused to believe that he wouldn't be treated fairly if he had reason. Even if the Nine Dragons Palace bullied him, he had the support of the Desolate Lands Temple. If he couldn't even be treated fairly, then what was the point of Qin Shao risking his life to protect the God Realm? If that really happened, Qin Shao would go crazy and throw caution to the wind. He might even ask his master, Hongqian Visitor, or Senior Baichuan Fusu for help. However, Qin Shao didn't think things would escalate to that point. If that happened, he'd be bitterly disappointed. The world had its own righteous path and its own righteous energy. The ruler of Nine Solitudes' expression was hard to read. He hadn't expected that he, a ruler, wouldn't be able to suppress a fourth-step celestial god. Damn it! Now, Renwu's matter was already a small matter. The most important thing was that he, the Nine Solitude ruler, was very displeased with Qin Shao. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Since you're so stubborn, then forget it. You're on your own now. The ruler of Nine Solitude waved his hand angrily, then turned and left. Skyforest looked at Qin Shao with mixed emotions. Master, he said, I think we should take our time and think about revenge. Master has already killed 2 of Renwu Emperor's bodies. His original body will definitely be hiding in Nine Dragon Sky Palace, too afraid to come out. As long as he doesn't dare come out, he'll be no different from dead. Although Master is powerful and has a high enough status to be on an equal footing with rulers, Master, you're still not a master. But Master isn't a universe master yet. It's too risky for him to attack Nine Dragon Sky Palace like this. Although I want to avenge the old master and destroy both of Renwu Emperor's bodies, Nine Dragon Sky Palace is too powerful. I don't want to harm Master because of this. I've endured for tens of millions of years. I don't care anymore. Besides, I've killed 2 of Renwu Emperor's bodies. I've avenged him. I believe the old master will be able to rest in peace. As he spoke, Skyforest couldn't help but shed tears. Even after tens of millions of years, his feelings for Emperor Hao Yu were still incomparably deep. These feelings wouldn't be erased by time. With Qin Zhao's power alone, it was naturally impossible to contend with a holy land. Qin Shao knew himself well enough. However, Qin Shao believed that Nine Dragon Sky Palace was a place where reason could be reasoned with. It was a place with great righteousness. Hence, Qin Shao was still determined. Skyforest, I've said it before. It's fine if we don't do anything. But since we've already done it, we have to settle all the grudges. The original body of Renwu Emperor must be killed. We can't let him live. Even if he doesn't dare to come out of Nine Dragon Sky Palace, he's still alive. If he's still alive, we can't tolerate it. But Master Skyforest was still very worried. He wanted to say something, but Qin Shao interrupted him. All right, Skyforest. Say no more. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. I've always done things with confidence. I'll handle it well. Come, let's go to the Nine-Dragon Sky Palace. With that, Qin Shao waved his hand and led Skyforest to the palace. Skyforest was terrified, but when he saw how fearless his master was, he had nothing left to fear. As long as he could avenge his old master, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid even if he had to die right now. All his wishes had been fulfilled, so it didn't matter anymore. So what if he died? He'd seen through everything tens of millions of years ago. In the depths of Nine-Dragon Sky Palace, 6 figures gathered in a magnificent palace. One of them was the ruler of Nine Solitude, who'd just returned. His expression was ugly. "Yo, Nine Solitude, what's wrong with you? What's made you so angry that you called all of us here?" asked one of the rulers. "Ruler Ming Ming, that's why I called everyone here so urgently. It's like this." The ruler of Nine Solitude angrily recounted the whole story. Of course, he'd embellished some details, or rather, he'd interpreted things from his perspective. How dare this Qin Shao be so arrogant? How dare you disregard our 9 dragons' celestial palace? This is simply preposterous. As soon as the ruler of Nine Solitude finished speaking, a hot-tempered ruler snorted angrily. He added in a huff, "What shameless boasting! Does he think he can look down on everyone just because he's a little bit strong and famous? Does he think he can look down on our sacred land's prestige? How dare he say he'll personally come to the Nine-Dragon Sky Palace and demand his release? If he dares come, I guarantee he won't be able to return in one piece. Let's see if he has the guts to do so." Ruler Ming Ming said, "Ruler Blazimber, don't be in too much of a rush. Let's get to the bottom of the situation first." Ruler of Nine Solitude, Qin Shao must have his reasons for wanting to kill Renwu, right? What sort of deep grudge exists between him and Renwu that he has to kill him no matter what? Why must he destroy both his true body and his clone? The ruler of Nine Solitude hesitated for a moment, but he still explained the situation in detail. Hegemon Mengming frowned slightly after listening to Hegemon Ninefall's explanation. He said, "I've heard about this as well. If that's the truth, then there's indeed nothing that can be said about Qin Shao wanting to kill Renwu. This is their personal grudge. We really can't interfere." Chapter 1265. The 6 Hegemons. Hegemon Nine Solitude shook his head. "Hegemon Blackshine, you misunderstand. I have nothing to do with Renwu. I'm not standing up for him. To be honest, I despise Renwu's vile actions. At first, I didn't know what was going on. Renwu came to me for help, saying that someone wanted to kill him and that it was urgent. If someone dared to kill one of our 9 dragons' celestial palace's deacons in our territory, wouldn't that be a provocation to the 9 dragons' celestial palace? I was worried that it might be the power of the other verse, so I didn't think too much about it and hurried over. Only when I got there did I realize that it was Qin Shao who wanted to kill Renwu. Qin Shao killed Renwu right in front of me without even explaining himself. Wasn't he ignoring me? Wasn't that a provocation to me? Fine. Even if Qin Shao provoked me, I could overlook it. However, he said that he wanted to personally go to the 9 dragons' celestial palace and demand for Renwu. How could I possibly tolerate something like that? Hegemon Blackshine was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Nine Solitude, this matter is indeed rather unique. However, I still feel that you're being a bit too impulsive in this matter. Since Qin Shao didn't come for you, why are you so angry? If the situation is as you say, then there's nothing wrong with Qin Shao's actions, is there? Of course, the way he conducts himself is a bit too arrogant and domineering. However, we've long since heard of his character. He's always been like this, and it's not like he's intentionally acting like this in front of you. I feel that we should just forget about this matter." Forget about it? Hegemon 9 Solitude hadn't expected Hegemon Blackshine to actually say, forget about it. Hegemon Blazimber's explosive temper flared up once more. Blackshine, it seems that you're getting worse and worse with age. You're going to forget about something like this? You're going to intentionally provoke the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace? If the kid didn't come to the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace, then so be it. But if he dares to come, then we can't just forget about it. How can the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palaces might be challenged by a brat like him? How many years has he lived? He's only a brat who's over 500,000 years old, yet he dares to be so impudent. How can that be? Upon hearing Hegemon Flamespirit's words, Hegemon Ninefall chimed in, yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. I've already said it clearly. You've already killed 2 of Renwu's clones, and destroyed the power that he had built up over millions of years. Qin Shao killed Renwu in front of me, I can let it slide. But if you dare to come to my 9 Dragons' heavenly palace and act presumptuously, I won't let you be so arrogant. That's the case in the first place. Juji's way of doing things is already tolerating enough. If it were me, I would have directly attacked him. I'd like to see just how capable this kid is. He dares to be so arrogant and show no respect at all. This is intolerable. Hegemon Flamespark seemed to be filled with righteous indignation as well. Of the 6 Hegemons, 3 had yet to express their opinions. Enough, let's all talk less. This isn't the time to bicker. One of the Hegemons rose to his feet and tried to smooth things over. Hegemon Huaji, Hegemon Blazing Radiance said to the other Hegemon, you have experience in this matter. Why don't you tell us what you think? Hegemon Huaji nodded. Indeed. Tens of billions of years ago, my beloved disciple's true body and avatar were both killed. I was so enraged that I attacked the Star Alliance. In the end, I forced the Star Alliance to hand over the murderer and avenge my disciple. Actually, there's no shortage of cases like this in the God realm. If I have to say it from my personal point of view, then if we investigate and verify that the situation is indeed as Qin Shao said, if he comes to ask for people, we can also consider it. Humph humph humph. Hegemon Flamespark chuckled darkly, his voice dripping with mockery. Huaji, you're a traitor, aren't you? And you're being so obvious about it. What, are you familiar with this Qin Shao? Or are you trying to get on his good side? That's true. After all, the kid is in the limelight right now. More importantly, his potential is limitless. But so what if his potential is limitless? It's possible that he'll end up like Tianlingzi and Lord Huayang, unable to break through for the rest of his life. He'll be stuck at the 4th step for the rest of his life. When a freak reaches the pinnacle, that's the path of no return. Even if he does break through, he'll only be a hegemon at most. Do you really think he'll become a universe master? You're both hegemons. Do you really have to go out of your way to get on his good side? But don't worry, he won't be able to see it. Hegemon Flamespark's mockery infuriated Huaji. He snorted coldly. Flamespark, you're a dark person. Don't think everyone else is like you. I don't want to quarrel with you today. I'm just giving you an objective assessment of the situation. You have to be reasonable when dealing with people. Dragon 9 Heaven's Palace is a holy land, and while it's true that we won't allow anyone to invade our holy lands, do you really think we'll shelter someone who's committed the most heinous of crimes? Then tell me, Hegemon Huaji, what do you mean by a heinous of crimes? The Flamespark Hegemon began to laugh coldly, pressing forward with each step. Are you saying that just because you've killed someone, you're considered a sinner? If that's the case, then we're all heinous of crimes. The number of people who've died at our hands is uncountable. Hegemon Huaji, haven't you killed many people? Then aren't you a heinous of crimes as well? Which cultivator of our generation doesn't kill people? Which one doesn't incur grudges? Grudges are their personal affairs. What does that have to do with 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace? Are all personal grudges on 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace's head? If Qin Shao believes that Ren Wu is a heinous of crimes, then is Ren Wu a heinous of crimes as well? Is it because Qin Shao believes that anyone in 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace is a heinous of crimes, then 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace is that person? There's no such logic in this world, is there? Hegeman Hua Ji's expression turned ugly. He had a feeling that he couldn't defend himself. There were some people who couldn't be reasoned with. He knew Hegeman Flamespark's temper very well, so he didn't say anything else. If they continued to argue, it would only make things worse. Suddenly, the 6 Hegemons frowned and stared off into the distance. Something was happening. Humph! What an arrogant brat! You really do dare to attack 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace. You really are impudent. It seems that if I don't crush your arrogance today, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hegemon Flamespark laughed coldly, his face a mask of cruelty. Hegemon Flamespark was a bloodthirsty, warlike man. Hegemon 9 Solitude had a vicious look on his face as well. He was the most pissed off of them all. Hegemon Chongming and Hegemon Hua Ji had originally agreed with Qin Zhao's methods, but since Hegemon 9 Solitude and Flamespark Hegemon insisted on doing so, there was nothing they could do. The other 2 Hegemons didn't express their opinions. Clearly, they didn't want to take sides either, as though they didn't care. The 6 Hegemons walked out. Outside the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace, Qin Shao and Tian Lin stood atop a giant boulder, radiating an endless amount of light. On the other side, there were over 100 figures standing in formation in the void. Most of them were almighties. There was also a troop of the 9 Dragons' army standing guard. The 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace's forces weren't small, but in the face of Qin Shao and the other major powers, the 9 Dragons' army didn't dare rashly charge forward. In front of Qin Shao, the major powers felt weak. There was nothing they could do about it. Qin Zhao's fame was simply too great. The battle at Primordial Mountain had thoroughly established Qin Zhao's reputation. Qin Shao was now on the same level as the Hegemons, and was in no way inferior to them. With such strength there, how would those mighty figures dare to come forward to face Qin Shao? Qin Shao stood there, looking disdainfully at the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace. He was waiting for the Hegemons to come out. The major powers and the 9 Dragons' army had no say in this. They couldn't decide anything. Even if they wanted to force their way into the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace, they would have to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Moreover, forcing their way into the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace wasn't a wise move. Qin Shao might not be able to break through the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace's protective formation. Of course, if Qin Shao were to use his universe treasure without regard for anything else, it might not be impossible. After all, his master, Elder Luha, had left behind so many universe treasures. If it came down to it, Qin Shao wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice a few of them. However, if he really did force his way into the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace, things would get out of hand. Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Shao wouldn't take such a step. That would make him an enemy of the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace. He didn't think it was necessary to do so. Those powerful beings were also very confused. They did not understand what had happened. They looked at each other and discussed spiritedly. What the hell is going on? Why did Qin Shao come to the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace with such an unfriendly aura? I don't know. It feels like he's not coming with good intentions. Isn't Qin Shao a bit too arrogant? How dare he come to the 9 Dragons' Celestial Palace alone? What's the meaning of this? I know what's going on. News has come. 2 of Great Emperor Renwu's doppelgangers were killed and the Imperial Palace was destroyed. I think it's Qin Zhao's doing. What? 2 of Great Emperor Renwu's doppelgangers were killed at the same time? That's great Emperor Renwu. Who's so generous? Qin Shao? What's Qin Shao trying to do? I've never heard that great Emperor Renwu provoked Qin Shao. Why did he kill him? Who knows? You know great Emperor Renwu's character. It's normal for him to provoke a lot of enemies. Besides, he's always indulging his subordinate. His subordinates cause trouble everywhere. It's just that no one dares to say anything. Maybe he's so unlucky to have provoked Qin Shao. But even so, Qin Shao just came to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. What's the meaning of this? Isn't this too presumptuous? Does he want to come to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace to ask for the original body of great Emperor Renwu? I'm afraid that's the reason. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. This is indeed too presumptuous. I think it's a provocation to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. Yeah, it's a provocation. However, who asked him to be so powerful and famous? He's also an elder of the divine palace in the desolate land. He's on an equal footing with the Dominator. He's also the #1 genius in the universe. How can he not be presumptuous? Then what should we do? Can the Nine Dragons' celestial palace allow an outsider to behave so presumptuously here? You can't say that. We can't make a final conclusion. Maybe there's something we don't know. Great Emperor Renwu's character isn't very flattering. Yeah, if there's really a blood feud, it's not impossible. What we don't dare to do doesn't mean Qin Shao doesn't dare to do it. With Qin Zhao's current strength and status, he's qualified to do so. Humph, so what if he's qualified? Should the Nine Dragons' celestial palace be provoked by him? Listening to the discussions of those powerful figures, Qin Shao turned a deaf ear and ignored them. At this moment, 6 powerful figures came from the depths of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. Their powerful auras surged from afar like the waves of a raging sea. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1266. The struggle for the great Tao. 6 figures, 6 sovereigns, arrived hand in hand. The might of the heavens was vast and mighty. 6 sovereigns appearing at the same time was an extremely rare sight in the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. These 6 sovereigns were the publicly known sovereigns of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. On the surface, they were the foundation of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. 6 sovereigns appearing at the same time was clearly a matter of great importance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. The Almighties and the Nine Dragon Legion respectfully saluted and retreated to the side. Naturally, they couldn't get a word in. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. A conversation between sovereigns wasn't something they could participate in. The 6 sovereigns landed in front of Qin Shao. Their unparalleled saint aura surged towards Qin Shao like waves of terrifying tsunami, incomparably terrifying. In the face of such a powerful aura, the mighty figures retreated far, far away. They didn't dare get too close. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the 6 sovereigns. Apart from ruler Juji, whom he'd already met, this was the first time Qin Shao had met the other sovereigns. That said, even though this was the first time they had met, Qin Shao had long since learned about these rulers. 6 sovereigns had appeared at once. This was quite a display. However, Qin Shao wasn't fazed. His expression was as calm as ever as he stared at the 6 sovereigns. His aura wasn't weak in the slightest. Qin Shao, how dare you? How impudent! Who gave you the confidence? How dare you come to my Nine Dragons' celestial palace and make a ruckus? Do you have a death wish? A furious roar rang out. The first to speak was none other than ruler Blazimber. The tyrannical ruler exuded a thick aura of slaughter. As soon as he spoke, it was clear that he wanted to suppress Qin Shao with his unparalleled aura. Hegemon Flamesboard's body was filled with a towering rage and a dense killing intent. His cold eyes, in particular, were like a 1,000-year-old viper. They were frightening to look at, as if they could suck out one's soul. Once the Flames Park hegemon was enraged, rivers of blood would flow. Qin Shao didn't back down in the face of Flameburly hegemon's display of strength. He said in a low voice, "Hegemon Flameburly, I came to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace today with no intention of offending you. If I were to provoke you, I wouldn't be standing here. I would have attacked you long ago. I'm sure I don't need to repeat the reason why I'm here today. I'm sure all the sovereigns already know. Therefore, I, Qin Shao, don't want to say too much. Although I, Qin Shao, am of the younger generation, an inexperienced brat, I have nothing to fear. If any of you have any advice for me, I, Qin Shao, will accept it all." Hegemon Flames Park began to laugh coldly. "Well said. You make it sound so easy. You don't hold us in any regard at all. Qin Shao, I've long heard that you're extremely arrogant. Today, I see that the rumors are true. You're quite arrogant indeed. I've seen plenty of arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. You're the first person who dares spout such nonsense in front of the six of us. Humph, you dare come to the Nine Dragons' celestial palace? That's a provocation. I don't care if you did it intentionally or not. A provocation is a provocation. What's done can never be changed. Juji has already made it clear that the Nine Dragons' celestial palace doesn't care about the personal grudge between you and Renwu. If you want to kill him, that's your business. We won't send anyone to save him. But if you want to cause trouble in the Nine Dragons' celestial palace, that won't do. This is a provocation. This is an affront. You, Qin Shao, don't have the right to do this. Kid, I'll give you a word of advice. If you stop now and leave quickly, I can still spare you this time. I reckon that I will let you go this time. Otherwise, today's matter won't be as simple as you think it is." Hegemon Flamespark's words were filled with a threatening tone, as well as an overbearing aura. To put it bluntly, his words were just like ruler Juji's, filled with the logic of a bandit. The logic of the strong was that, if I was strong, then I was right. If I said so, then so be it. If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you. This was the way of the world. Qin Shao had long since gotten used to the laws of survival. "Humph, how sanctimonious of you!" Qin Shao sneered. "You say you don't care, but you're actually covering for him. You're a whore, but you still want to maintain your chastity? How laughable! Why be so hypocritical? Actually, I'd rather you tell me directly and domineeringly that Renwu is protected by the Nine Dragons' celestial palace. What can you do, kid? You have to accept it. If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you do. If that's the case, then perhaps I'll respect you a bit. The reason I, Qin Shao, was able to climb step by step from humble beginnings to where I am today is because I survived the cruel and terrifying laws of survival. The strong are revered, the weak are prey to the strong, and the losers are vilified. These bloody laws have tempered me to where I am today. I've suffered countless hardships and experienced countless dangers. I've even walked through the gates of hell a few times. Fortunately, I survived in the end and walked steadily to where I am today, step by step. So, Ruler Blazember, do you think your words mean anything to me, Qin Shao? Why don't you just say it out loud? Let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me directly like a man. Are you going to hand over Renwu or not? That's enough. I, Qin Shao, only need a definite answer. Qin Zhao's sharp edge was really hard to bear. Very hard to bear. It felt like they'd been stabbed in the back. Every rebuttal hit the nail on the head. Both Rulers Blazember and Nine Solitude's expressions turned ugly. Their expressions flickered with uncertainty. It was a very interesting sight. Brat, you talk too much nonsense. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, Then I'll give you a squeeze and see what you're made of, Ruler Blazember said sinisterly and attacked. Crash! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Boundless black flames suddenly gushed out from the surrounding void. They instantly filled the area within a radius of 100 million miles, completely enveloping it and forming a terrifying domain. The black flames burned fiercely in this domain, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Blazember was also enveloped by the flames, making him look like a god of darkness. He stood there, unleashing all of the darkness sharpness. Standing in the middle of this sea of black flames, Qin Shao also felt the terror of these black flames. The flames contained the terrifying Tao might of the all things Tao, the ultimate Tao might. Evidently, Blazember was a master of the all things Tao, and had cultivated it to the extreme. The terrifying black flames were an extreme use of the all things Tao. The endless Tao might of the all things Tao was released to the extreme, and it was extremely destructive. Not only that, but it was also an extremely dangerous secret technique. With the strange flames of the universe as a medium, it was even more terrifying and powerful, enough to destroy and burn everything to ashes. Just this technique alone was enough to kill a top 10 expert on the heaven ranking. Blazember didn't hold back when he attacked, and used several techniques. But what did Qin Shao have to fear? Qin Shao was a master of the all things Tao. Wasn't it laughable to use the all things Tao against him? Blazember's use of the all things Tao had been fused into the secret technique, into the strange flames of heaven and earth, and formed the power of the plate of destruction. But Qin Shao also had many tricks up his sleeve. The Tao might of the all things Tao and the primordial Tao all surged out, forming an unbreakable Tao domain that blocked all the darkness outside. Qin Shao stood there, impenetrable by all attacks, and radiant with a heroic spirit. His nonchalant attitude was truly frightening. To be able to remain so calm and steady under Blazember's attack, he was indeed an extraordinary person. This was especially true for the experts of the Nine Dragons' Celestial Palace. Although they had heard many stories about Qin Shao, and Qin Zhao's name was like thunder to their ears. But while they admired the heaven-defying Qin Shao, they also had some guesses. After all, these things were too unbelievable. It was fine if it was just once, but it was really hard for people to believe or accept the fact that Qin Shao had done such incredible things one after another. Many times it was said to be miraculous, but that wasn't the case in reality. Without seeing it with their own eyes, it was very difficult to truly acknowledge allegiance. But now they were witnessing Qin Zhao's boundless brilliance, Qin Zhao's heaven-defying strength, and Qin Zhao's unparalleled dominance with their own eyes. Qin Zhao's actions were enough to shock them, so it naturally made those almighties have a deeper view of Qin Shao. To be able to remain so calm under Blazember's furious attack was just too monstrous. Previously, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were publicly acknowledged as fourth-step heavenly gods whose strength was comparable to sovereigns. Now Qin Shao was added to the list. It was really hard to imagine that a person who was only 500,000 years old could reach the level of sovereigns and not be at a disadvantage when fighting against Blazember. It wasn't just the Almighties. Even the 5 sovereigns couldn't help but frown as they looked at Qin Shao with a strange look in their eyes. Qin Zhao's strength had indeed subverted their imaginations. Even as sovereigns, they found it hard to accept the reality before their eyes. He actually blocked it? He blocked it so easily? Gemin Flamespark's eyebrows furrowed so deeply that they formed the character Chuan. He really hadn't expected Qin Shao to be able to block his powerful attack, nor had he expected Qin Shao to block it so easily. Although he hadn't attacked with his full strength, he was still furious. He didn't hold back when he attacked, and he didn't want to give Qin Shao much of a chance. But the result was a bit of a shock. It seems that I've underestimated this kid. This kid's strength is truly heaven-defying. He's really tough. It's no wonder he has the confidence to speak to me in such a manner and to risk everything to provoke 9-dragon sky palace. It's really hard to imagine that he could reach such a heaven-defying level after only 500,000 years of cultivation. If he was given more time and opportunity to grow, how far would he have reached? But no one can become a universe master now. So what if he's monstrous and heaven-defying? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.